It might be the weekend, but there's no end in sight as far as ECN cricket goes. What a day yesterday, 9 matches across the network. Not too far behind today with 8 matches coming your way. And it's going to be a great day here in Prague because Prague CC, the defending champions, they're undefeated. They're back in action, but we're going to start the day with a clash between the Tigers and Bohemians. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Czechia, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good morning to you, Dobry Den, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's day 7 here in the European Cricket Series Czechia, and this ground in Prague, we know, it's provided a lot of action this week. It also provided a golden ball yesterday, breaking a streak of 286 matches without a golden ball. So I'm expecting a golden day, maybe again, and I've got the golden suit on just in case. So we've got 5 games coming your way today. I mentioned in the introduction that Prague CC, the defending champions, they're undefeated at the moment. They'll be playing a little bit later on, but right now we're going to start the day with match 32, a clash between the Prague Tigers, who are taking on Bohemian. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, is over there with the 2 captains.
Your call, please. Head, please. Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We're gonna bat first.
So the coin falls for the Tigers and they've decided to bat first. I don't mind that at all. I think the Tigers, really improved team. They're a side that have been working their way up the ranks in Czech cricket, and we know that they love to play this short format of the game. I mean, Sahadat Sagor is one guy you always watch out for, but Sajid Mir, he seems in incredible form. He's been bashing the ball all over the place. So the Tigers, well, they kind of went viral for the wrong reasons the other day when they blew a close finish, I suppose. But they've also done some really good things in this series. They haven't played much though. They're 2-2. They still have 10 games ahead of them, and so they've got plenty of time to try and work their way up the ladder. But they're going to run into a Bohemian side that looked good last night. They had 2 wins out of their 2 games. They're 4-2 now. Got to say the form of the captain, Sahil Grover, was pretty impressive as well. We didn't see him behind the stumps last night. I think we'll probably see him wicket keeping once again today. But you know, Bohemians, they're a side. They've got some very good players as well, and there's just kind of a flatness about them, not in a bad way, just in that there's no big superstars, I think, stealing the attention all the time. They've got a lot of players that can contribute. Let's talk about the conditions today in Prague. With a little bit of cloud cover first up, but I don't think we'll have any hassles with rain. It's actually quite nice at the moment because we're expecting quite a warm day. 29 is the expected maximum temperature. Right now, it's about 19 degrees to get it started. So match 32 is on the way. It's the first of 5 matches here in Prague. 3 matches as well from Portugal today in a big Sunday of action. And it's the big man, Danny Hudacek, who's going to take you to the first ball here in match 32. In the Tigers versus Bohemians clash, the Tigers, they've won the toss. They're going to bat. Let's get ready for day number 7.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone to Prague for this European Cricket Series from Czechia. Match between Prague Tigers and Bohemians coming up. But firstly, we're going to have a bit of a recap of what happened yesterday. It was a very good day's cricket, 6 games all up. And it was Vinarati that started us off. But really good conditions again for cricket today, as we see Vinarati with a very impressive 82 not out from Sean Dalton. A very good win against the Prague Spartans by 56 runs, and Rakshit, the pick of the bowlers, Tin Meal also picking up 2, but very economical, keeping the Spartans down to 74 by getting consistent wickets. So that was at match 26. And in match 27, Spartans, they went down to Brno. Not the greatest start for their day. Very close game, and it was another fantastic innings from Mohammad Ratul. It was a great pickup for Brno this year. You might see him with the gloves later on in the week. It's very impressive there. But Diraz Thakur also 42 for Spartans was the pick of their batsman. And Navid Ahmed again picking up a couple of wickets for Burno. Then we had United against Vinarati. A bit one-sided this one, and United, a very, very good team. Piyush Baghel with 56, Pramod Baguli back in the side, good to see, with 30, and really Vinarati not at the races. Then after that, we saw Brno against United. This was the golden ball. Mohammad Ratul again, 91 not out, fantastic batting. Good bowling from Amandeep Bindra, Ali Sitar as usual. But went down to the golden ball, which Brno won in spectacular style with the batsman Abhimanyu Singh. He realised he hadn't grounded his bat, so he went back and grounded his bat and ran the second that would have won the match for United, and he just fell short. Vinarati, again disappointing, convincing win for Bohemians. We're going to see coming up. Vinarati, again their main batsman Sid Goud missed out. This one was a diamond duck. He was run out in 2 consecutive games for 0, and that affected the score that Vinarati mounted. Bohemians convincing winners. And the final game, it was Bohemians a big Brno, and a very good game. Again, 65 not out from Sahil Grover. Also good form for Zahid Mahmood, which is nice to see. And it's the man who took 2 wickets in that game, Javed Iqbal, the warhorse, who bowled the first ball in this game. It's been turned around the corner, 4 runs. Nice shot there to start up. And it's a very fast part of the ground down there. Sagor has been really good. A new player in Himal Rongdi. We haven't seen him before this tournament. Listed at number 3 is the general manager Hassanat, as we see here. And Sobjit Mia is the one that's been doing a lot of the damage for the Tigers. He's won a couple of games by himself. As here comes Javed Iqbal again. And this one's full. Not a bad ball. The man who never ages, Javed Iqbal. Been a very consistent performer for Bohemians over many years. Played for a couple of different teams. Played for PCC and also for Barbarians at one stage. But has definitely found a home here with Bohemians. Captain of the side for quite a few years. In fact, was the captain of the first ever tournament here of Bohemians. They won that tournament, the European Cricket Series, about 3-4 years ago. Here comes Iqbal again. And again, tucked around the corner, 4 runs, 2 straight. Sagor, a very good batsman. Just tucked it around the corner, got out of the way. Probably would have been a wide if he hadn't hit it. But I think he's happy he did, because he gets another boundary from that. I'd like to say hi to Dave in the chat. And Kai is there as well. And all the regular contributors. So, very good morning here from lovely Prague. Ball there. He's shaking his head a little bit. He's not that kind of cricketer. He really loves to play cricket, loves to be competitive. Does Javed. Sure, he'll come back with a good nut here. Comes in. That's a really good one. Outside off stump. That's a better line of length there from Iqbal. And a bit of a slashing shot there from Sagor. They've got a very good side, have Bohemians. As Vinny mentioned before, there's not one contributor that they have a lot of contributors to this side, both with the bat and the ball. Ball comes in again, bowling to Sagor. And gets lucky that time. That was an inside edge. It just went past the stumps. Let's have another look at this one. And very lucky to get away that Sagor. It's another 4 runs. And the luck not going with Iqbal. Bohemians. They're an interesting side. They're capable of beating anyone on their day. But they're also very capable of imploding. If they get on top of a team, they're very, very difficult to beat. But if things get on top of them, that's when they start to do things that are uncharacteristic. I wouldn't call it panic. They they're getting under each other's skins a little bit. Tigers, though, good team spirit in this club. Iqbal comes in. And it's been launched in the air. I don't think he got all of it. It's Kamal Singh going back, and he will not stop it. So that's another 4 runs there. Good over for the Tigers. A little bit of luck in it, but in the end, 16 coming from it. And Sagor faced all of those deliveries and scored 4 boundaries. Really good start for Tigers. See the expected scores. Bohemians are firm favourites, and so they should be. Tigers, they've only been in the league for a few years. We saw them first here on ECN with an interesting win, the lowest score defended, I think of 60 odd against the Barbarians. So we're going to see a first side of Emil Rongdi. He'll be facing a very good bowler in Zishan Azim. Been consistent for the Bohemians. Got a bit of pace about him. Good accuracy as well. Of course, they're still in the power play. Only 2 players back. One on a deep good wicket boundary. One on a third man. And that's nicely played out into the gully area just for a single by Rongdi. Well played. It wasn't a bad ball right in the block hole. Kroom just said he watched the golden ball. How crazy. Indeed it was. And we've been wanting a golden ball, wanting it to break that 280 odd matches without the golden ball since May 26th. He comes in again. Sagor gets it away. Well, there's a third man there. It went just a few metres to his left, but it shot away. Well hit, just dug out. And no chance for that fielder. 1 bounce over the boundary, and another 4 for Sagor. That's his 5th already. I saw Mohammad Ratul score 17 4s in an innings. Well, Sagor's got 5 already. I think he's wanting to break the record. If he stays in for any great length in this innings, there's no reason why he can't. It's been a good start from Azim. Just a better cricket shot from Sagor. As he comes in again. Slower ball, well bowled there from Azim. Very clever. Just rolled his fingers over it. I'd like to say hi to Keanu also in the chat. He's a long-time contributor, and great to see you there, my friend. So Azim, it's been a pretty good over so far. Halfway through it, it's a second over, still 1 over in the power play after this. Azim comes in, and another good ball. A little bit shorter, a little bit quicker. Good variation. Very good bowler is Azim. Been impressed with in this tournament. And he's not bowling to a mug either in Sahadat Sagor. He's on 20 off 9, and Rongdi's batting partner just faced 1 ball for a 1 run, just giving Sagor back the strike. Comes the bowler again. Another slow one. It's been cracked through the covers for 4. Lovely shot by Sagor. He picked that slower ball, just waited on it a bit. Have a look at this. Waited and then hammered it past the cover field. It had absolutely no chance. That's his 6th 4 in 10 balls faced. He's on a mission today, is Sagor. He's on 24 already. Prague Tigers 25 for no loss. Oh, that's got him. It's never pleasant. I think it might hit him on the hip, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, a little bit of magic spray will be fine. There was no plasticky sound. Let's have a look. And yeah, it's hit him just on the hip, which is quite painful. There's not much flesh in that area normally. As we see the table, Bohemians played 6, won 4, lost 2. Doing very well, Bohemians, and they see how much quality they have in their side. They'll be pushing up for the top 4, especially with Brno and United each playing quite a few more games than them. And Prague Tigers only played 4 games. they're a 2-2, very plucky team, and they won a thriller against Prague Spartans in a reduced overgame a few days ago, and that was a fantastic victory for them against a very good Spartan side. New bowler comes in. It's a hit down the ground by Rongdi. Just another single. He's playing his part well as Rongdi, just giving Sagor the strike. And another good bowler here, Saklan Mukhtar, is the bowler for Bohemians. Comes in again. And Sagor goes over the top of cover. And that's another boundary. Well, he's scoring in fours is Sagor. And the latest victim is Saklan Mukhtar. He's on 28. It's 7 fours. And this could be another one. But it could be caught as well. Oh, he's dropped him. Well, that's pretty vital. I think it's Kamal Singh out there. It was called a no ball, so it wouldn't have counted anyway. So, it was high. It'll be a free hit to Rongdi, so I guess the fielder just saved 3 runs. Rongdi hits straight down the ground. It'll be fielded there quite comfortably by Zishan Azim. Mukhtar won't want to bowl another full toss. So goes on 29. Oh, well dug out. Good ball. Just a single. Bit of a shy at the stumps. It was an appeal. He did take his time, did Sagor. Be interesting to see the replay of this. So I think he kind of stopped. He was watching the ball and he put his bat in. Oh, that's close. I think he's just in. But I'd say that would be well judged. Let's have another look. It's hit the stumps there and his bat is in, so no problem. But that's a lot closer than I think everyone thought. As Mukhtar comes in again. It's a full toss and hit towards Singh, who gets a kind bounce, fumbles it a bit, but just a single. Got away with that one, did Mukhtar. And not a no ball according to the umpires. So goes on 30 or 14. Scores 35. Only 1 run not off the bat. That was the no ball. Sits straight. Player under it. Takes the catch. Nice catch there from Azim. And that's, well, Sagor's not going to break any records now as he's walking back to the dugout. It's a pretty good innings, a very good start for Prague Tigers, but the final ball of the power play, and Sagor went for 1 mission too much. And it's a very good catch there, low down from Zishan Azim. Bringing your batsman in. So the Tigers have played the fewest games of anyone in the tournament. I think Barbarians have played 5. This is their 5th game now. Tigers, they're 2-2. As we see, 16 off the first, 9 off the second, 10 off the third. Very good power play. Only lost that 1 wicket. Maybe a little unnecessary from Sagor to play that shot. But he's that kind of batsman. He will try to get as many runs as he can and as quickly as possible. The new bowler is Ravinder Bist. We've seen him go for a few earlier in the tournament. So the bowling to Rongdi. He's just scoring singles as well at the moment. He was really giving Sagor the strike. He's the batsman that's most set. Had a bit of a go at that one. Hit into the covers. No run. I thought there would be a single there. He mishit it a little bit. But then again, we saw Bohemians with 4 run-outs against Vinarati, including some excellent work from the Warhorse, Javad Iqbal, who was involved in 3 of them, including one that was all his own work. Actually, 2 that were all his own work. He ran down the pitch and beat Sid Gowd to the stumps. Just flicked it, and Vinarati batsman was on his way. It's called a wide. So Ravi Best. He's a pretty consistent bowler as Ravi, but he's been hit quite a bit in the past, gone for big overs. I'd like to keep this contained. That's good bowling at the moment. That could be out, you know. He's done a carry. Sahil Grover, I think, has caught the batsman napping. Let's have a look. So he's missed it. He's way out. He's just standing there, puts the bat down, not quick enough. That's out. Well, stumping there for Sahil Grover. Really well done. And just the awareness of the batsman. It is his first dig out there, so maybe he's just not up with things. But Sahil knew that he'd got his man, and that's another wicket down. It's Emil Rongdi who's gone. Wow, that's not a good bit of cricket. But the general manager Hasanat, so have another look at this. Just a little quick roll at the stumps. Have a look at the batsman. He's in no urgency. I don't even think he realised he was out. The keeper did though. So Ravi Best comes in again to the new batsman. Hits it down the ground. Here's Amin Hussain. Subject Mia, not seen yet. Yeah, man with a strike now is the general manager Hasanat. And Vinny, interesting start to this game.
Yeah, to say the least. Why people don't get in their crease quicker when they miss the ball, I'll never know. There's nothing that's... you're within your rights to do that as a keeper. There's no issue with that at all.
Yeah. Well, just stumping.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
But what it is, it's a little bit casual, just a nice word for it, from Rongdi, who just needed to realise... He needed to just realise that what might happen. And I think he had a little bit of short-term grief about missing the ball, and then I think without the technology as well, maybe that he gets benefit of the doubt in that call, I think, in real time. But anyway, I want to say a quick good morning to everyone. Hopefully well. And yeah, look at the run rates. You can see 11.6. So, you know, we kind of kept saying around the 120, didn't we? In PCC, probably skewing the figures pretty high earlier in the tournament. Some really big scores. But what we have seen, it's a good kind of 3 points higher than the previous ECS cricket here. You look back to 2020, it was 9.1, 21, 8.4, 8.8 last year. So, yeah, I think it's a lot to do with the time of year we're playing and how fast this outfit is. It's a wild one by Ravinder Best. Think about too, they should get too easily here, to be honest.
I think the conditions help a lot, but it was also the standard of Czech cricket has improved a lot in the last few years, even from last year.
Standard of hitting. Standard of hitting in particular. You got more guys hitting sixes. That gives them more confidence that their teammates can hit sixes if the top order batters get out, so they're taking more risks. Yeah, for sure.
Well, this pitch also is playing a lot better than I think it has in the past. And well, not that the bowler really minds using the pitch too much. Not the good bits anyway.
I saw Kroom, you know how you were saying that he was talking about the golden ball yesterday. Wasn't that great that we snapped the streak, Danny? And you had the golden touch again. You had two of them in Milan earlier this year. But that's that was a big moment as well.
That's a good ball. It's come around the wicket now as Best. Well,
it's one of the all-time great misfields. Because he just thought, that's it, I've done my work.
He's just launched it at Sahil Grover at the other end.
Yeah, tried to make up for it, take the focus off a little bit. Anyway, Tigers, not a bad start. Something for everyone early in day 7. It's 45-2. Yeah, it's just, he had time to almost do his hair as he was putting his foot down, thinking, well, that's that. That wasn't that. Anyway, Danny, good to have you with us. And I know you stepped out for last game last night, but yeah, big day ahead. Yeah. Pryke CC back, and we'll see if they can continue their unbeaten run. Also, at the end of this over, we've got some hot gossip.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. So just set yourself.
All right. Okay.
Something you would have expected probably, but something we haven't seen yet.
Okay.
Now, we have a bit of a discussion here. I'm not quite sure what this is about. Maybe there's someone has a slight injury, might want to go off. Javed Iqbal looks like he's struggling with something.
He's unbreakable as Javed Iqbal. Yeah, the war horse. There's no way he's going off the field.
But yeah, big hello to Dave as well as the 1%. Isn't it good to have the 1% tuning in? Hello to Kai, to Keanu, to Santosh. Hopefully you're well, and always great to have a lot of discussion. Sunday, so it's a nice relaxed day, but we're not taking a break here. We're going to keep bringing you the cricket. 8 matches across 2 venues today on ECN.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... did you watch the triple header last night, Vinny?
Yeah, caught a fair bit of it. A lot of it was while we were playing here, actually. To turn around the corner, and the general manager is in his office. Might be Sunday, but he's putting in some overtime. And yeah, this is Prem Yadav comes on, just goes a little bit too straight, turns around the corner. Once again, this outfield lightning fast.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And that was a nice shot. Just, yeah, as I said, just turned around the corner. And there's 2 good batsmen here in Hassanat and Amin Hussain. And as you mentioned, we have Sobjit Mia to come in to blast runs towards the end of the innings. I'm sure he's going to be next in for Tigers. It's looking pretty healthy at the moment. They've lost a couple of wickets, especially the important one of Sagor. But the run rate now just under 12 and over. And it's just been on mainly by good batting, a little bit of luck with an inside edge, but apart from that, been some very nice cricket shots. As Hassanat gets him outside off stump, gets a little bit lower bounce there.
Yeah, sneaks it through. Yeah, Bohemians, they looked good with the stick yesterday, didn't they? Hit the ball well. Grover in particular, he looked great. Was struggling a little bit with mild illness and a bit of general soreness, so we didn't see him with the gloves in their last game. But he's got it back now, and this next ball is hooked away, and that's going to be another boundary, so super fast again. Hassanat gets 2 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, it was a big swing, wasn't it? Dragged it from outside off stump, and it's a good bowler who's doing that too in Zishan Azim. It was impressive in his first over. Varied his pace very well, varied his length. That one, nothing too much wrong with the ball. He just dragged it from outside off stump, and there's not much coverage out there for the bowler. There's a very short, fine leg. Another, it's the deep square leg boundary. It's a good ball. A bit more pace there from Azim.
Yeah, it's pretty good pace, isn't it? This pitch, there's something for everyone in it. I kind of like it. At times, I think it's sometimes a bit slow, just compared to some of the pitches around. But it does offer, a little bit of cut. I think the slower balls then become a bit more effective. And you can do that little bit of variable bounce as well.
Yeah, you've seen some pitches around Europe with the concrete base, and they're an absolute road.
Yeah, absolute road.
And that's
need a license to drive on them.
Really good bowling again from Azim. Again, just a bit more pace outside off stump. Nice lift as well. That's, as I said, that's the difference, I think, with this pitch this year compared to previous years. The bounce has been very consistent. There's still a little bit of variation. So you get the odd one that keeps a little bit lower. You get a couple that kick. But if you've got a pace bowler, we've said it in the past as well, if you get a pace bowler, it gets a bit of lift as well.
So this takes us to the end of the over. Oh, a bit of confusion here. Ends up going over the ball. Now they're going to get... No, they won't get an overthrow. They did the splits and everything. And that will be the end of the over. It is 54 for 2. Yeah, a little bit of the acrobatics about this one. He's coming, he's going. Probably knows when it's coming at him, it's not going to hit the stump, so he doesn't mind standing up. Anyway, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Hudacek. Hopefully you're well. We're happy to be here once again. I think we might have just overdone the camera because we had Dan Casey in last night for an innings and we had to ramp it up. So now we've got probably done a little bit too much back down. But anyway, you want the hot goss? Here it is. Drop it, Martin. Here are the squads. Oh. And I can tell you that Czechia have chosen a 21-man squad.
Wow.
Which keeps their options open. I don't think we'll see all those players, but they're the players in the mix for the ECIs next week. You see the Cyprus squad, the Greece squad there as well. They've also been released. But yeah, have a look at that. I mean, we'll have a look at it during this over. But there's a few names there I want to highlight. As Kamal comes on.
Oh, that's close. That's close. Not given. Well, I'm not sure what it was missing.
The only thing was, did it hit him in line with the stumps or not? Because he almost gets outside the line. Almost.
Nope.
Almost.
That's
that was the element of doubt, though, for the umpire, I think.
It's good bowling.
All right, here
so
I'm going to throw you a couple that took my interest, and then I know you've got your thoughts as well. Ayush Sharma is in the squad, Magare, Pramod Bagoli. So there's three
really
from
good.
United who have been thrown in there. Whether they'll make the final cut or not, we're not sure. And Piyush Patel as well, so make that 4.
Oh, got him this time. Well, didn't cost him anything. And that's a really good wicket there from by Kamal Singh.
That one does hit in line with off, because it does hit off. And yeah, just kind of went walkabout, tried to go large. And it's good accurate bowling, isn't it, from Kamaldeep Singh. Probably not the prettiest shot from the general manager, who's relieved of his duties. And the score is 54 for 3.
I'm happy for all these guys getting into the squad. And I think it's a really good squad of players. We'll see who gets actually in, apart from, well, good to see Devendra Singh in there. I think he's been the form keeper.
Yeah.
Sahil Grover's there. His batting's been fantastic, so why wouldn't
Sid,
you?
I think already. Sid Goud back in there. Obviously, you got the top 3, top 4. Probably pick themselves, with Ashokan likely to lead the side. You got Davitsi, you got the Beast, Vikramasekara, you got the Tank, Rick Tomar, Bhuyan, Afridi. They're kind of the 6, I think, are kind of locks. And the rest they'll probably mix around a bit, and they can probably use a few different players through the series. Anyway, what a good over this is from Kamaldeep Singh. And it's our first chance to get a look at Arman Bhuyan in the series. He's facing up, so he's still waiting to see Sajid Mia.
Short and called wide. Lucky to get away with that. And Bhuyan, a big swing and the miss.
I'm a little bit surprised I haven't seen Sajid Mia in yet, considering there's 4.5 overs left. That one maybe grabs a little bit of the tram line, tiny bit.
It's been a good over so far from Kamal. Very slow, and that's been hit down to the man down at deep mid-wicket, just a single.
Good fielding. Ground ball's not particularly easy on this field, super dry, but yeah, does a good job and hops just inside the line. The next one, right back on the money. I like that Kamal, he's not afraid to slow it down. He plays on the batter's pride a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's smashing him all over the place.
He's an interesting bowler as Kamal. He's now looks like he's bowling a bit of off spin.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good leg spinner, especially in indoor cricket where you've got a lot of bounce and turn.
Yeah.
And then he tried that for a while and lacked a little bit of control, I think. Then he tried medium pace and again didn't do anything spectacular, but I think his off spin is actually pretty good.
I think it was a really good over.
Oh, very good over.
I think the accuracy was fantastic. And it's the end of the 6th, so it's 58 for 3. But yeah, Sajid Mia still to bat, not batting in the top 5. I can understand, okay, some guys coming in like Bhuyan, want to give him a bat, get him out there. But I'm a little bit surprised with the kind of form that he's in. That
the run rate's dropped now to below 10 and over. So Amir Hussain can bat though. He can. He's got 4 from 4, but he can also hit the ball pretty hard. Maybe that's their thinking, that they've got. I'll give Bhuyan a chance, but Mia's been just absolutely blasting it.
Yeah, he really has. Anyway, here's Saklane Mukhtar over number 7. This is driven away. Thinking about 2 here. Fielder didn't exactly rush there. That's Sazib, who could barely walk, to be honest. Sazib Bhuyan last night. But he's taken his place, and He even fielded it like a slip, which was just, he was hiding there. Didn't really want to chase anything, and then did have to chase a couple of balls. Anyway, this is pitched up, and it could be a catch. It is a catch. What a wonderful piece of fielding. And Mukhtar tossed it up. Hussain took the bait. And yeah, Bohemians, they've taken some great catches in this series. So the Tigers now 59 for 4.
Yeah, nice catch out there. Had a lot of work to do. Went to his left. There's a little bit of breeze as well. So well judged and well held on to. Really nice catch out there. Let's have another look. Got a good piece of it too.
He did, just not quite enough. Went and fetched it from outside the off stump. But I think that's Zishan Azim there. And he's caught really well in this series. He's very good down the ground. Seen him there square of the wicket. But he takes it, dives, protects the ball, and the Tigers lost a 4th wicket, 59 for 4. But yeah, I've been calling for this guy, and now he's going to get his opportunity coming out with around about 3.5 overs to go.
Yeah, I mean, we've bigged him up, but I think he's
with
bigged
good
himself
reason.
up. He's
yeah, with
absolutely
good reason.
Hammered the ball. And this was a replay of that catch.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get all of it, but Cyclane, it's been a pretty good spell. It's taken a couple.
Spinner's doing the work here. Spinner's being very effective. Anyway, good contest. Mia comes out, slashes straight away, will get 4. So this guy generates so much bat speed. He just basically gives it both barrels. And then you can see that's Kunga in the short-term man position. He just points to the ball retriever where it's gone. He says, you can fetch that one because I'm not going to. That's miles away from me, 4 runs.
Am I mistaken, or is Bouillon not bowled yet? Do you think he'll bowl?
I don't think he'll bowl unless he has to.
Maybe.
He looked really rough yesterday.
Oh,
dropped. Oh, he dropped a sitter. Bouillon just spoke his name. And, well, injury or no injury, this one really should be taken.
It was blasted at him, but
he couldn't decide whether he was going fingers up or fingers down. He ends up trying to go fingers up, which means he has to crouch. But it just made it a bit awkward for himself.
Well, he couldn't go sideways because of his injury, because I would have. That was absolutely hammered to him.
Yeah, true. I think he's in mostly as a bat, Sazib, today. But he's a guy, you know, with the ECIs coming up.
Yeah.
He'll want to be fit for those, but also he's a guy that, with the schedule here, maybe you leave him out of the squad and keep him for later in the season. If he's not 100%, you don't want to make it any worse. This is hit down the ground by Bouillon. He'll get a single, takes us to the end of the 7th over. 65 for 4.
Yeah, I think Sazib Bouillon, well, if he's carrying an injury, there's no point in then having him in the Czech lineup, because there's so much talent that needs to prove themselves. He'd want to play, of course.
Yeah, and of course they're looking forward to the ECC and probably looking at a few players to consider for that. So, yes, Sazib, I'm sure he'd be desperate to play, but I also think you want to manage your resources a little bit with a 21-person squad. Have a look at the ECC. Czechia in Group A, and that's an interesting group, isn't it?
Absolutely. Spain, the quality side there, and they made it to the finals, to a championship week last year. Isle of Man, France, a really good side, bolstered by a bit of good batting as well. And Greece, we'll see at the end of the week.
Yeah, well, you went to see Greece, and Czechia going head-to-head. A preview of that Group A clash. Wait, this one's in the air. It's not carrying over the boundary. It does carry to the fielder. He can't hold on. That's Ravi Bist. Makes good ground to get there, but just couldn't hold on to it in the end. Kamal Singh creates another chance.
Didn't quite get all of it, did Bouillon. Let's see what Mia does to the bowling of Kamal Singh, though. Well, gets it to... Oh, it gets dropped at that fly slip area.
Kunga, he's there exactly for that. And really couldn't have hoped for an easier chance. And that's 2 drop catches in the over. Kunga, who we saw, was a bit hit and miss with the gloves last night with his keeping. That time didn't have the assistance of the gloves, but regardless, it went down.
And Kamal continues to cause issues. That was a slightly mishit there by Mia, but 2 catches dropped in the over. He's already taken 1 wicket as Kamal Singh. It's been a good spell. good bowling.
Yeah, he's just been in the right channels, hasn't he? They found him really hard to deal with. I don't know whether they're charging at him or going back trying to cut. Let's see if he can finish off though, because those figures, they can be ruined in a couple of seconds here.
Oh, it's short, in the air, players under it, should take it, and does. Nice catch out there. And is it, I think it's Zisana Azim
again. Yeah, he's been outstanding in the field, hasn't he? And yeah, the funny thing is, Kamal hasn't bowled many bad balls or any. And then when that happens to you, when you've got a guy that's bowling at you, he's being so accurate, when you finally get one you think you can get, you're so itchy to hit it, you often miss-hit it.
Yep.
I think that's the case here. I mean, it's short, really should have been hit for 6. But Azim patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary, doing a great job. The Tigers just losing their way in this inning, 67 for 5.
It was quite a way outside off stump and got up quite high on the batsman. When you talk about batsman, there's Sakibul Tanim is the keeper and the new man in. But it was outside off stump, got pretty high. Probably the wrong shot to play, to be honest. It wasn't the greatest ball from Kamal, but the accuracy was pretty good. So Tanim will face the first delivery, which is the last of Kamal's spell. 2 for 6. Fantastic spell of bowling from Kamal Singh.
Yeah, you're right. The line was okay. It was just the length. I think more often than not this week, that ball gets hit out of the ground. But, yeah, top edge disappeared into the safe hands of Azim. So last ball in the spell for Kamaljit Singh.
This is just hit down the ground. Just be a single.
And that'll take us to the end of the 8th over. What a spell. 2 for 7. Has 2 catches dropped, including a goober in that 8th over as well. And the score is 68 for 5. So Bohemians kind of staring down the barrel of a big chase early on in the first couple of overs, but consistently taking wickets. You can see that 5 of the last 6 overs have brought wickets, and that's certainly brought that run rate down under control.
They haven't really been able to mount a partnership, but I think it's a very, very good spell of bowling from Kamal Singh. And without one of their top-line bowlers, who's carrying a bit of an injury in Sazib Bhuyan, I think they've coped pretty well, have Bohemians, showing a bit of depth. So Guru Singh, again, he hasn't played in this tournament, and he's been entrusted with the 9th over. Comes in the left-hander. That one's pushed across, called a wide.
Yeah, seemed fair enough. He's toying with the wide line there.
Fair enough. And again, gets a better line of length. Left armers are always a trouble. Don't know if these batsmen would have seen too much of Guru, but I'll tell you what, Tanim needs to get Subjib Mia to the other end. So a single would be very useful for the Tigers. And, well, they don't get it. It's an appeal. And it's he's on a maiden almost, apart from that wide. Well, he's not on a maiden at all, is he?
Well, yeah, fake maiden.
Fake maiden. But Tanim's finding it difficult to pick him. And this is down leg side, bit of rubbish, and Tanim does not put it away. He'll get another look at him. But Mia is there, I think, wanting desperately to be facing this bowling. And, well, that's a nice run in the end.
That's the power of no hesitation. You see they're saying we're going no matter where it goes, and then it becomes a foot race between Grover and the batter to get home safely.
Subjib Mia, I think, is a little bit frustrated. Sometimes draws a false shot. And it does.
Could skate. Oh, it goes past one fielder, but not a second. And we'll get back for 2. But yeah, he is frustrated, I'll tell you that much. But so that's time to kind of lift them up, and who knows, with a big over, maybe you could still get them up in the 90s or something like that. Still seems a bit thin on the ground though.
Yeah, it is a bit thin on the ground, considering the start as well. Sagor, who's the quality batsman in this lineup, when he lost his wicket, it started to slow down a bit. That's, again, really good going, and that's a wicket. I think Yeah, umpires put his finger up. The batsman had no doubt. Really good take there by Sahil Grover. And that's...
He's got room to move there. And so he just pushes a bit wider. Smart stuff. And Sajid Mia just has a frustrating time here in match 32. He'll depart, and the score now 73 for 6. 7 balls remaining.
Yeah, Tigers, they've lost their way a bit. Some good bowling, though. That one left the batsman, went away from his bat, and just a neat take by Sahil Grover.
Yeah, just never got settled in that innings, did he? Sajid Mia, for a guy that can hit the ball really hard. I also think they bowled reasonably well to him. Drew him into the shot, kind of went premeditated down the pitch. The bowler says, okay, I'll bowl it around you, so if you miss it, it's not going to hit your body or anything like that. I've got a stumping opportunity. So last ball of the ninth coming up. Mohideen is the new batter.
So, got to go back to his mark there at the bowler. It's been an impressive over from Guru Singh. This one just turn around the corner, bit of fancy foot fielding, fail, and that goes to the boundary. Well,
yeah, well, Wasim, who also looks a bit sore. And look at this effort. It says, okay, I'll just make sure I get the foot under it. And uh-oh, big problems. And some sort of side strain comes in. And just how fast is this outfield? I mean, the fact that could go for 4 is just bonkers. But anyway, it's 77 for 6 walking sticks after 9.
It's amazing how many times players in different sports, when something goes a little bit embarrassing, and then it's like, oh, my back. Or,
yeah, exactly.
Like the pull up with a hammy. It's
yep, that's true. Anyway, Tigers still behind the 8 ball. Big over here, maybe gets them up into the 90s. Magical might get them to 100, but hard to see it happening. And look who's coming back. It's the warhorse, Javed Iqbal, to bowl over number 10.
It was an expensive first over. It's pretty good batting from Sagor. He got lucky with 1, but 4 boundaries from it. I don't see that happening here. I think he's got too much experience. Does Javed? He's going to try to keep the runs down, and just not enough on the board at the moment for the Tigers, unfortunately. They're do you think they're better chasing the Tigers?
I don't think it matters. I think that they're top heavy with the batting. I think that's their main issue. If you do it chasing, you should be able to do it first. I mean, the issue sometimes with some teams that are not so good batting first is they're a bit directionless. They don't really know how hard to go. Maybe they're a bit conservative. Yep. But I don't think that's a problem with these Tigers. Yeah. There hasn't been a problem here. They haven't played enough shots, I don't think. I think they've just been a little bit suffocated by some of the bowling, particularly the spin bowling in the
Absolutely.
middle.
Yeah, it was a really good spell from Kamal Singh, but also Guru Singh. Really good over. No, it's just short of a length, and beats the batsman, who just flays at it a bit. And Javed Iqbal showing his experience. He's very calm under pressure, even though there's really not that much pressure apart from the fact that it's the last over. He's just bowling in good areas, letting the batsman miss.
We get something on that this time, but still, Iqbal giving nothing away really. They've got .1 in the last.
I think it's a meagre total. If I were Bohemians, I would rest Sajid Bhuyan, because he's important for this tournament for Bohemians, and if they do go on to win this game, they're in a very good position to get into that final 4. So
yeah, I agree, 100%. You only use him if you really need him. You shouldn't. 3 to come then. Mohideen. He just goes on the hit. There's a bit of traffic, but they will scramble through for a single.
Yeah, it's good for Iqbal. You saw yesterday he affected 3 run-outs effectively in the Vinarati innings, and that time he knew that it doesn't really matter if they get a wicket or not. He just picked up the ball and walked back to his mark. So again, good sign of experience instead of flaying it at the stumps.
He loves this cricket, Javed. He's just one of those guys. He loves being out there, loves the game. He's a good leader for Bohemians as well. 2 to come here. Yeah, worked away, and this time he's going to bounce off the fine leg. Now it's going to roll, and it's going to be stopped by another foot that came out of nowhere. I think they'll get back for 2, but yeah, Bohemians, they have had a few sins in the field, I think. Who knows? That one bounces off the shin. Almost still goes for 4. Pretty good anticipation, actually, down there to keep it in.
The Women's World Cup football is being played at the moment. It's almost like it was a Bohemians Tigers.
Yeah. Bit of a higher
football
standard,
game.
I think, over there. Anyway, this is going to be the last ball. They're going to run it out here. Go for 2, and throw isn't collected cleanly. So, brilliant last over for Iqbal and the Tigers. They're tamed a little bit in this 10 overs after a bright start. They're only able to manage 83 for 6 in the first innings of the day here on day 7.
Well, they've set a target, and in past years it would have been a pretty good target, or competitive one at least. But with this ground so quick, I think Bohemians should make short work of it. But you never know which Bohemians turn up. They're fantastic in the field, mostly held their catches, and the Tigers, after a really bright start, as you said, Vinny, faded towards the end.
Yeah, they did, but a different story early. I mean, the Tigers, how often do they come out of the cage swinging? And it's been the story of their ECS performance so far, really. We know that a lot's up to the top order. The Bohemians, they're a team that look full of confidence to me as well. I mentioned at the start of the day, they've got a lot of guys that can perform for them. I mean, they even survived without Sazib Bouyan at the bowling crease. We saw some really good spin options from then, but early on, it was all systems go for the Tigers. And yeah, you just tell Bohemians they need to do something a bit different to peg and bat. But I think the introduction of the slow bowling had the desired effect.
Absolutely, and I mean they're down a bowler in Bouyan, and also Farhad is not in the side today. As we see the removal of Tanim, who was a little bit unaware of what was going on. But as I said, as we said before, with Sagor gone, no one really taking control of the innings. Hassanat's a good bat. Sojib Mia as well is one who loves to hit the ball hard. But there was some good bowling, especially from that man, Kamal Singh. And good catching. I think Zishan Azim took 3. So a very good fielding effort from Azim. 3 catches, I should say. But that's when Sazib dropped it. It didn't cost him too much. There was another drop catch. But this one was out in the outfield and well caught by Azim. So, yeah, Kamal, the pick of the bowl was definitely Guru, though, the left armour, as you can see there. Really nice stumping, but a good piece of bowling. It's on a bit of a fancy foot fielding fail from Wazim Sadar. Pat on the back for the Tigers batsmen as they come off the field. But probably pretty meagre total. Look at the top. Sagor 30 or 15. No one really. Everyone contributing a little bit. Hassanat with 11 off 11. And everyone getting a score, but not enough. 9 wides, 10 extras altogether. Helped the score a little bit. 83 for 6. Just probably not enough against a very good Bohemian side. Look at the bowling figures. Iqbal went for 16 off his first, but then held it together. It was good second over. Zishan Azim bowled very well without reward. Mukhtar with 2. Ravi Bist with 1 off his 1 over. But Kamaldeep Singh there, 2 for 7 in this format or any format. Is very good going. And also really good bowling from Guru Singh. So, at the halfway mark in this match 32 from the European Cricket Series in Czechia. Bohemians need 84 to win. Tigers will want to defend it. They'll need early wickets and they'll need consistent wickets. And we're back for the remainder of this game in a few minutes' time. See you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Match between Prague Tigers and Bohemians, match number 32 in this preliminary rounds before finals Friday. And it was a pretty good effort with the ball after a bright start for Tigers. Bohemians dragged them back with some good spin bowling. And Prague Tigers 83, lost 6 wickets. 84 to win for Bohemians. And Tigers will have to bowl very, very well to stop the Bohemians getting this total. And especially this man, Sahil Grover. He's been in sparkling form with a bat. Got a call up to the national team as well, which is good to see. On the back of some fine form. A large squad for that series. One man that won't be there, I'll talk to you about later, who had a bit of an injury in this series. You can see also that Sazi Bouyan has struggled, didn't bowl as well. So it would be Aja Alam, the opening bowler. Very good bowler is Alam. Yeah, pushes it through pretty quickly. So you see a butterfly on the surface there. Nice work from Spring Productions to pick that up. And 4 runs. Aja Alam bowling that first ball to Zaid Mahmood, has been pushed up the order. Been in pretty good form, has Mahmood, in this tournament. It's down leg side, called a wide. I'd be surprised to see Saji Bouyan bat. I think he's a bit of an insurance policy for Bohemians. He can score big runs, he can score them quickly, but if he's not needed, then I think probably wise to leave him out of the batting lineup. Long way to go in this tournament. Just hit in the air, could be gone, just in front of the fielder. Well, that would have been a big breakthrough. It was dropped there. It's Sagor, who's a good fielder. I think he was caught in 2 minds as to whether to come forward or not. Ended up just making it look a bit forced. Just bounced in front of him. Might have got his hands under it. Would have been a really good catch. Mahmood has a life. And again, really good bowling there from Alam. Interesting to see how they bowl the Tigers in these 10 overs. Alam no doubt will bowl 2. Probably just one up top and then keep him for one towards the end, or if they need a breakthrough, they can bring him back. But they'll need wickets here. As he bowls again to Zahid Mahmood. It's straight down the ground. There's a man back there. Should be just a single, and it is well cut off. Good placement from the field placement from the skipper, who is Amin Hussain for the Tigers. Also with Sahil Grover, he does tend to hit down the ground a bit, and he also hits to mid-wicket, and that's where the 2 men are outside the circle. Of course, the fielding restrictions only for 3 overs, but it does tend to allow the batsman who open to hit over the top just like that. That whole area is very open. There's no third man, and that's a boundary there for Sahil Grover, right at the toe of the bat, swung hard at it. Probably not the intended direction, but definitely the intended result. And Grover, he's so important for this Bohemians side. He's taken over the captaincy for this tournament. He's also the wicketkeeper and opening batsman. Some might say it's too much responsibility, but he's taken it on very well, has Grover. Comes Alam again. And slower ball, driven down the ground, just be a single. And picked up by the general manager, Hassanat. And they'll bring Zahid Mahmood back on strike for the final ball of this over. The opening one, 7 from it so far. It's been a pretty good one from Alam, but they'll really have to bowl well, the Tigers. Zahid Mahmood, as I said, he's found a bit of form in this tournament. Sahil Grover been the best of the Bohemians batsmen as well. So he comes in again, and good ball that side off stump. Bit of pace there from Alam, and a very good over for the Tigers, and 7 with no loss. So a target of 84, and 5 matches since the golden ball. Can't believe it's been 5 matches already. So we'll see how it goes with the rest of the tournament. We might see a couple of other golden balls here as well. It's a really close race, and a lot of very equally matched teams. Let's see, last one, Burma versus United in match 29. So a really good finish as well. And if you haven't seen it, it's worthwhile having a look at that golden ball, and also that final over as well, where United were so close to winning. They were so far away from winning at the start of that 10th over. And Ayush Sharma, actually, this one's hit over the top of cover, and that's another 4 runs. Ayush Sharma, who's also made the squad, very large squad that the Czechs have picked for the ECIs coming up. And he's deservedly made that side. So the new bowler is Prem Yadav. This one's just hit into the covers, no run. So, Vinny, what do you make to the start from both these teams in the second innings?
Yeah, Bohemians, understandably and as we expected, playing their shots, and Grover is in great form. Exhibit A, that one, as he just flicks it submissively off his pads for 4. And Prem Yadav, and his ball is probably hitting the stumps, but Grover looks really in touch at the moment, doesn't he? Looked really good last night. I think it's going to be pretty tough for the Tigers to defend this 83. Having said that, the Tigers, they did defend 60 once, so I'm not going to count them out just yet.
It's got to be called a wide.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough, but I mean, the Tigers, they've still got 10 matches to play, including this one. So I suppose that they've got time to turn things around. They're 2-2 before this. It's not a disaster. Had a rain-affected win the other night. Wow, this is a thick edge, and that's going to go away for 4. So, I mean, when things are going your way, things are going your way. Grover just looks super confident. He looks fearless out there, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
So even this one, swinging the bat so hard, that edge flies away for 4.
Yeah, it's Well, they need to get Grover pretty quickly. Otherwise, this game's going to be over pretty soon. Well, at least competitively, at least. They need this wicket of Sahil Grover. Then they can put pressure on the other batsman. And this is high in the air. Players coming around and drops it. Well, that's huge. Aman Bhuyan out there and got under it and couldn't hold on to it. Made good ground.
Yeah, did so well to get in the right spot. He did everything right, to be honest, just didn't stick. He stayed inside the field of play. You can see here, it was just a critical moment. Couldn't close the hands at the right moment. And yeah, big moment as Grover gets dropped.
Yeah, he did everything right there except for hold the catch. And this one's cut to point for no run.
Into the over. So Yadav could have had Grover, but he didn't. And after 2, the score is 21 without loss. So Tigers mentioned that they're still kind of starting their journey. We have this situation where you've got Burno. They've already played 11 of their 14 matches. Tigers have only played 4. It's partly because Burno, they kind of clump their matches together because of the travel.
Sure.
Burno's at about 2.5 hours out of Prague. But Bohemians, they've got a bit of catching up to do as well. And I'm really looking forward to their clash with Prague CC, which is the next match we're going to see after this. But right now, they've got some work to do to chase these runs down. And Prague Tigers, well, they're going to have to take a steady stream of wickets, I think, to have any sort of hope.
Absolutely. I've heard rumours about the PCC lineup, actually, Vinny.
Yeah, I actually have seen it, believe it or not. But first, let's just go back and remember the Prague Tigers when they stole this record on the first ever day of ECN cricket that they played against the Barbarians. They scored 60 and defended it. So I suppose if they can defend 60, they can defend 80-something. Having said that, 21 on the board already. 63 still to get, so never say never. Still feel bad for the Stockholm Tigers there, because that record of Men in Blue stood for like a year and 3 months. And then Stockholm Tigers beat it. And they only had the record for 2 weeks, because then the Prague Tigers stole off them. Now another thick edge. The way that Grover's going, I probably would have a third man almost as a catching position as well as a defending position, because a lot of balls are flying in this direction. And we'll just mark that one down now. 4 more runs to Bohemians.
Well,
but yeah.
They've put someone there now.
Yeah, there you go.
That ball chasing.
I think it's warranted. And, well, 1 ball went in, 2 balls come back. So a bit of multi-ball mode activated here. Hey, Prague CC lineup. What? Tell me your rumours. Tell me your whispers you've heard.
They've got 6 from 6. They basically need 1 win to reach the finals. As this is hit through mid wicket, that's a nice shot there from Grover. I've heard that they're resting a few players. They're bringing a few in. So I've heard there's no Lala. I've heard there's no Beast. I've heard there's no Arun. And they're bringing Sharan Ramakrishnan in, and Kushal Mendon is in. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, they're replacing with quality. So
I mean, they've got such depth. I mean, they've got more depth than any other club. I think they could easily field 2 teams in this competition if they had to. Pretty much everything you said then was right. I don't know about Ramakrishnan being in the lineup for the next game, though. That's the only one.
I think he's here. Well, that's what I've heard. That was from Phil G. So maybe the information I've got from him is a little dodgy.
No, but no, it's okay. That's all. That's on the grapevine. Let me have a look. Yeah, don't see Ramakrishnan in the lineup. But, yeah, you're right. No Lala, no Ashokan, no Wickramasekara. I'm just wondering, maybe it was something to do. He's talking about resting. Well, I know it was the Beast's birthday a couple of days ago. And perhaps they're still resting from the celebrations.
Well, he does like his whiskey. I know that.
He does like his whiskey, Sidesh.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be watching, but wishing him happy birthday. But, yeah, so still got some good players in there. You got Davitsi and probably the tank.
Samira's coming in as well.
Kaya Mehta is in the lineup.
Good to see.
Kushal Mendon will lead the side. Samira Mandaranga is a very good bowler in particular. Oh, he's been so good at this shot, hasn't he, Grover? It's been a rinse and repeat about this. Just cannot get too straight to him at the moment. Once again, Ajaralam attacks the stumps and the ball disappears. It takes us to the end of the 3rd over. into the power play. Score 35 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good power play from Bohemians. They're up for they're one of the favourites for this tournament. Definitely now, with a bit of a dodgy start, but they're really up there and firing on all cylinders.
54 and 29, the two halves in the first half of this game. So you can really see how, okay, it's a pretty similar start. In fact, it's exactly the same amount of runs they got the power play, but yeah, Bohemians won't be planning on going south the way the Tigers did through the middle overs.
Indeed.
It was the spinners that did it, though. It was
Absolutely.
the spin, lack of pace, that just hampered the Tigers. Now we're going to see Himel Rongdi with the ball. So let's see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, the power play is over, so the field is relaxed. And on to Said Mahmood. Hasn't really got going in his innings yet. It's just punched to cover for no run. Vinny, have you heard of the Czech cricket bonanza?
I have, actually. Should we talk about it a little bit?
Let's have a chat
We'll
about
talk about it maybe during the next game as well.
Yep.
With as viewers continue to join the broadcast. But yeah, I'm super excited about it.
it.
Rongdi is going to bowl this ball to Mahmood. He's had a bit of struggle getting going, but probably doesn't matter because it's being papered over by Grover at the other end. Well, I know it's going to be next Saturday, so in 6 days' time, on the first day of the internationals. And there's going to be a lot of stuff happening at the ground, right?
Absolutely. Look, apart from the international cricket between the Czechs, Cyprus and Greece, lots of other things happening. There'll be the Czech ladies team will be here. The youth players from Czechia will be here playing games. There'll be lots of.
There's a chance to like try on equipment, so people that may haven't tried the cricket equipment on before.
I'm sure there'll be some a little bit of cricket on the other field as well for people who want to try it out. But also, very exciting, some South African food.
That's the bit. And for all of that, and I am excited about that, when I heard that, my ears pricked up.
Some
the South African food coming up.
Braai lappa,
Yep.
called, and there's lamb on a spit, Vinny. We don't get much lamb here in the Czech Republic, so I'm super excited for that.
And boerewors rolls.
Boerewors as well.
Boerewors rolls. Yeah.
I'm gonna do nothing but eat on that day, I think, by watching some good cricket.
Yeah, I think we'll be jostling for position out of the box actually with some of the offerings. It's a good over from Rongdi though. He's only going for 2 singles. Last ball of it coming up.
But all welcome out to Vinod. It's free. Of course, you have to buy your Boerewors and your.
Yeah, come out here, check it out. If you've been watching, if you're in the area, in the surrounding areas, it's a great over from Rongdi. Just the 2 singles off it. And Bohemians, let's hit a speed hump there in the 4th. It's 37 without loss. Yeah, so we did something similar, or something similar was done in Portugal during the ECIs, where they had the South African food fired up.
Yeah.
And that was a bit cruel because it was wafting into the production van and all the spring productions. They were getting a little bit, they had a bit of FOMO because they were still having to push the buttons until the end of the game. And it's really fun. It's great to hear that there'll be a big effort to turn the ECIs into a bit of a production. Being the weekend as well, I'm looking forward to meeting a whole bunch of new people that might be interested in cricket and want to get involved in the festivities.
Well, there's going to be the ladies team, the Czech ladies team coming out. Also the juniors from Czechia. I'm sure there'll be parents there as well. So there's going to be a nice little crowd, and it'll be great to support the Czech team, as this has been I think all the way.
Oh, you just stick a third man in. You say, all right, you're there for the edge, and then you get a thicker edge. Again, that's 180 degrees from where Sahil was aiming that, but he'll take the Maximo as he moves to 38. To be honest, Mahmood at the other end, he's pretty much a corpse with pads, to be honest. He's 3 off 12. It doesn't matter because Grover's getting the job done.
As per usual. He's been in great form. And I don't know, like they're a good batting side, the Czech team. Sazi Bujan might be a bit of a doubt. Would you put Grover in the national team as a batsman? Because I think
Potentially, yep.
Divi Singh's a better keeper, I think, and in very good form. Grover, well,
It's been called a wide. The thing is, the tram line's still the tram line, even if he switches around. So let's have a look.
yeah, good call.
So I think it's still a wide. Short answer, sometimes, and potentially yes. Yeah, and I'll tell you one reason. Success on this pitch in these conditions.
Yeah.
You know, he's having a great series. And Exhibit A, this one comes out of the screws and out of the ground. Maximo, as the 50 partnership comes up. Grover doing the heavy lifting. And Bohemians well on track here. So, yeah, I talked about, I mean, having played on this pitch recently as well. It's slightly different. And a lot of the guys here in Czech cricket, they are used to it, right? But he's one guy that I just think he's batted really well on it. I think you could get him out there. You could get him opening. I mean, Davizzi internationally has been a bit hit and miss, you know, at the top of the order.
But I've never seen him in such good form with both the gloves and the bat.
Yeah.
So, and I think he's better behind the stumps, as that goes for 4 as well.
Yeah. So I think for me, Grover, for sure, he's in the squad. Whether he plays every game or not, I don't know. I don't know if anyone will play every game, to be honest.
No.
With 6 matches and a huge squad, we might even see them say, look, you know, we're going to bring this 14 for the morning games, Saturday morning. They'll have 2 games in the morning. They'll have 2 games in the afternoon. I think they'll mix and match a bit because you want to put as many players to the test as possible. The other thing is the fatigue factor. After playing 14, potentially 16 matches in the ECS, I just think you're managing your squad. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. But, yeah, for sure, Sahil, in this form, he gets a gig. But who knows? He's hitting him great now. Let's see how he's hitting him in a week's time leading into the series.
That's true. So hit straight down the ground. And, well, does well, the fielder. That's Sojib Mia out there.
Takes him to the over as well. And it's 55 without loss after 5. Yeah, so triple header in Portugal last night. Triple header again tonight, and then we'll go back to 2 matches a day, but we'll see Gamblers as well as the Porto Wanderers and Marlow on show tonight. Yeah, so Marlow, they've won a lot of trophies there in Portugal. The only trophy that Marlow didn't win was the night series last year, and we're up to kind of like 4 or 5 championships we've had in Portugal, day and night series. So Gamblers were the team that made sure that Marlow didn't win the trophy last year in the night series. So they'll face off tonight, and also the Porto Wanderers, who've got some pretty good players. They borrowed pretty heavily from Oerash, which is Conrad Greenshield's club. This is hit super hard, and it's just going to blast through Sagor. He does get down, but not quite in time. And Grover, what I like about this, he's not a one-trick pony. You know, yes, he tries to hit a lot of balls to leg side, but he's also able to drive down the ground, go through the offside. You saw that last over. And that brings up his 50. And it's lightning fast, almost missed it. 53 off 19 balls. Well batted, Sahil.
Well, I've got an admission to make with Sahil Grover as he tries to switch hit again for no apparent reason.
Just breaks his leg by hitting with the bat.
So Sahil, Terry O'Connor rates Sahil's batting. Really rates it. But a few years ago. But I always saw him, and I saw him in the nets for the national team training as well. And so bowler comes in again. It's hammered out towards the player out there who manages to knock it over.
Good effort. I mean, it's a really good effort. Had to go up and do his right, and he just had to hope it might stick to the palm. But in the end, it's going to be an assisted Maximo. Grover.
So with Grover, especially in the nets, he would always back away. He didn't like it into his body at all. All right, and so everything was played over the top of cover, and occasionally he'll sneak one in on the leg side, but that wasn't his game. And as it says, just clamp down on. But he's improved, and I'm not sure if it's just the confidence of playing shots on the leg side, whether they were there before, and sometimes batsmen forget to play certain shots or take it out of their game because it causes them issues. But he's now a lot. He's still a little bit unorthodox, is Sahil in some ways, but he's super effective on both sides of the ground now.
Yeah, and he's been very good at getting inside the line of the ball, you know, and opening out that leg side.
Yep.
He's one guy, he's found the pace of the pitch. You know, he's found the pace of the pitch. It does hold up a little bit.
Well, that's what I think with these international games coming up next weekend, is that the Greek and the Cypriot teams might find it a little bit strange to start off with, and they'll take some time to catch up.
I think so.
So I think the Czechs will have definitely the advantage. As we see the scorecard here, it's a bit lopsided. 66-run partnership. 60 of those to Grey Hill Sova.
Grey Hill Sova.
Grey Hill Sova.
That's like-
Sahil Grover. Another spooner, same spoonerism as yesterday, actually.
Well, I tell you what, Grover has just been moosing in the last 24 hours. He wasn't even feeling that well last night, believe it or not. Had some bit of an issue. Yeah, just with a slight, I suppose, discomfort or illness.
He's been doing a lot of work.
Nothing dramatic, but
I mean, he's the keeper, so he's got no respite.
Tell you what, Rohit Kunga's keeping was exciting last night.
Was it?
8 buys within about 2 minutes, and everyone was nervous for him. Took 1 or 2 in the guts as well. But then, to be fair to Rohit, he did finish a very good run out, and then he took a brilliant catch over his head later in the innings. So I do think that they're happy to have Grover available to do the wicket keeping though. Here's Mahmood. He's just settling in for a nice net himself. He's 3 off 15 now. There's a few comments in the chat, probably rightly so, saying you'd probably normally get retired on that. But they're saying, no, that's fine. You're involved in an opening partnership. Go home and tell the family, yeah, put on 67 for the first wicket.
Batter through the innings.
He's going to increase his score by 33% as he knocks this down the ground for 1.
Oh, well, lucky Grover hasn't lost his wicket because he wouldn't rely on Zaid Mahmood in this mood.
Kroom just read my mind. I just saw that he'd written that same comment. Anyway, this could be trouble because it's up in the air and it should be gone. It's Rongdi and he takes the catch. So Grover does go now within fair range of the target now. And Sagor comes on and picks up the wicket. Grover bats beautifully once again. Continues his good form, but he has to fall for 61 and Bohemians lose their first, 68 for 1.
How vital was that the drop catch from Aman Bhuyan in the early on in Grover's innings? Oh, there's a bit of handbags. Grover's having a bit of a chat.
Well, Pete's very experienced, knows these guys all really well. But yeah, Sagor might have given him a bit as he's gone off. Eventually, it's a little bit of assistance from Pete. Says, okay, Sahil, you go that way.
It's I'm sure the tournament referee will have a chat to both players.
Yeah. All right, it's come back and ding, ding, ding. Yeah, Pete's very quick saying, come on, gentlemen. Probably a bit of frustration from the Tigers as well. They've been put away. And Grover's saying, well, he said this and he said this, and that's why I had to come back and confront him. So Sagor adding a bit of spice to the contest. And kind of ruins the little moment where Grover gets to walk off the field for 61. Anyway, Sazib Bhuyan does bat 3 here for Bohemians, and the first one's going to sneak down the leg side. He's not a huge fan of running at the moment, and he will not have to, because that's going to be 5 wide. So Sagor, unfortunately, he's all bark, no bite there as he gets the wicket, but the very next ball he wastes 5. So any hope of a dramatic turnaround probably put to bed with that Minimo.
Well, that's it. Is that, I mean, with Grover, we mentioned how vital he is to this lineup, and with Bhuyan struggling with an injury, and Zaid Mahmood reluctant to score runs, it was a good opportunity in a way for the Tigers if they'd taken that catch. And this is going to be dropped, but saved the runs. Kind of a good effort, I guess.
He always got that. I thought he was no hope. I thought it was lifting him over the top. Have a look. He puts the hands up, just kind of, keeps it in play at least. And they will get a 1. Bhuyan struggles with the running at the moment because of his injury. That was a good effort, though. I don't think you really criticise the fielder there at all. Then our last ball in the over. And Pete Vincent having another little word with Sagor. And this maybe just checking. There is one to come. There is. And Mahmood, 4 of 16 to face it.
And look, a dot ball. What is Zahud? I mean, obviously he's giving Sazib the strike, but
yeah,
this is a very strange innings from Zaid Mahmood.
Situationally, it's not a bad play, I suppose. I mean, Sazib's out there to face. You're probably not looking at making him run a single because they don't really want him running at the moment. So, yeah, it doesn't look great in the scoreboard, 4 of 17, but maybe it's what his team needs towards the end of this innings. Anyway, let's have a look. And Prague CC mentioned a slightly different looking lineup. In fact, we'll see 6 players for the first time in the series in match 33. That's coming up in around about 35 minutes time. You got Davitsi and the tank, Riddick Toma at top of the order, Mendon, the captain at 3. And Bharadwaj, Bharadwaj behind the stumps for them. Bohemians, well, they'll be hoping to just keep on doing what they're doing.
6 new additions to the side. This is hit over the top, and I think it's 1 bounce.
Yeah, I think it's 4 as well. Checking out the replay. Right, yeah, this is why they wanted Bouillon on strike, because that's what he's there to do. And starts with 4. So, I mean, that's why, you know, the ultimate team man, Zahid Mahmood, at the other end, he blocked out the last ball so that Bouillon could face. He's a smasher. He's hold up the bowler.
Oh, that's filthy.
Having said that, I mean, Mahmood probably would appreciate a couple of these, because that's one that he might have finished off. Anyway, that's it. Game, set, match, and 7.2 overs required for Bohemians to get these runs, and yeah, really not that competitive in the end, although there was a bit of competitive spirit shown at the end, and we'll see if there's any repercussions there. But ultimately, it's an easy win for Bohemians. The final score, Bohemian Cricket Club, 84 off 7.2, defeating the Prague Tigers, 83.
Yeah, it was a convincing victory by the... still something going on, having a bit of chat. I think pat on the back for Sagor. But convincing victory for Bohemians, and it was that man again, Sahil Grover, who got a life early, but really after that it was almost chanceless until he was dismissed, smashing into all parts. And I think this might have been the catch. In fact, it wasn't. It was just another 4.
Yeah, but cricket is a confidence game, though, isn't it? And yeah, this is the one you're talking about. Aman Bouillon not able to hold on. But from there, it was all guns blazing. And you kind of make your own luck to an extent as well with when you're swinging the bat that hard. Grover, basically, like he was batting with a cardboard cutter, really, because you know, so he didn't really have to do that much. So yeah, I'm not super critical of his contribution, because he stayed there, and he, by not getting out, I suppose he allowed Sahil to express himself. They were well ahead of the rate. So in those circumstances, you can handle it. But anyway, we saw Grover finally go for 61 late in the piece, and then, yeah, it was handbags at 6 paces, wasn't it? But yeah, hopefully there's nothing more to that. Everyone shakes hands, gets on with it. We'll have to see if there's any repercussions. Hopefully not. Maybe just some stern warnings. But yeah, Bouillon, he came out, and we know that he's not fully fit, but that last one was a gift. He put it away. Game, set, match, and this one was put to bed. And so, yeah, Bohemians, easy win, continue there. Good streak at the moment. They've come back. You know, last night the 2 wins. Solid win here. To be honest, when you look at their squad and the Prague CC squad today, there's not too much between those two teams as we look at the scorecard. 84 for just the loss of the 1 wicket of 7.2. Led by Grover, 61 off 24. Had a bit of a party, didn't he? 9 fours and 3 maximos in his innings as far as the bowling. Not too much joy though. I think Rondi, he was a good pickup for the Tigers. None for 13 off his 2 overs. The wicket went to Sahadat Sagor, who certainly had plenty to say, and Grover had plenty to say back. So, well, it's been a day of hot goss so far. Maybe we can give you the real story. But we'll be back in around about 25 minutes, taking you to the second game of the day with Prague CC back. They're undefeated, but will they stay that way? Bohemians winning the toss and batting in that game. So we'll see more Grover after the break. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek in Prague. Hope you're having a great Sunday morning. We'll see you the other side of this break for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company. Sun's out. Beautiful Sunday for cricket. It's going to continue now because we're going to have Prague Cricket Club out there in the middle for the first time in quite a while actually. Now early in this series they were really impressive and they have a 6-0 record currently. They're going to play against Bohemians who've been in pretty good form as well lately. So it's going to be match number 33. Charles Croucher has the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Please. Heads is the call. And it's a head. They'll go to bat first, please.
So the news from the toss is that Bohemians have won. Sahil Grover elects to bat first. So I think that they like that toss. I think that the risk with PCC, if you let them bat first, they can just steamroll you. So Bohemians, they've been batting pretty well of late as well, if you look at the last couple of days at least. And perhaps they can put some pressure on the PCC batting in the second half of this game. One thing I will say about Bohemians, I really like their slow bowling in the middle, and they showed a lot of depth in the bowling. I think that Kamal Singh bowled really well. Also, I've got to mention Zishan Azim. I think he's been a really important player for Bohemians this week. He's got a really safe pair of hands as well. PCC, we know that they've got some very good players in their squad, but we won't see Aaron Ashoka in this game. We won't see the Beast Sudesh Wickramasinghe as well. Don't know if it's because he's had his birthday party, because I know the Beast had a birthday a couple of days ago. So no confirmation of those rumours, but they will have some good players. We've got Davitsi in there. You've got the Tank Riddick Tomar. So PCC 6 in a row. I'm sure they'll want to make it 7 right here. Danny Hudacek is standing by as we get ready for the second match of the day, match 33. Bohemians winning the toss and having a hit. Over to you, Danny. Let's get ready for some action.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series here from Czechia. Match number 33 between Prague Cricket Club and Bohemian. And I think on paper at least two pretty evenly matched sides. PCC are 6-0, as we see the lineups here. Sabon Davisi and Riddick Tomar at the top. But it'll be Bohemians who won the toss, elected to bat. Sahil Grover we'll see again. Martin Verndl, didn't see him this morning. He's in the sides. Aid Mahmood and Sazib Bhuyan do most of the heavy lifting with the bat. Bhuyan though with an injury. And a few good ins for PCC. Samira Watanabe he's back in. Kushal Mendon also a very good captain and good with the bat and the ball. Smit Patel's in. Kayur Mehta haven't seen yet. Ajit Singh is in. And also Kunal Barwaj. He had good raps on him. Speaking of one of the PCC players, I think on the first day, might have been Rohit Deshmoni actually, and he mentioned that two players in particular to look out for, it might not have seen, are Aditya Kutawala and also Kunal Bhardwaj. And we've seen Aditya and he's been fantastic. No Aditya today, I'm sure he'll come back towards the end of the week. But interesting to see what Kunal does with the bat. He'll be behind the stumps with the gloves. And it will be Samira Mataranga to open. Well, the wind's picked up, the stumps have fallen over again out of absolutely nowhere. It's been a little breezy, but not too persistent. He normally gets a lot of outswing to Samira, but it looks like the wind is going against the outswing, so it might help him, keep him in line. He's been a good bowler for PCC for many years, and also for the Czech national team. And as I mentioned, Kushal Mendon, he'll be important with the bat and the ball. He was the top wicket taker in the down in the Valletta Cup when the Czechs won it a few years ago. Kyle Gillam was scaring them from one end, and Kushu just kept on picking up wickets from the other. So he's a handy player. But 2 men back. The power play, we have third man, which is I think wise because it'll go outside off as Samira starts, and that's tucked around the corner. No run. Bowling to Sahil Grover, who's been in great form. Zahid Mahmood is the batsman on the opposite end. Let's see what kind of innings Zahid has. There's a test match cricket from him in the last game, but pretty much did what he should have done. Just keep things out, keep things simple, get the strike over. Madaranga bowls to Grover again, tucked around the corner again, same result, and it's picked up by the fielder there, just a backward square leg. The other man out is Smit Patel, who's pretty much, he's on long on. He's got a good pair of hands. He's very quick along the ground, is Smit Patel. Good start here from Madaranga. Comes in bowling to Grover. And this one's been poked. Just that third man region just for a single. Gets the Bohemians innings off the mark. Zahid Mahmood will get the batsman facing. Samira, he was part of the national team setup. Played the Continental Cup in Romania, where the Czechs lost the final to Austria a few years ago. The bowls to Zahid Mahmood. And a good ball. Got a lot of lift there. Bowls with good pace, normally with a lot of outswing, but again, I think the wind's going against him a little bit. He's listed as coming in at number 4 in the batting lineup for PCC. In the national team, Ed Knowles would walk in to any dressing room or anywhere we were set, and he said, "Okay, batting lineup, Samira number 11," and that was the first thing he did every time. So you can swing the bat a bit, so Samira, and that's gone, I think. Well, he's walked the batsman. Nice catch by Kunal behind the stumps, and that's the first wicket down, and it's Zahid Mahmood. In fact, it's not. It's Sahil Grover. My apologies. It's a big wicket, and he's walked. Well, nice take out there by the keeper with the sunglasses on. It's a huge wicket in the context of this game. Grover's been in really good form and great bowling by Sahil Grover. Sorry, by Samira to dismiss Sahil Grover. Really good effort there. So the wind is really picking up again. It's a feature of this ground. We could often start with just a little bit of a breeze or no wind at all, and then it does pick up. And hopefully it's not going to cause too much havoc. It's going to be difficult for the fielding team to catch for high catches, and also for the bowlers to control maybe. Samira's had no problem with his control so far. Bhuyan, the new batsman. Whoa, good ball straight up and got him. Well, 2 and 2 for Samira. He is a quality bowler. And that's the end of the 2 top guns for Bohemians and PCC. They've got a lot of changes in their lineup, and here's one man that's come in. And not bad having an international bowler. As you see, just clipped the top of the bails. And Sazib didn't actually realise, I think. Surely he heard. And he's looked back at Samira, who's celebrating. And he's on a hat-trick. Here's Madaranga. And Bohemians are 1 for 2. That's a golden derrick there for Sazib Bhuyan. Let's see what Kushi Mendon does with the field when Samira bowls his next over. I think it will be Mendon who'll take up the attack. A quick check on who the bowler will be. So hat-trick heroes. This is the Hall of Fame. And there's been 5 of them in Hungary. And Zishan Kukihel was the last one. Vinny, interesting start.
Interesting. Disastrous for Bohemians. And yeah, Grover's still out there. I was pretty sure it was Grover that went. Am I crazy?
No, Grover's out. Definitely out.
It's, I agree.
Martin Verndl's a new batsman. Sazi Bouillan's gone. Grover's gone.
Yeah, I think I saw what you saw.
Yeah, it fooled me.
Grover's a dead man walking on the score graphics, but I can tell you that Mataranga is on a hat trick. When we see him next, we'll try and bear that in mind. What a great start for PCC. Different looking side for them, 6 changes. But brilliant start nonetheless. They've got such depth, this club. Okay, so here's Tomar, who's going to take up the attack. The man affectionately known as the Tank.
It's bowling to Zahid Mahmood. And Mahmood struggled in the last game to get any runs at all. And it's a good start there from Tanky. Hits him in the hip. Bit of an agricultural shot. I think he's trying to find the ball at the moment, is Zahid Mahmood. As I mentioned, the graphics are slightly wrong. Verndl is at the other end, the left-hander, who's due some runs, actually. This one's just bottom edge, and another dot ball from Tomar. But disastrous start for Bohemians. The two batsmen who are most likely to score runs for them are now sitting down and watching.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So yeah, Tomar, he's off to the races, isn't he? He's got a flying start with 2 wickets in the wickets column already.
It's 3. Well, that's Zahid, who tried to use his feet, who hit it straight to Rohit Deshmoini, who makes no mistake, and this could be a very quick game here. We're wondering, with PCC, they made 6 changes for this game. Brought in some players who haven't had a chance to perform. And of course it's a weekend, so availability could be an issue, but also given players a good rest, because I know they'll be needed towards the finals. And well, they've taken 3 wickets. There's only 1 run on the board. And Bohemians are in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, they sure are. And their batting's been so reliable over the last couple of days, but different story here. He couldn't have picked the fielder out any better. Nicely held there by Rohit.
Yeah, he's got good hands, Rohit. We saw him take one of the catches of the tournament a few years ago. Who ran across and dived full length to his right to take a spectacular catch. I think it was in the Czech Super Series in the very first broadcast here. And I'm sure Rohit will have a bowl as well. He's a very cagey bowler. But at the moment, it's Riddick Tomar who's taken that wicket. The current run rate is 0.67.
Well, Aaron Ashokan is cheering the boys on from Munich. Just saw him appear in the chat. Hello, Aaron. Hopefully you're well. And I was wondering, is there a possibility that maybe the Beast's birthday party got out of hand, forcing a few changes in the side? I know that Sudesh, he had a birthday on, I think it was Friday. So happy birthday to the Beast.
By the way, I forgot to say hi to Shobit Bhatia, who's at the Down Under. He's preparing our lunches.
Hello, Shobit.
So he's doing a very important job for the good of cricket, as we do like the pies from the Down Under. We do.
Yeah, I was there the other night with Shobit as well. We were watching some of the action from Portugal. You can watch all kinds of sports down there.
I was there last night with a good friend of mine, Eric Walker, who has been a big part of Czech cricket over the few years. He's the token West Indian in the league. From Guyana, so it was nice to catch up with Eric.
Yeah, I've met Eric before actually. He's a lovely guy.
He is.
So many great characters around here. But 1 for 3. That's a real disastrous start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's it couldn't have been much worse, really. As we see these are the lineups.
21. That's a lot. I honestly think they'll probably end up going with about 15 or 16, and they'll probably make a cut, I think, towards the end of this ECS, based on ECS performances. But you can see Czechia keeping their options open.
I really hope they try a couple of these players. Like Vaishak Jagannathan has had a pretty good tournament so far, and it's it's a bit of a who's who of Czech cricket, to be honest. It's good to see players being given a chance. Murali Vandrassi, the leg spinner. Tree is back in. Ayush Sharma is a good inclusion, I think, as well.
Talked about the Czechia team a little bit, the squad, but Cyprus, they've got some players to watch. Watch out for Rajvinder Brai, really smashes the ball. The other name I really like in the Greek team, actually, is Georgios Galanis. He's a teenage leg spinner, played all his cricket in Greece.
Yeah.
And he's a bit of a talent. This is almost a fourth wicket instead, and we'll get through for a single. They haven't quite evened up the score yet, though. Georgios Galanis, I remember meeting him at the ECS in Greece back in 2021. And I assumed he must have grown up in England or something like that. I mean, he was 16 then. He was a very accomplished leg spinner. And I said, how'd you learn your cricket? I'm from my dad. I'm like, so I think his dad must have grown up in England or something. And who did your dad play for? And he said, yeah, he played for Athens. You know, it's just second generation European cricketer, and a high quality one at that.
A lot of Greeks in Australia. I played cricket with a lot of my Greek mates. I played in a band with George Spanos. So a lot of George Spanos stories I've probably told you in the past. We can go through a few George Spanos stories. As Tomar comes around the wicket to their left-hander. Again, no runs.
I played with a guy called Theo Dropoulos that played some first-class cricket in Australia as well. And also, he has a Greek background. I heard that he spent a little bit of time in Greece and just carved up that competition. Played a bit in the Big Bash as well, Theo. Now he's like a sports presenter on the news in Adelaide. And
interesting thing with Greece, I don't think it's changed as Verndl hits that just past Smet Patel. That'll be a boundary. Nice shot. And much needed 4 runs for Bohemians.
Maybe, Danny, this is Verndl's world that we're going to see today. Maybe it's a perfect opportunity with him to play his shots. That was a nice one, first boundary of the innings. It's 6 for 3 after 2 overs.
It's hopefully it is. As the table here, PCC 6 wins from 6. A lot of changes into this lineup, though. Bohemians, they are in 4th place at the moment. They've only played 7 games.
Looking at that, Spartans of Inarati, it's hard to see them making it. Right. So then you've got your 4 contenders up the top 4. So we're the only Barbarians and Tigers, I think, are going to challenge for those positions. All right, here we go. Mataranga's on a hat trick, and there's the list of hat trick takers this year. There's a very diverse bunch of cricketers there.
Do you know how many there've been in total in the ECS? I mean, we've played lots of games.
I could guess. I think it would be around about 80. Anyway, here's a hat trick ball.
It's been slammed on the leg side, backward square leg for 4.
That's ECS for you,
that
right
is.
there. A hat trick ball. There's your hat trick ball. Go and fetch it. It's halfway to the car park. What a good shot that is. First up by Guru Singh. Yeah, I think we get around about 35 a year on average. So if you want to say we've played 3 years, then we might be around 100. Might be around about 100 by now. Because now we've this is about the 3-year anniversary of full-time cricket. And by full-time cricket, I mean, week in, week out. It was actually June 2020 when we started that.
Good ball. Well, the fact that he didn't get the hat-trick, Samira, but he did get Sahil Grover and Sazib Bouillon, I don't think he'll mind the missing out on the hat-trick too much.
Big wickets. So, Keanu's saying the original Aussie Greek was Steve Nikitaris, played for Greece from 1990 to 2011. Now, didn't he play for Western Australia a little bit, Keanu? Tell me if I'm remembering correctly. Let's grab a little bit of the tram line there. But, Steve Nikitaris, that rings a bell.
What I was going to say with the Greeks, I think if I understand it well, I'm not sure if it's still the ruling, but if you have a Greek name, if you have Greek heritage, then you automatically get a Greek passport. I'm not sure if that's changed. That used to be the case. I'm
not so sure these days.
Well,
do you know who is eligible for Greek citizenship? Actually, it's Corey Rutgers.
Oh, really?
Did you know that? And so he's in the process of getting his Greek passport. I think it's just sitting on someone's desk
He's
somewhere.
the least Greek looking person I've ever seen.
And when he heard what you just said, and I think he heard that, he started saying, no, it's Corey Rakataris.
or something like that. Kofka.
And under what conditions is he?
I think he's on his father's side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Of course, there are a lot of Greek immigrants in Australia. And Melbourne has the second highest number of Greek citizens in the world.
Yeah.
After Athens.
After Athens, that's true.
It's amazing.
Spent a bit of time in Greece. Beautiful countryside there as well. Weather hot.
Yeah.
Again, summer it gets super hot there. But yeah, we're hopeful we can get back to Greece for some cricket at some point. I suppose this year in Greece is still kind of developing as far as the amount of domestic teams and how to get them all in one location for an ECS. We have had one there before. It was in October 2021, and it was GEK Corfu that won that one.
So I did see. I almost went to Corfu. There was going to be a series during the little Czech Super Series. There might have been a series in Corfu, and of course I put my hand up for it because I'd love to go to Greece. But it never happened. And but I saw some highlights of games as Samira comes in again, and another dot ball. It's going to be a dot ball. It's got through the keeper and should go all the way, and it does. So it'll be 4 byes. Very handy. It was the last ball of the power play.
Kind of Yorks the keeper here, see? Went down and jammed under his fingers. And this is such a fast outfield. He's ringing. Probably got the end of his fingers there, Colonel Bharadwaj. Anyway, into the over, Mataranga. Good spell from him, though. 2 for 7. His figures very healthy indeed. Bohemians trying to recover. But so far, not too much happening in the power play. 15 for 3.
Yeah, it's a better over for them because of those byes mainly, but a bit of a disastrous power play, losing 3 big wickets and then only a fair 15 runs. And it will be Rohit Deshmoini who he'll come in.
So you watched a bit of it from Greece then?
What I did is there was something on YouTube and talking about Greece and Corfu, and it looked like they were playing some sort of square in the middle of cars and shops, and I thought,
I know where that is.
Oh.
So when was this?
This was
what?
4 years, like 2020.
Yeah, okay, because they're not allowed to play in that ground anymore.
I wonder why.
So there's a cricket ground right in the middle of Corfu, like right where the city is.
Yeah.
Where all the cafes up one side and cars parked everywhere. They are allowed to play there, but they've got to play softball cricket. They're not allowed to play hardball cricket.
Yeah.
Wonder why. Because they had cars parked about 50 metres away.
That would, I mean, could you imagine playing ECN cricket, 10-over cricket with some of the hitters? This is in the air, player under it, should take it. Davisi takes an easy catch, and that's the end of Verndl, who misses that again.
Verndl's world goes crashing down as he elevates. Not a bad looking shot, just didn't quite get the power or the elevation to get it over Davisi. And Bohemians have lost a 4th wicket, and it's hard to see a way back here at the moment. I suppose they still have some players that can swing the bat. They're going to have to take some risks. They're going to have to probably get a bit of luck too. But right now they're 15 for 4.
Don't really think the wind helped him either, because he is hitting into the wind. He did hit into the wind, as you can see. We can see it from the sight screen there, blowing like a sail.
It's the reverse wind. I think most of the time it's been coming kind of behind the batter, but right now it's behind the bowler.
Yep.
And
so hitting into the breeze is very risky. It's only 50-metre boundaries, but 50 metres away plus the length of the pitch.
This is Saklai Mukhtar coming in at number 6.
Well, half the length of the pitch, I say.
Yeah, but how about that Greek ground? So the ground we actually play is actually at the marina. Now that has some other issues because when it rains, it holds water. It does not drain. Actually, the week before we had the ECS there in 2021, they said something like they had a whole 2 years worth of rainfall in 3 days or something like that, and it was crazy. So even though the first day, even though the sun was out, we couldn't play. The field was unplayable, and even it was a little bit dicey by day 2, but everyone was so keen. It was only a 1-week series, so we were able to get going on day 2. But we knew if there was going to be any more rain, that was pretty much going to be that.
Yeah.
And there was rain forecast from Thursday, so we went from 4 matches a day to 5 matches a day to catch up on the matches. We played Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It was kind of like waiting for the beginning of the end, but the rain never came. And then Friday, we said, we'll be lucky to get any cricket here. And the forecast saying rain. We're waiting. Played all of Friday. So now we just got to get through the finals. Finals were Saturday. Here's Deshmoini. Angled away by Mukhtar. He'll get off the mark. So we're thinking, well, maybe we're going to get away with this. We went out for dinner Friday night. By the way, the field's still really wet, despite not having rained for a week. It's still wet. And we're all sitting down for dinner, and we're saying, maybe we're going to get a finals day. And then I'll never forget the sound of, like it came like, build an ark, get 2 of each animal and get it on. And unfortunately, we lost the finals day to rain. So we lost the first and the last day there. Close call again. But yeah, we still went to the ground on Saturday morning, even though we had a fair idea there'd be no cricket, and it was literally underwater. You almost needed a boat to get in. So that's the only issue with that ground. But when it's dry, it's a beautiful ground. I've been seeing a little bit of cricket from there recently as well. In Athens, the teams based there, they have to pretty much play on football grounds. So it's a little bit awkward. They have kind of special rules. They kind of set up at one end, scoring behind. You can't get boundaries. You only get 2 kind of thing. But they improvise. They do what they can over there. And their winning club in their domestic championship, Byron, that we saw at the ECL, they had a great time. In fact, they beat England. They beat Hornchurch, on the second day of the ECL. So there's some very talented cricketers there, and I'm sure we'll see a couple of them, or more than a couple of them, in the ECIs this weekend.
I'm definitely looking forward to that. It's the Czech cricket bonanza as well. So if you want to come down, if you're local, come down, because it's going to be a great day's cricket. But there's also some lamb on a spit. It's going to be fantastic. This one's just down leg side from Deshmoini. Rare loose delivery. Didn't get too much wrong. It's been a good over. And Bohemians going back to this game. A 17 for 4 win. Almost finished the 4th over.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yes, you lost wickets, but also the run rate is a long way behind where you want to be.
Hard to see where they're going to get the runs, actually. Guru Singh is there. It's Saklan Mukhtar, the batsman, facing his 1 off 2. Well, he's still 1, but off 3 this time, and he won't go any further as Deshmoini gets another wicket. 2 for 2 off the over. Pretty good going.
Yeah, went walkabout. Basically yorked himself there, didn't he? And so that's 5 wickets in the first 4 overs now. What a start this is for Prague CC.
Bohemians, they're that sort of team though. They can, on their day, they can beat PCC. Even with their full lineup, it's something about them.
Well, they beat PCC in the first game of the ECS last year, if you remember, and then they ended up losing to them in the final. So right now, it's just one of those innings where nothing's going right, and that gives a false impression of how good the run rate is, because the scale there's only 5. So, losing 5 wickets in the first 4 overs. The only over that didn't have a wicket was the 3rd from Mataranga. Yeah, I mean, you referred to it earlier in the week, tongue-in-cheek, as the evil empire. There's a certain aura about PCC, though. There's no doubt about it. I mean, here we are. They've made 6 changes, at least 6 changes, and basically still putting out a team that's basically pummeling one of the form teams in the competition, Bohemians. But having said that, I mean, a bit like Brno last night, they had a big winning run, they had a stumble. There's going to be times where it just doesn't happen for you in a 14-game series. Here's Davisi, who's going to bowl over number 5. He's another very handy all-rounder.
Yeah, we'll see them playing for the Czech national team. Interesting to see if he opens, though. He normally does open, but he'll be put in anywhere in the batting lineup. Comes in again, and big swing and a miss, or chance for a stumping, and wasn't affected. Missed the stumps then, but it's very slow going. Let's have another look, and he would have been safe.
There are a lot of things in cricket that are hard, but getting back in your crease when the keeper's back is not one of them.
A little dodgy inside edge will get him a run. Out to Kushi Mendon, who managed to fumble it.
Only had the 2 4s in this innings so far, no 6s.
We've only had 19 runs, Vinny. So it's and 4 of those were 4 byes.
Yeah, actually, I didn't count the 4 byes, so maybe we'll count that as 3 4s. Where can they get to from here? They need someone to come out and just have a heater. Maybe it can be Azim. I was bigging him up in the intro. I like what he's about. Good pair of hands. Does a good job no matter what he's doing. He's pretty careful. And this is kind of the Sophie's choice you got here, is you be careful, eat up a couple of balls, try and stop the rot, or do you throw caution to the wind, knowing that you kind of need to score to even be competitive. You kind of need 12 plus and over, probably more than 12, to make a decent score.
That's a good ball.
Really good ball. For a guy that normally kind of shapes the ball in, this one seemed to go the other way. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, maybe not, mate, but just the extra bounce and skid from Sabawan.
Yeah. Saba's one of those bowlers, like Riddick Tomar, is that they don't do too much with it quite often, but with this breeze blowing across, it's angling in, bowls at decent pace. At international level, though, I think he can be a little bit straight, but at this level, he's a very good bowler.
So end of the over, and the score is 19 for 5. And that gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on a beautiful Sunday here in Prague. Got Danny Hudacek. He's a local here. Been here for around about 15 years or so now, haven't you, Danny? And yeah, you must be really proud of what Czech cricket's become.
Absolutely.
Obviously, more teams, more competition, and more big hitting. I think more big hitting than we've ever seen in ECS here so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some of the big hitters from the past, like the Beast and also Sabawan, but there's a lot more in the league, and it's just showing the standard is improving here in Czech cricket, which is a fantastic thing to see.
One thing I will say, we haven't seen a lot of big hitting in the first 5 overs of this game, though, although Bohemians will be trying. As the first ball of the 6th over is dragged away. Rohit Deshmoini is bowling his second, and wasn't his first over a good one. He picked up 2 wickets.
He's been a good bowler from, actually, I think Rohit's been in the country longer than I have. I think one of the first games I played, I remember facing Rohit. And so, yeah, he also played with the Czech national team for a little while, did Rohit. Just a good, consistent cricketer, both with the bat and the ball. It's hit just over the top. Devisi will pick it up and just be another single. He's got a good arm, Devisi. He's thrown it over the keeper.
He's just demonstrating how strong he is. And don't think they were too impressed down that end, saying, hey, we've probably got enough work as it is. We don't need extra. Yeah, but Rohit, he's a lovely guy as well. He's a great ambassador for Czech cricket. Has a good positive attitude.
He does a lot with juniors now as well. I think he's...
yeah, he does.
There are a few... I think Prakash's son is playing cricket, and a few of the sons and daughters of former I don't want to say former cricketers from around the country.
Yeah.
Are
second generation cricketers.
That's a good way to put it.
Second generation.
So he's doing a bit of coaching with them as well. I know that Kancha do most of the coaching, but it's good to see other coaches and other people putting their hands up and returning not returning the favour, but just giving back to the cricket community. And Rohit's a good ambassador for that, as you said. So now we're coming again. 3 balls left in his over. 22 for 5 at the moment for Bohemians. And this one's just hit past Rohit. Sabawan will pick it up. Just be another single.
Yeah, and so we've seen Rohit occasionally in ECS cricket. From memory, I think he led the Rooks back in 2021 here when PCC had more than one team in the competition. Of course, that's how they name their teams. They have 3 teams in the local competition, right? And they're named after chess pieces. This morning, 2 more chances. Take a wicket. Won't take one here. Swing and a miss. Yes, they have the PCC Kings, who we've seen at the ECL before, and the PCC Rooks and the PCC Knights and PCC Rooks. Am I right?
I think so, yeah.
And I think the Knights are the second team, the Rooks are the third, or am I getting mixed up?
Don't know anymore. I think the Rooks.
Someone
I think the Rooks are a first division team, and the Knights are the
right. Yeah.
The Kings are
that
the
sounds
top
about
team.
Right.
Also, I mean, Barbarians years ago had 2 teams in the competition. The first club to do that actually. How did that miss everything?
I don't know, but this morning he's going to have to settle for a 2 for a bit like Samira as we get to the end of the 6th over. The score 23 for 5.
Let's have a look at this. It came in. It came in a little bit, just not quite enough. So I think, yeah, as I said, Barbarians, as we see this pretty disappointing batting card. Guru Singh top scoring with 8 at the moment of 16. And it's not looking good. Extras.
He's still got Jarvis Iqbal to come, though. I mean, got guys that can do it. And I don't think there's any lack of aggression there. That's the thing. Okay, a couple they blocked out early in the innings.
Well, Rohit Kungar can bat as well. He was batting I think he was batting at number 3 or 4 earlier in the week. But
yeah, I think he might have seen him opening.
Yeah,
got to have a hit here. I mean, if you get bowled out for 30, you get bowled out for 30.
Smit Patel is a good bowler. Smit Patel, though. He'll keep it on off stump or just about, or like just about that. That's another 4 buys. Unfortunate. Kept a little bit low.
Yeah, mark it down under unhit boundaries. It's the second one we've had, and
well, Extras are top scoring now.
He's just probably a little bit close, a little bit far away. That's the second ball that's Yorked him. Maybe overestimating the zip of Smit. But yeah, Bohemians will take the gift.
Yeah. So comes Smit, and this could be out. Just well, the fielder there, and that's
Ajit Singh.
It's Ajit Singh has rushed in,
yeah,
and realised that it's just going a little bit higher than what he expected.
Well, he thought it wasn't going anywhere. He said, "Well, you're not even trying to hit that there, so I'm going to rush in. It's not going to carry." And it somehow went over him.
It landed on a spot where he's standing right now.
Yeah,
so
literally, if he hadn't moved, it would have gone straight to him.
Bit of luck, I guess, for Bohemians. It's got a wide.
Tell you who's enjoying the 8 buys is Rohit Kungar for Bohemian, because he was the culprit last night. He had 2 in and over, by the way. And it was early on the innings. We thought maybe we were going to see a Bradman score of buys. But then to his credit, he came back. He was the reserve keeper, to be fair. And with Grover not taking the gloves, he ended up having a hand in a run out, and then took a brilliant 2-handed catch over his head. He had a little bit of a smile and a joke about it to me today when I was over there chatting to the Bohemians guys. And because I asked if I could borrow some wicket-keeping gloves, because some of our crew, by the way, we have a fantastically talented crew.
Yep.
The Latvians here, practicing their bowling in the middle between games. So I asked if I could borrow Sahil's gloves, and then Rohit said, "Do you want mine?" I said, "No, I want a pair that work." We had a little bit of a wink and a laugh about that. They got a good sense of humour, these guys.
He's good at keeping gloves.
Maybe not. But, you know, that's the thing. ECS cricket, you've got 14 games here, plus finals. I don't care who you are. You can be the best player. You can be at the other end of the scale. You can have your good moments. You can have your hard-to-watch moments.
Yeah.
You know, these are things you just need to accept. And I think the players, they just love the opportunity to show what they can do on such a stage.
Smith again, and right on line that time. Hit down the ground. Just be a single.
Hit that pretty well. Actually almost hit his partner. But you can see at the moment, his boundary is just so hard to come by. Really 2-4 buys that have been hit, and the two boundaries have been hit. 2 boundaries have been because of the 4 buys.
One of the boundaries was on the hat-trick ball by Samira
true,
as well.
True. Last ball the over.
Got it wide. So comfortably now ahead are the extras as the top score, but Guru Singh is now into double figures on 10. It's a pretty big wide there.
Yeah, if you get any bat on that though, it's probably flying away for 4 or more. Yeah, so sometimes it is hard to work out how far back to stand when you're keeping. Some balls jump up and some keep low. I always thought if you're in doubt, probably close is better. Double bounces are really tough. As we get to the end of the over, Azim will retain the strike. 7 overs down. The score, Bohemians 34 for 5. Not even quite the 5 and over.
It's a kind of a recovery. Weren't they?
They were 1 for 3. Yeah, they were 1 for 3 at one point. Yeah, let's have a little look. And some people talking about the Cyprus squad. Roman Mazumde is a player we've seen a fair bit of. I mean, sometimes they run into some issues as far as visas and things like that. You know, they got the really experienced Mohammed Hussain down the bottom. James Chalufas is a name I haven't seen before. But then, yeah, Greece, Aslam Mohammed, really experienced. He's over 50, leads the team very, very well. And a lot of performers like Sinan Khan that we saw not too long ago at Khartoum as well. As we head into the 8th over, this one holds up a bit before it reaches the tank and it allows him to get 2, much to the chagrin of the bowler, Tavisi.
Yeah, I think he's looking out there. I don't know what he's looking at. He's very competitive, his subber. He's always willing to have a go at his own players.
Tack really attacks that with the vigour that he would have hoped for.
Subber comes in again. And just outside of stump. It's a few stumps out. Another good delivery there from Davisi. They've all bowled pretty well, have this PCC lineup, but I found it hard to find that white thing have the Bohemians batsmen. How much, on reflection with this innings so far, how much do they rely on Sahil Grover and Sazib Bhuyan?
Yeah, well, a lot based on what we've seen here. But, I mean, they do have other batters that can do it. I just think no one's gotten going. It's just one of those innings where no one's gotten going.
Yeah. Well, Zaid Mahmood's definitely not in a run-scoring mood today.
Yeah. It's hard to say where it's gone wrong. It's kind of just the weight of momentum has crushed their spirit in a way. Well, I was going to say, for most of the time they've been trying to attack, but you look at those strike rates. You find that hard to believe. Anyway, another attacking stroke. This will run away for 4. Badly needed one. Yeah, before that ball, they were basically, these two together were 17 off 30. That's basically like facing 5 overs for 17.
Yep.
But they get a wriggle along here, and not the first time we've seen a boundary go in that direction.
Yeah, it is really quick around all around the ground actually. So, but we have seen a lot down to that third man area. Davisi won't be happy, but if he pitches it up, might have a bit more success rather than trying to dig it in like he did just then. Azim now top scorer with the bat. He's 11 off 13 after that boundary. Davisi comes in again, and that's a cracking shot. Good effort by the fielder.
Still going to go for 4. That was a fantastic effort. And that's Ajit Singh. He misjudged one earlier. Didn't have time to judge that one too much because it was a bullet at him. And that would have been one of the catches of the series had that stuck. But it didn't, and that'll be 4.
Well, 2 boundaries in a row, and Zishan Azim is fighting back. Only a couple of overs left after this. Davisi is getting a bit of a spanking in this over.
Sabah normally comes back with the goods though. Last ball, here he is.
Yeah, it's a good finish. He's got a good slower ball also, does Davisi. And that's the end of, well, a pretty good spell, to be fair, even though he did go for 8 of the last 2 balls, 3 off the rest. So Davisi finishes with the figures of done for 11 off 2. And here's the graph. A couple of wickets went down in the 4th. A couple of wickets went down in the 1st. 1 in the 2nd, and the run rate just increasing slightly in that over.
Yeah, now I suppose it's a bit too early to talk about playing for run rate, but just don't see any way back from Bohemians in this game. So whatever they can scrape to here, whether it's 60 or something like that, you just got to try and make the game last as long as possible. And I have a sneaking suspicion we might see Davisi out there with the tank opening the batting. Also, I suppose for PCC, it gives them an opportunity to change that, considering where they are in the competition. So maybe for them, with their winning record, they're probably not as concerned about net run rate. So maybe it's an opportunity to give guys a bat that wouldn't normally bat if they're only chasing about 60. But let's see, I think you'd have to pry the bat out of the cold, dead hands of Davisi to not have him going out there and open the batting for PCC.
Patel coming in again and called it wide. There's Kale Mehta's in the lineup for PCC, and a few years ago we saw him bowling death overs for them, and
a good bowler.
He's a really good bowler, but just hasn't been given a chance, and I don't quite know why. I'm sure it might have go a bit earlier. It might have to do with club form. I mean, obviously Cushy knows his bowlers, very experienced player, and that's gone over the top. That'll be 4 again.
Yep, there's a few that have gone that way. Probably one of the least convincing batting innings we've had in this competition from Bohemians here. But they do squeeze another boundary there. These two have moved into the teens.
Well, they're almost 50. And they haven't lost a wicket for a while. It's a good little partnership, actually, between Guru Singh and Zishan Azim.
Just a hard time to bat. 18 for 5 when these two came in.
Yeah. Smith again, bowling to Guru, who's got that one. Beautiful shot. The placement could have been much better. You got it over the keeper and under the man there at fly slip. Have a look at this.
I think they finally decided to put the outfielder a bit finer now as well. It's probably a good idea. Yeah, perfectly threaded the needle.
I love the fact that it's beaten 2 fielders, including the keeper, and they still have a man who could cover it.
Yeah. It's pretty predictable where most of them are going at the moment.
Vinny, big news.
Pies are here.
Pies are here.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mita. She is a very busy person, and this is one of the most important roles. Okay, so we've got the Melbourne pies today. I think that Melbourne's one of my favourites.
Yeah, Melbourne's pretty good. It's a mince pie.
Yep.
There's also, gets away with that. Another 4 runs.
Yeah, that one gets past Chetan Patel, and he can chase that one into the bushes. I got to say, the wagon wheel for the Bohemians team is pretty skewed backwards in this innings, especially if you add in the 2 sets of 4 buys. But the 50 has come up now. Zishan Azim, along with Guru Singh, just fighting to get them to something. I mean, we have seen 60 defended here before, haven't we?
We have. Not against PCC, though.
No, although we have seen PCC bowled out for 49 before.
Yeah, true.
Illuminati confirmed. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. It's the last ball of the over. Probably should come back for 2 here. They will. So Smith Patel can't grab a wicket, but he goes for 19, which isn't too bad. At the end of 9 overs, it's 56 for 5.
Yeah. It's well, 1 over left. Didn't think they'd get to 60, but it looks like they will.
Now, news from England is that it looks like it's raining there.
Oh, that's a shame.
Australia need to save the game.
That's a shame.
5 wickets.
I know that Australians and the Australian cricket team would love to have taken it to a 5th test and still they have the Ashes in the balance. But we've been spanked. Australia has been absolutely spanked by England in this test. So I think Lions a big loss for Australia, but still I think they've got away with one. Well, it's not over yet. England beaten by its own weather. I think there's a comment in the chat.
Yeah, well, they chose to stay in that country. I often think they must look back and say, we chose the wrong one. Should have left all the convicts there and moved. I guess that's a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
As we get into the last over.
Have you spent much time in England, Vinny?
A fair bit, yeah. I've got family in the UK. I'm half Scottish, but I've also spent a bit of time working in England.
Scotland is beautiful.
I haven't spent as much time up there, believe it or not.
I spent, I was working for an outdoor activity company and for a while. I spent about 9 months in Scotland, in Perthshire. It was absolutely beautiful.
His tank.
So, hit down the ground, Davisi picks it up, just a single.
Yeah, England. I mean, London is just, it's huge.
Yeah.
You know, it's got so many boroughs, so many things to see. That's the charm of it. I mean, I've also know a lot of people that say, yeah, I like to visit it, but I don't know if I could live here. But yeah, it's just personal preference, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the first time I went when I came to Europe, and it'll be 20 years this year, I think in November. I got to London and it was great. It was like, I don't know. Firstly, there were the double-decker buses and also the black cabs, which you think is just, that's just a cliche. It's not. They're everywhere, absolutely everywhere. But also, especially the black cabs. The other thing is though that I thought was super interesting is I did a lot of walking around London, and I navigated by using the properties on the Monopoly board. So I'm walking down Oxford Street.
That's
so
clever.
Bond Street and Regent Street must be really close. So it's I know there's a couple that don't really exist anymore, or that don't a bit strange. But
What a good way to do it, though.
It was fun.
You're so smart.
I grew up playing Monopoly, and the UK version of Monopoly.
Can I tell you something funny then? Oh, shame we've only got 2 balls left. Could have used a wide there tank to get through the story. But we've often talked about doing an ECN edition of Monopoly.
Oh, yeah.
Because of all the places we go, and obviously like your Mayfair is like your Cartermore Oval, you know. And then there's always debate about what the other premium property is. Hard to say.
Well, Spring Productions was one of the utilities.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll come back to that maybe in the second innings of this game. Here's the last ball to 10, and it's been fairly unconvincing. Although they are above a score that has been defended on this ground. But as Corey would say, I think there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way because Bohemians only gather 61 for 5 off the 10 over. Now, interestingly, they lost 3 wickets for just 1 run, but it wasn't wickets that did them in the end. They end up batting out the 10 overs fairly comfortably with only 5 down, but they just could not get that run rate up to something acceptable.
Well, they finally got a decent partnership. I mean, it wasn't very fluid. There was a bit of luck in it, but at the same time, that's what you need in these sort of games. In any form of cricket, you need partnerships, and we'll see some of the highlights, and it was all highlights from PCC early on. As we see Samira, the big wicket there of Sahil Grover, and it's made them very happy. But the very next ball, this one just clipped the top of the bails of Sazi Bhuyan, and they can't quite believe it. Samira, he's on a hat-trick, and this one was smashed straight to Rohit Deshmoini there by Zahid Mahmood, and then they still didn't get away with too much. A couple of 4s. That was the hat-trick ball from Samira, and then 4 byes that went through the keeper. So very few boundaries. One is hit down the ground. Subawundavisi taking the wicket of Martin Vernal. There's only 1 more wicket to go, and that's that one from Rohit Deshmoini. But then a good little partnership between Guru Singh and also Zishan Azim. A lot of runs coming into that third man area. That one was a catch that might have been taken. It's a good effort there from Ajit Singh. They also went to the boundary. So they mounted a little bit of a fight back, and a lot of the runs coming behind square, just like that one as well. But they don't mind. I don't think that the Bohemians, they didn't mind where those runs came from, as long as they got some runs on the board. They've got a target to defend 61. It's not much. It's a pretty awful looking batting lineup, especially up top. And with Guru Singh 18 of 24 and Azim with 23 of 21. As I said, good little partnership, got them to a target, 14 extras as well. 61 for 5 for Bohemians. Don't think it's going to be enough against a very changed lineup for the for PCC, but still with a lot of quality. See the bowling, very economical. In fact, no bowlers going over 10. Maduranga with 2 for 6. Deshmoini with the same figures. Riddick Tomar with a wicket as well. So there were 5 wides and 8 byes went through the keeper. Kunal is filling in a little bit for Aditya, who's not in the lineup today. I'm sure we'll see him back. So in match 33 from the European Cricket Series here in Czechia, match between PCC and Bohemians. It's not a very tight affair at the moment, and PCC, I'm sure they'll have an attack and early on, probably open with Davisi and Tomar, but they've got a pretty good batting lineup, even though they've got some of their big guns out. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see if Bohemians can defend their meagre total of 61, or if PCC can get the 62 they need to win this game and go 7-0 in the tournament. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Prague for the second innings of this game between PCC and Bohemians. And it was all PCC in that first innings. Had Bohemians all sorts of trouble at 1 for 3. So a pretty meagre power play as well, and then the score reflects that. 61 is what they achieved, the Bohemians. 62 to win for PCC. They should do it fairly easily. Obviously, we have a look at what kind of batting lineup they put together. They shuffled their pack today, brought in some new players. 6 new faces actually in this PCC lineup. Quite a few of them have been with the club for a long time, including Roy Deshmoini, Samira Madaranga, and also Kail Mehta, who we didn't see with the ball. So Smith Patel also an inclusion. As we see the left-hander, Sabon Divisi, is going to be facing. Change at the other end, I think. Let's quick look at a moment as to who they've put in. Yeah, Wayne in the chat said that I heard Danny H's real name is Danny Hooter. Well, you can imagine that if you like. My dad's Czech though. So here comes Javed Iqbal coming in for the first ball to Sabon Divisi, who just prods it down to mid-on just for a single. Gets off the mark. And it is Kunal. We haven't seen Kunal so far this tournament, but the stories I've heard have been pretty good. Kunal and Aditya were the 2 of the stars with the bat for PCC. I think it was Roy Deshmoini who I was chatting to about it. And let's see who. Actually, it might have been even Ritik Tomar. Saying that these 2 were very good players and got a lot of the runs for PCC. So it's a first chance to see Kunal facing the warhorse, Javed Iqbal. And quite a nice shot there, just into the covers. Verndl, he's a good fielder, Verndl. And limits the to a dot ball. So Iqbal, as I mentioned all week, he's been a very good club man for Bohemians. He's been captain. Actually, he's a very good captain, is Javed Iqbal. Marshals his troops well. And he's a good bowler as well, has been for many years. It's a little bit shorter. It's played down by Barwaj. PCC. They're such an important club to the Czech Republic. They were the first club here in the Czech Republic when there was basically one side. Formed well over 20 years ago, I think in the late 90s. I'm sure there are PCC members who'll come into the chat, and well, this one's been chipped, I think. It's gone straight into the ground. I'm not sure. Unusual. Went over the bowler though. But PCC were founding members of the league. Bohemians split from them, and then there's been quite a few teams after that. Barbarians formed from ex-Bohemians, I think. Javed comes in again. Or was that Vinarati? That's called a wide. Vinarati, I think, from ex-Bohemians, and I think Barbarians were formed by 2 men, Jeff and Steve, who thought it'd be best to have the motto of the team being it's a drinking part, not the cricket. Was the motto of the Barbarians. Changed a little bit now as Iqbal comes in again. Probably the Kunal, nice shot over the top. And there's a man out there, Sazi Buyan, who for some reason is fielding on the boundary. He's got a carrying an injury as well. But that's 4 runs. So it was the Barbarians were when they were newly founded, to struggle for players. Often would go up to local beer garden called Regrovisadi and asked people who spoke English if they wanted a game the next weekend. So this is beautifully bowled. Or even going there on Friday night and asking what they were doing tomorrow. I know that Steve Elder, who was a long-time player in the Barbarians, once got his brother to play, who batted in a kilt. It was times are a little bit different in the Czech Republic and in the Czech leagues, as that's the end of the over. 6 matches since a golden ball. It was a bit of a thriller, and it was, if you haven't seen it, I think you should go have a look at it. It involved United again, the 3rd golden ball in the Czech Republic. And now their record is 1-1, lost 2. So it'll be very impressive Zishan Azim to continue the bowling for Bohemians. 6 off the first over, and just that boundary from Kunal, and a single run to Divisi. He'll be facing here, and swing and a miss. It's got through the keeper, and that's for, in fact, it's an edge. So let's have another look at this. Oh, it was a little edge, died on the keeper, unfortunately, not really a catch. And that's a bit of luck there for Divisi. 4 runs for PCC. Not that they need luck in this game, but I think Bohemians might, if they need to, if they can have to defend this total of 61. Azim comes in again, bowling to Divisi, and just prodded down and quite slowly. They don't need to take too many risks to PCC. At the same time, though, low totals tend to do strange things to batting teams and to the mindset of the batsman rather than attacking. Sometimes you find low scores are difficult to get, especially scores on about 80. This is a little bit lower than that, 62 the target. So Azim comes in again. Divisi was beaten outside off stump again. It's a good line to him. When he's informed Divisi, and he has been, for who was at the start of the week, he's very difficult to bowl to. But he hasn't played for a good 5 days, so maybe just gone a bit cold. It's also very good bowling from Azim. As Divisi just pushes that and runs. So Javed Iqbal effected 3 run-outs yesterday in one game, who picks up and feigns to throw, but just a single in the end. Well run by Divisi. Brings Kunal back on strike. He was the wicketkeeper today in the absence of Aditya. So it's interesting to see what is how he's going to bat. It was a nice cut shot that got him the boundary. But Kunal, big raps on him from some of the PCC members. And well, it's going down leg, I think. Big appeal. Always shaping down leg side. Let's have another look at this. And yeah, too much movement, missing leg. Good decision by the umpire. The umpire's been a very high standard in this tournament, and it is Pistol Pete who is the umpire standing at the bowler's end. The bowler adjusts his field a bit. Interesting, because Bhardwaj hasn't hit anything in the legs on the leg side direction. It's a deep mid wicket now. Oh, that's a beauty outside off stump, and he's been very, very impressive as Zishan Azim in this tournament. Let's have a look at this. Great ball line, great line and length. Leaves the batsman a bit. End of a very good over. A little unlucky to concede that boundary. And PCC, as we see the table at the moment, they should win this game and go 7-0. Bohemians, they've won 5, lost 2. They're right in the shout for those top 4 places. They'll probably need to win a couple more games to get there, but they've only played 7. Spartans and Vinarati are going to struggle. Burno are up there in the mix. United as well. And then good chances for the Tigers and also Barbarians to sneak into those top 4 as well. As Javed Iqbal comes in, bowling to the left-hander Divisi. who cracks that through point for 4. Lovely shot, just leant back on it. Hit it at the middle of the bat. Let's have another look. It's quite close to him to cut, but he's good at that shot. And that's another 4 runs. Nothing much wrong with the ball. It's pretty tight. Just made something out of it to Davisi. You don't want to bowl short to Davisi either. It's got a very good pull and hook shot. Dangerous to bowl to him. Let's just play down the ground. Just be a single. Good pick up and throw there. So that man Azim again. They're cruising at the moment. Not the greatest power play. Only 16 runs from 2.2 overs at the moment, PCC, but they don't really need to take any risks. Bring the right-handed Bhardwaj back on strike. Bowl's been pretty economical, even with that boundary. Bhardwaj just tries to turn around the corner, gets it a bit straight, just be a single again. Bringing Davisi back on strike. Looking forward to that international tournament, the ECIs, starting next Saturday and Sunday. I know we've had all the teams released. 21-man squad for the Czech Republic. So you don't have to travel. You can try a few players. It's a bit of a free hit, in a sense, for all those teams. It's a good tournament. There's a trophy on the line. This one's outside off stump, but I know that the Czech Republic and Greece will be playing each other in the first round of that ECC in Khartoum coming up later in the year, and I'm sure they'll be feeling each other out. Have a look at what they've got, because there's never been an international game between any of these sides. Well, maybe Greece and Cyprus may have played each other, but the Czechs have never played either Greece or Cyprus. Well, not recently anyway. I know that before the rules changed and the eligibility criteria changed, I know that the Greeks did play the Czechs. Not sure where. It might have been Corfu actually, but it was not really a true indication of what cricket is now in Europe. Iqbal comes in again. And this one's whipped off his toes, just a square leg and just a single, having a few troubles picking that ball up. That's the fielder, and that's the end of the over. And as you can see, the main difference is that Bohemians had lost 3 big wickets by the end of the power play. PCC narrowly ahead, and a couple of tight overs. They did increase the run rate later on in the innings, but still 61 isn't a great target. 19 off the first 3. Again, not the greatest power play they would have had, PCC, but they wouldn't say they're cruising, but they're not exactly in high gear either. So it'll be Azim to continue. So you might be able to hear the wind is pretty firm here in Prague. Comes in on to Kunal. Just gets it round the corner. Good piece of fielding there. No run. Backward square leg. He's on 6 of 10. Hasn't batted with too much fluency yet. Kunal, apart from one lovely cut shot. Davisi, 12 off 9. They're not taking too many risks, are these PCC batsmen. They've got a pretty long batting list as well. Riddick Tomar still there. Kushal Mendon also very good experienced batsman. Here comes Azim again. He's hit over the top and over the fielder and 6. Well, I was just saying that they haven't really taken too many chances. When there was a little bit in the slot by Azim, lifted over the top for 6 by Kunal. He was hitting against the wind as well. So it was a nice shot. Very wristy as well. There's a big gap at square leg on the leg side. between. In fact, he's just angled it that way. The leg side. As I said, a big gap between the man at deep fine leg, and there's also a deep mid wicket. And if he can turn it around the corner, the right-hander, that's plenty of runs. And plug the gap a little bit now for the left-hander. They've put a point and a slip in, but he is very strong through that area as in comes in again, and that's the area he's looking for. Davisi couldn't quite get it, called it wide. It's been a pretty good start from the Bohemians bowlers, but not really that much pressure put on the batsman. Just in cruise control, as I said a little bit earlier. PCC. Not very exciting batting. And just poked out to the point fielder. He's knocked it down. They'll come back for pretty easy too. But anything past that point fielder will be 4. Easy. I said he looked pretty good earlier in the week. Did Subberwood. He picked up a man of the match award for an 80-odd. It was back to Subberwood of the past. Probably, this is a bouncer. Good bouncer actually, called it wide, though it's over the head of the batsman. So probably not a good bouncer. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, good call. Davisi is good on the pull and hook shot, as I mentioned before, but couldn't reach that. So comes Azim. He's got a couple of balls left in his spell. As I said, he's been very impressive this tournament. Just nicely played through the covers. Just a single. Just a quick call out to any of the lurkers, especially from PCC. I know there'll be a lot of the players who aren't playing. I know Aruna Shokan is watching this. So anyone lurking in the chat, if you want to just say hi, give a bit of support to the PCC boys. This is all good ball, and don't know what happened there. I think it's come off the bat, but awkward looking shot, had him in all sorts of problems. Very unlucky not to get a wicket there, and even more unlucky to have that go for 4 as the bowler. He's finished with the figures of 9 for 21 off his 2. Bowled pretty well, Azim. PCC now are, if you have a look at the run rate, ahead of the rate, well ahead of the rate. Even though Bohemians did bring it back a little bit in the last few overs. I don't think there's going to be any issues. 35 for no loss after 4. So this ground is playing a lot faster than it has been in previous years. It's due to a real lack of rain here in the Czech Republic, and also a bit of a heat wave going through Europe. I know that if you're listening from Europe, you understand what I mean. Apparently there are fires in Greece, wildfires in Greece, and I smelt a bit of smoke in the air this morning, probably coming from somewhere up near the Czech Republic. And fires in Czech Switzerland a couple of years back. So things are changing climatically in Europe quite dramatically. Good if you like Australian weather. There's a nice shot out there for 2 in the covers. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Partnership is now 37, and as is the score. Both contributed 17 to that. Davisi hits that nicely through the covers, hits it a bit harder, and gets 4 runs. Nice shot. And so Glenn Mukhtar's the bowler. Davisi has found that same area twice. This one just hit a little bit harder. Mukhtar's bowling around the wicket. Comes in again, and it's fumbled by the keeper. Don't think he got an edge on it. The great animated responses from the Bohemians players. BCC now just need 20 odd to win. So got 5 overs left after this. It's a nice shot. Players didn't move. Absolutely pierced the field. Lovely shot by Davisi. Just a classic off drive. That's 4 runs. He's an unorthodox looking batsman as Davisi. He opens up his stance quite a bit. He also, this one hits over the top again. Another 6 runs there. He's taking Mukhtar apart. I think he wants to go and have lunch to Sabawin. He's not hitting the ball with, he's not trying to hit the ball too hard. Just good timing there. Let's have another look. So he uses his crease very well, does Sabawin. He sometimes moves forward, sometimes moves back, and just changes the length of the delivery and really plays with the bowler's mind. And when he's batting like this, it's very difficult to bowl to. I haven't seen him rock back in his crease in this innings too much. But he waits until the bowler bowls and he takes a step backwards, like a lot of good batsmen do, so he can get under the ball and often hits it to the leg side. But a lot of the balls he faces, he's very front on. As I see what's happening from actually pretty soon, in the next couple of hours, there is more cricket from Portugal. Rico Fool out there with 3 games tonight. Gamblers versus Porto Wanderers, then Marlow against Porto Wanderers, and then Gamblers against Marlow. That'll be a big clash in match 14 in that tournament. Brought to you by the European Cricket Network. It's a night series, well, sort of. It's a last game or so is at night, but it's always a spectacle. It's fantastic to see. Here comes Sazib Bhuyan. Well, might get a wicket and put down there by Zahid Mahmood. Stuck a hand out, just reached it. Wasn't a great ball. Kunal got under it, and the fielder just stuck a hand out, but couldn't quite get there. Bhuyan now bowling to his national teammate Sabawin Davisi. Bowls are wide. Interesting that Sazib's getting a bowl, really. They're still fighting our Bohemians, but they're going at 10 and over after that great over against Saklai Mukhtar, expensive one. Sort of taken apart a little bit by Davisi. Just poked down to third man for a single. This game is petering out a little bit. Bhuyan has he's got a slight injury. You saw that yesterday. And he didn't bowl in the game previously to this, so it's interesting that his skipper was asking him to bowl. He needs to be right for the finals, and that's full toss. Came forward a little bit, did Kunal, and he's whipped that away over the boundary for 6, and only a couple of runs needed now. Sazib just gets that one a bit wrong, a bit full. I think he might have seen the batsman coming forward trying to bowl a Yorker length delivery. Didn't work. So you can see he's struggling a little bit, Sazib, as well. So only 2 runs needed. And it's just been prodded back down the pitch. So Davisi on 32 from 18. As we see the next game, it'll be PCC again against Prague Tigers. It'll be an interesting game as well. It's coming up after this game. I know this one's going to finish pretty soon, so I think it might be a little bit of a break between the games as Sazib bowls are wide. And so scores are tied. Golden ball maybe. Doubt it. Comes Bhuyan. Just clamped down. Good ball that. Right in the block hole. So hi to Liam Day in the chat as well. So pretty easy win here for PCC. They go 7-0 at the top of the table. They've pretty much booked they're not taking a single. That's a little lazy. He thought he got through the field, and the fielder just put a hand out and stopped it from going for 4. Be the end of the over. 10 from it. So PCC are now level with Bohemians, and this game has petered out to so we're gonna see who, I think it might be Kamal Singh who'll come in for the last over, but Prague Tigers, they PCC have won the toss, elected to bowl. Interesting. So they're trying to get the Tigers early, but they were a bit disappointing this morning, the Tigers, and I think Sagor up top of the that batting order will try to get some good runs early against the PCC bowlers. It is Kamal Singh. Let's see how many balls he has to deliver in this over before it's all over. Comes in bowling to Davisi, who hits it past him. They'll just jog a single, and that'll be that. So PCC with a very, very easy win, comfortable win against Bohemians, who struggled after a disastrous start where they lost 3 wickets for 1 run, and the majority of their batting lineup, the stars, were gone, and back and watching them scrape 61. PCC did it pretty easily, just over 6 overs, without really breaking a sweat. They'll congratulate each other. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of the innings. So Javed Iqbal was the bowler. Nice shot over the top by Kunal. Just going to see a bit of stroke making. That was a little under edge. It didn't quite carry to the keeper. Went for 4 from Davisi, and a nice cut shot there. But most of the action you'll find is the batting. Nice shot by Kunal. Beautiful bowling there from Azim. Unlucky not to get a wicket. Then it was there off the bowling of Saklain Mukhtar that the run rate really accelerated, and it was Davisi who did the damage. And the result never in doubt after that. This is one that the fielder, I think it's Sahib Mahmood, put a hand out to try to grab a late catch. But that was the end of the game. Now look at the batting. It's just the 2 batsmen needed for PCC. So Davisi ended up on 33 off 19, and Kunal Bardwai. We only just Bardwai's just seen him today for the first time. Looks pretty impressive. Another batsman in this lineup for PCC. He's ended up on 24 off 18, 5 wides as well. Bowling figures. There's a good couple of overs from Iqbal. Azim bowled pretty well. No wickets taken. Saklain expensive, as was Buyan. So 62 for no loss. It's a pretty convincing victory for PCC. Looking dominant again, but it was their bowlers that did all the damage. With Samira Medaranga with 2 for 6. Rohit Deshmani also 2 for 6, and Riddick Tomar 1 for 10, all off 2 overs. Tishan Azim and Guru Singh added most of the runs for Bohemians. So next game, after the early finish to this one, will start in just over half an hour's time between PCC again and a team we saw earlier, Prague Tigers. PCC won the toss, decided to field. I think a pretty good decision. But Tigers, I think they're a good chasing team. So we'll have to see. Well, Prague Tigers, I think, are a decent batting team when they can get going. There's a little bit of pressure on them. And Sagor would be the main batsman, Sahadat Sagor, for them. But they've got some decent options. So we'll come back to that game, match 34, in about half an hour's time. See you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Time for the third match of the day. Well, Prague CC, they've taken everything before them so far, haven't they? They've got another test now because Prague Tigers stand in their way. Huge day for Prague CC as well as they try to keep their unbeaten record alive. Tigers, big day for them as well because they play 3 times today. This is their second game. Charles Croucher has the 2 captains. Let's see what happens in the middle for the coin toss here in match number 34.
Your call. Tails. Tails is the call. And it's a head.
We'll ball first.
So Prague CC win the toss. Their captain, Kushal Mendon, has decided he wants to bowl first. Or maybe it has something to do with how well they did earlier when they were forced to bowl first against Bohemians. They took 3 early wickets for just 1 run, and from there it didn't get much better for Bohemians. Got to say, great to see Samira Madaranga back amongst the wickets. I think he's a very talented bowler. And Rohit Deshmoini, well, he's a guy, he never seems to age. He was very useful with the ball as well, picking up a couple of his own. So Tigers, they'll be stung by the loss this morning. They're 2 and 3 now. They do seem like one of the teams that could make the run into the 4, but they better make it soon because you know, it's going to be really tough, I think, with the level of competition here in Prague to do that. Anyway, let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is that Prague CC, they've won the toss. They've sent in the Tigers. They're going tiger hunting. Here's a man that will take you to the first ball. Danny Hudacek, let's get ready for the third match of the day.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series, Czechia. Match number 34 between Prague Cricket Club and Prague Tigers. As we see the lineups here. And PCC won the toss, elected to bowl. It'll be important for the Tigers to get a good start with Sahadat Sagor up the top. Himel Rongdi has come into the team today, and Hassanat and Sojib Mia, who can hit the ball a long way. But for PCC, they've got a pretty potent bowling attack, and Samira Watanabe is back again from his first game of the season with a couple of quick wickets, destroyed the top order of Bohemians. Also Rohit Deshmoini bowling well on the previous game will feature for this PCC side, who made 6 changes today to the side that went 6-0 earlier in the week. They've got a lot of depth at this club, and brought in quite a bit of experience, mainly with Madaranga, also Rohit Deshmoini and Kushal Mendon, the skipper, former national team player and vice captain of the national team at one stage, who leads his troops very well. The Kunal Bhardwaj, who's the keeper. You saw him bat just before, where he and Sabu Ndavisi managed to quite comfortably get the target of 62 they needed to win against Bohemians. So Tigers, they won't be afraid of this this PCC side at all. They'll take it to them, especially this man, Sahadat Sagor, who want to get a good start, but also want to bat throughout the innings. And if he does, the Tigers will end up on a pretty good score because they're a fighting team, the Tigers. So it will be Samira Madaranga who'll open the bowling. Comes in. The first ball, it's a full toss. Hit pretty firmly to Ndavisi, who has a shot at the stumps. It's well backed up eventually, except they will come through for a second. Wasn't far away from a run out first ball, and that would have been a bit of a disaster there for Sagor. In fact, it's not. It's Sagor is the non-striker's end. It's Ajar Alam. He's a very talented cricketer, really good with the ball, has Alam been throughout this tournament. And turned around the corner, be another run. And you can hear the Tigers in the background. They're cheering every single run the Tigers get. PCC obviously the favourites for this game, even though they are missing a lot of their stars, including the beast, Suresh Wickramasekaran, also the national team captain and PCC captain in Arunachal. No Lala and no Aditya in the lineup. Comes Madaranga again. And call it wide. So as I said, the Tigers are not afraid of this PCC team, even though their reputation is quite warranted. They have a good way of winning games to PCC. The Tigers are a plucky team. Comes in again and hit straight to Divisi, and that's gone. Well, that's not what he wanted. Sagor gets a golden duck, and that's a bit of a disaster there for the Tigers. Just hit it straight at Divisi, hit it pretty well, but he was never going to drop that catch. It's a big loss there for the Tigers early on, with their main batsman Sahadat Sagor gone without scoring. He'll be escorted there by the Golden Derek. Seen a few of those. Spoke to Rakshit from Vinaradi, and he asked me if anyone scored more golden ducks than him in this tournament, and I hadn't realised, but he scored 4 golden ducks so far for Vinaradi, and it's a bit of an indication of how their week has gone. So Mataranga picks up another wicket. He's been bowling pretty well, mainly with pretty good control. Normally gets a bit of outswing and gets a bit of lift as well. Also decent pace. Comes in again. This one's down leg side, no swing there. And he's bowling to Himel Rongdi, the new batsman. Just got a little bit down leg side. Did Mataranga. Again, a very pleasant day for cricket. A little bit breezy here in Prague. In fact, the wind's died down a fraction, but there's a little bit of wind there. And Rongdi, no footwork, just clamps down on it, and no run. As Dave said in the chat, oh, Saga is Sagon. Yes, he is. Another Golden Derek in this tournament. Samira will continue. A couple of balls left in this first over. It's been a successful one. Oh, and another good nut there from Samira. Bowling very well. Be interesting to see what they do with a final selection, actually, because no doubt that PCC will be there in the final 4 for Finals Friday. Samira is bowling very, very well. I think they're a little bit light on their bowling, PCC, especially compared to their batting team. A couple of all-rounders in there. In fact, there's of the top 6 batsmen for a PCC, I think Aditya, the keeper, is anyone who doesn't bowl. So picking genuine bowlers hasn't been a priority for PCC. 64 days to go for this European Cricket Championship, starting on September 25th. 31 nations. There'll be 1 European champion. It's like the Euros of cricket. And there are 6 teams of 5 nations. We'll be going up to play the Netherlands. The winners of each group play the Netherlands, the winners of last year's tournament, in the championship week. As we have Riddick Tomar taking up the attack. We're bowling to Alam, who leaves it down leg side, and I'll take another one. It's 2 wides. It's Samuel Alam, actually. It's a very big wide there. Tomar not getting that first one right. Comes in again. This is in the air, just short of the man at third man. Didn't have much control over that shot. And Tomar, well, he stopped it with his foot, kicked it with his other one, and they'll take take an extra on the strike by Tomar. Let's have another look. It's gone down to third man. They've run, and Tomar Can't quite see it, just out of shot. Let's have another look. He goes to put his foot on it, then kicks it with his left. Good footwork there if he was playing football, but he is not. Just cost him an extra run and a bit of comedy. Here comes Tomar again. Hit back to the bowler. It's gone to Davisi, who fumbles it. He looked up, hit the stumps that time, but he just looked up to see where the batsman was. But let's have another look at this. And just fumbled it a bit. Good throw. But should have concentrated on picking the ball up. Dave, the pies were good. That was the Melbourne today, which are the mince pies from the Down Under. So we have the whole 2 weeks. We have lunch from the fabulous Down Under. The umpire fixes the stumps. So there's a little bit of wind. It's going across from the left to right as you see it on screen. Probably help Tomar a little bit with a bit of in-swing. And this is high in the air. It's going back. Smit Patel can't get back far enough. That's 6 runs. Nice shot there from Samuel Alam. Hit it, I guess, slightly with the breeze. It's pushing across and got enough of it. It's a big 6 there for the Tigers. Keep the run rate going. Yeah, 16 for 1. Halfway through the second over. So it says being hit. A bit of confusion with the batsman. And he's back home, no problem. But Rongdi took him a little bit of time to get going. Tomar normally plays with a bit of smile on his face. He's not real happy with what's happened in this over so far. 12 from it. And Tigers are 17 for 1. It is a big wicket though, out of Sahadat Sargor. Alarm's on 10. Rongdi now on 3. He's facing the tank. And then again. And flick just past Madaranga towards the boundary. And that'll be 4. You can take those risks sometimes. We're trying to get over the infield in the power play. And just got a bit too straight. Just flicked over the top of Madaranga, stuck his arm up, but couldn't reach it. Yes, Keanu, the Down Under does other food. It's an Australian gastropub. So last night I had some white bait, which was really nice. They have a chicken schnitty, a parma as well. Fish and chips as this goes up in the air, and it's going to go towards the boundary. And nicely cut off there. Just the one. Let's have another look. Got under it quite a bit, and there's a man skirting the boundary who does well. He's got it down to a single. Yeah, it's good down at the Down Under, as we see. Looks like a top of the table, bottom of the table clash, but Tigers have only played 5 games. They went down to Bohemians in the first game today. Their net run rate not the best at the Tigers, but they can still get into that 4th place. They just need to start winning games. They've won 2, lost 3. Whereas if you look, the Prague CC played 7, won 7, looking ominous to win the title here again, our PCC. Madaranga will come back 1 for 5 off his first. It's a good over. He'll be bowling to Emil Rongdi. Let's get into the ground of the covers. Picked up by the skipper, Kushal Mendon. Just 1 run. And cheers again from the Tigers. Every run gets cheered. So, Madaranga bowled beautifully against the Bohemians. Went through the top order in 2 balls. Bowling here to Samuel Alam. Comes in again. This is lifted over the top. Lovely shot. 1 bounce over the boundary. Smit Patel has been moved into the circle. And gives the batsman the opportunity just to lift it over him and get another boundary. He's looking pretty good. Is Alam. Samuel Alam, that is. Hajar Alam is the bowler, who we'll see no doubt opening for the attack for the Tigers in the next innings. But they're a sort of fighting team of the Tigers, and this one's a bit short, just knocked down past the gully fielder. Third man will pick it up and just put it in. It's good effort from the fielder, who's he stayed down actually. Hope he's okay. Let's have a look at this. He might have hit his head. Bit of concern. He hasn't moved, and asking for someone to come in. He's holding the back of his head. So a little bit of concern there for the fielder. Put some water out. No magic spray on this occasion. He might have just knocked his head. Should go off really. He's up and having a drink now. It was a good effort to try to cut off that ball. There was a man behind though. That is Ajit Singh. He's good in that area. Seems okay. Just maybe the wind knocked out of him. Yeah, I think he might have got a knock to the head. Charles Croucher there having a chat. He's a long-time member of the PCC side as well. Is Charles Croucher not playing at the moment because of all his officiating duties, and he will come off the field. I think that's a good move just to get him have a rest. Well, he's insisting on staying on, but I think he should. If he's taking a bit of a head knock, I probably think he should take a bit of a rest. They do have a 12th man here. They do PCC. And Sudhir Gladson, I think, will probably come on. I know they've got a couple of players around. So Charles Croucher there. He's doing the right thing, I think. The tournament referee. The player gets a bit of a knock like that. He didn't move. He was holding his head. And there is a new player who'll come on just to relieve him. Don't know if it's a concussion, but Charles Croucher, I think, has done the right thing. Player safety is so important here. Don't want to see anyone get injured. Samira will continue. Rongdi is their batsman after that little break. Bit short and hit in the air. Just get a single. Mistimed it quite badly. Well, or quite well. If he got more of it, might have been a catch. Rongdi moves on to 10. But it's Samuel Alam who's looking pretty good. 15 off 6. A couple of balls left in Madaranga spell. It's been a good one. Successful as well with the wicket of the very, very good Sadat Sagor, sorry. And they snuck another leg by just then. Got past the keeper. There's a man at a sort of it's a strange catching position. We've seen it a lot in this tournament actually. Been a couple of catches there. It's a sort of a fly slip. It's not too far back either. Madaranga comes in again. And a bit shorter, good lift, and no runs from the last ball. And after the power play, Prague Tigers are 30 for 1. So welcome back, Vinny, to the commentary. Marshmallow.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Beautiful afternoon for cricket, Sunday afternoon here in Prague. A bit of everything so far. Run out opportunity early. A couple of big hits from the Tigers. So Prague CC getting a bit back for the first time today, really. And yeah, hopefully there's nothing too wrong with Ajit Singh, who it looked like he might have knocked the ground with his head. Is that what happened there?
I think so. He was holding the back of his head, but he didn't land on the back of his head. So it might have been just the wind knocked out of him. He didn't move for quite a while.
Yeah.
But he wasn't knocked out, if that makes sense.
I'll check him out, and hopefully he can return sooner rather than later.
It's a good move actually. asking him to leave the field. I think that's exactly what Charles Croucher has done, just to make sure he's okay, just to get him sit down for a while. So anyway, the new bowler will be Roy Deshmoini, who bowled very well in the previous game against Bohemians, and he'll be bowling to Samuel Alam, who's been really good so far, hitting the ball pretty well. Rongdi with pretty good support, run a ball 10. I'm sure he'll accelerate eventually, but not a bad start from the Tigers, going 10 and over.
Sidia Gladson's come on as the 12th man. See him there in the foreground. Anyway, here we go with over number 4. And Deshmoini is on. He bowled well earlier, didn't he? Picked up a couple of wickets. And I like the length he's bowled. He's gone full. He's tried to draw them forward, tried to draw them into an error. And I think this will be a good contest. Field's gone back as well because we're out of the power play.
Yeah, look at Deshmoini. He's not very complicated as a bowler. He comes wide of the crease, angles it in, sometimes swings it in, and is right at the pegs. So he normally gets it right. Can go a bit leg side sometimes, but not often. Just exactly like that.
Really well bowled.
So he's always bowls pretty full, right at the pegs, and gets a few wickets in the leagues just from a batsman just missing the ball.
Yeah, that was right on the money, full and straight. It's always a good time to bowl there. I don't think we've really seen enough well-executed Yorkers in this series, and as we head into the weekend, or next weekend, when the internationals start, I think it's really important to find guys that can jam the ball up into the block hole.
We have seen some from the left-handers, though. That's
true. Yeah, left-handers seem to be doing it with a bit of in-swing as well. Rongdi faces up. He charges wildly. Oh, another one there. Didn't exactly rush back, did he there, Rongdi? But he's a long way down. And then it's almost like batters wait to see if the keeper's actually throwing before heading back. They should probably just head back straight away.
Yeah, that'd be...
I think he was all right, but let's have a look.
Yeah.
Just.
Comes Deshmoini again.
Drags this leg side, so 5 outfielders in play now. That's the tank, Riddick Tomar. Nice pick up from the keeper. Wasn't the greatest throw from the tank, but Kunal Bharadwaj doing the job for PCC today. They'll have a few interested spectators. I think you said, let's have a bit of a lurker call out for all the PCC community watching.
Well,
get in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Arun's there. Hope Ajit's okay. Let's hope so as well, Arun.
Hello, Arun. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Oh, this is sliding into the pads. Maybe a leg bye. Maybe got a bit of bat. No, leg bye is the signal. So Deshmoini keeping things pretty quiet here in the 4th.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. Has been for a long time. Has Rohit. And it depends on the batsman he's bowling to. Some of them take a liking to his bowling, but because he does put them in similar areas, put everything in similar areas. But
consistency can be predictability.
That's true.
If somebody is fancying what you're offering, last ball the over here. He drives this down the ground, but you can set a field to this to an extent, right? Because he's getting it up there. They found it hard to elevate. They got long on, long off in place in the deep wicket. And that's a brilliant over from Rohit. He only concedes 3. And the Tigers, after 4 overs, they're 34 for 1.
Yeah, really good over there from Deshmoini. As we see the graph here. Doesn't really tell us that much. Just that the second over was okay. But, current run rate, 8.5. It's not bad at this stage. I can accelerate from here. I've only lost 1 wicket, though. It's a pretty big one, but they've got a lot of batting talent. Still, the Tigers has Smith Patel is going to be the new bowler. He'll put it just outside off stump. Gets good lift. Also, he can bowl a good Yorker, can Smith, but often tries to bounce batsmen out, and that's normally where he gets smacked over the boundary.
Well, short and cut away. So he said he can be a bit short on occasion. This has been his issue today as well. I think maybe giving a bit too much width for this length. It's actually a pretty good shot, though. Batter just throws his hands at it. Rongdi, who's impressed me with some of his stroke play today. Sometimes there's probably ventured a bit too far into the Cavalier, but you could see from that shot that he's got a good eye and he hit that one well behind point.
Yeah, nice shot. It comes in again.
This one keeps down a bit and doesn't get past the keeper. Yeah, Kais Hussain echoing the thoughts of quite a lot of the viewers, I think, saying Sajid Mir has got to come in earlier because he's been hitting the ball so well. Yeah, we saw him batting. It was low, 5 or 6
earlier.
Crazy. And I just think with the guys in form, get him up there. He steps away slightly. Uh-oh, it's more trouble for Bhardwaj behind the stumps. That's another set of 4 byes. Just keeps low bounces in front of him. And yeah, you can see, kind of went with the hands. I suppose if you're reading that, maybe you can move your feet a little bit to the left and try and block it with your body a bit more, which can be a painful but effective way of doing it. Nonetheless, he didn't, and there's 4 more to the Tigers.
Yeah, it's you can see he can keep okay, and Kunal, but Aditya would be my man behind the stumps for PCC, and he looks like a decent bat, Kunal, but maybe he's a backup keeper or down the order a little bit.
He's got some good good basics. Yeah, he's not a bad keeper. I think it's just it's a little bit of positioning. So sometimes he's found himself, I think, a bit too far back, which you might think, okay, that's buying me extra time. So that's a good thing, and it can be. But if the ball's not carrying, it's very tough to make the stop here. I think he's 1 set of 4 byes away from having a backstop put in, so you've got to be careful about that. Anyway, this is driven away nicely, and it goes straight through the legs of Davitsi. Has no easy stops, and that's 2 balls that have gone to the boundary straight through PCC players this over. Yeah, well struck though, to be fair. Again, trying to read the last bounce. Davitsi couldn't react, and the Tigers will take the runs.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. 8 off the last 2 balls. And this one's hit straight down the ground. Should be covered. This morning he comes around. Just be a single.
Yeah, so they're fighting, aren't they, Tigers? Maybe they can turn it into something more as we get to the end of the 5th over. And it's 47 for 1. I want to say a very, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Here with Danny Hudacek. I want to say a big thank you to Sahadat Sagor from the Tigers. A bit early for food chat, but he's given us some of these, and he said that they're kind of Bangladeshi influence. They're mango cream biscuits. Okay, so we are going to, well, I'm going to try them, probably try one right now. We're going to share them with the crew as well, but big thank you to the Tigers. And, well, so far, so good for the Tigers, I suppose, and I look forward to having these. Danny, a bit early for food chat? You don't mind, do you?
I'd love a coffee with go with that as well.
You know what? You're right. But anyway, I'm going to get stuck into this, and Davitsi, after going fetching that one, he's going to bowl the next over number 6.
Bit short. Hit Mendon, no run. Lucky to get away with that. There's no one to the right or left of Kushal Mendon. So Vinny struggles with the packet.
Yeah, with my wicketkeeper fingers, you know, I've got a pair of scissors around the house, you know, just for things like this, because my fingers don't bend the way that normal people's fingers do. Anyway, here's Subber. Bit too close to cut. There you go, Danny. One for you, one for me.
Thank you.
I suppose we should stagger eating these. Someone has to call the game.
Yeah, you go first.
I'll go first. I'll be back by the end of the over. Oh, they're nice. They're kind of, the filling's not too sticky.
Mango cream.
Did I get gypped on the filling here? I don't have a lot of filling in mine.
What do you expect?
Come back to you.
It's looks pretty good. As this one goes down towards the boundary, and got a dodgy inside edge. Did Rongdi, who's moved up to 25. Let's have a look at this. Not much luck for the bowler. Good placement. I don't even think it was an edge. I think it was the full face of the bat. But it's the quickest part of the ground down there. Alam hasn't had much of the strike recently. Rongdi 25 or 23. Alam is 16 off 9. Just over halfway through the innings. 51 for 1 are the Tigers. Uses his feet well, hits it down the ground. Should be a pretty easy pickup for Smith Patel down there. Who's now at long off.
50's up for the Tigers. I'm back with my review as well of the mango cream biscuits. I'm going to say quite refreshing, just a little bit fruity. So kind of sweet, but not overpowering.
Okay.
I'm going to say would eat again.
Oh,
Thanks very much, Sagor. I'm
Well,
going to leave you to enjoy. I want to see how much filling you got, though.
You jealous?
I feel like you got a bit more filling than me. But that's okay. Enjoy. Bon appetit. Or double hut, as we'd say in Czech. 49, this partnership now. Ooh, close. Maybe just sneaks inside. Umpires always have their hands full with the amount of deliveries a day. For me, it probably was just touching the line. But the bowlers get something back from time to time. Anyway, this is in the air now. Going, gone. Maximo. What a good shot by Samuel Alarm. He takes on the fielder and wins. Had to hit that out of the middle, otherwise it was going to be trouble ahead. Smith was lurking, but he only went right back to the rope. He couldn't make the play. And it is the end of the over as well. So it's 59 for 1 after 6.
Because how I like those.
Yeah.
Very nice. Coffee would be great.
I could use a coffee with them as well. I have heard that the golf clubhouse here is actually pretty nice. Now that it's open. Andy House, part of our Blue Crew, he's been up a couple of times. So if we get a long break, maybe we'll have a look.
That'd be fun.
Apricot pastry, hello to you, saying, did someone say biscuits? I'll put the kettle on.
Mango, actually, Vinny.
Yeah, mango.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. Product of Bangladesh.
Yeah. Although we saw every sort of language on there.
It looks like it was imported from Italy through from Bangladesh through Italy, because there is a sticker on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
Right there. That's in Italian.
Yep, you're right. It has gone through Italy.
There are a lot of Bangladeshi cricketers in Italy, Vinny. I know there's a lot of Sri Lankans.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's actually a team in Rome called Rome Bangla Morning Sun, which is a fantastic team name and actually a pretty good team as well. So, short answer, yes. It does say, yeah, product of Bangladesh on the bottom, though. You're right.
I love some of the names up in Milan, like Fresh Tropical.
Fresh Tropical's good.
The is it Cricket Stars?
Cricket Stars. Yeah, based out of Bologna.
With Lovepreet Singh. Oh, gone. That's one hill too far for Rongdi. Good ball there by Tomar. Just pitched it up and Yorker length.
Yeah, it was well bowled, full and straight. We've said it time and time again. And this field, you can't afford to give the batters too much length, especially when you get late in the innings. And that's the case, and we've seen it a few times as well, where I think the batter kind of yorks himself by coming out of the crease. You see, if he'd stayed back, it probably was a bit more drivable. But maybe not a bad wicket to lose, because this guy, we've been calling for him, so Jamia, he's going to come out at number 4 with a score of 59 for 2.
We've been bigging him up, but he did struggle a little bit this morning.
He had a bit of a shock this morning, but that's going to happen. I mean, recent form's good form, and yesterday he had a very good day. Yeah, Cricket Stars, were you aware of what happened to them during the Super Series last year in Italy?
No.
So, this is an unusual one. So, last year how it worked, and it was for ECL qualification as well. So, we went around Italy as we did. I know we've commentated in Italy before, and the winners of each week went to the Super Series in Rome, and the top 5 teams in Italy were there, and the winner of that goes to the ECL. And Cricket Stars, well, they won their week, and so in Bologna actually, and so they were one of the 5 teams. So Tuesday morning's coming around. I think it was their first games. If not, they might have played day 1, but day 2 rolls around. As the first ball, pretty spicy one from Tomar, worked away by Sajumia for 1. But overnight, Monday night, Tuesday morning, the Cricket Stars, who were staying at a hotel in Rome, with all their kit and all that in their bus was broken into and all their stuff was stolen, including their clothes, their shoes, their cricket gear. And so actually, they were meant to play a double header on Tuesday morning, and it had to be postponed because they had no stuff. And they would, police reports and all this. Up in the air, I think this probably falls safely. It does. So, just a single. I know there's a few people wanting an update on Ajit, but we don't have an update just yet. But I promise at half-time I'll seek it out and see how he's going. Yeah. So how about this? And there's all sorts of things going on trying to secure new gear, and what an inconvenience. I mean, it's awful, really. Then Wednesday afternoon, we usually schedule one of their games for the last game of the day. So it went from 4 to 5 games. This is right off the end of the bat. But we'll get a single. Bit of confusion raised. Takes it around the field. In fact, they'll get 2 now. Maybe more. No, 2 and that's it. But they had their stuff back. And what had happened is one of the locals had said, well, you know what? I know the kinds of people that do this kind of thing. And they went and negotiated with the thieves. Paid and negotiated a sum to get their stuff back.
Wow.
To buy their own stuff back. And
I mean,
it wasn't as much as they were asking in the first place.
It's probably a pretty good deal because I don't think there's too much money available for black market cricket gear in Rome.
Well, that's why I think the thieves overestimated the market value pretty, early on when they were asking for how much back. But all's well that ends well, and they did get everything back except for a couple of pairs of the nicer trainers.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Real life through the lens of ECN. Oh, that's not a bad shot. It'll be a tough stop. Watch the spin. Yeah. I saw that coming a mile away. That's Stephen Anathiswaran, who's going to go down. Oh, we know it's Raj, of course. But have a look at this one. Look at the spin. Going, and he's gone. Doesn't have a shot at it.
He's got dodgy knees, does Raj as well, which cut his national team career short a little bit. And so his sideways movement isn't the greatest. 64 days to go for the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship.
Counting down. I mean, we started the count at 100. It was just a few weeks ago. Already down to 64. Cyprus, who are here this weekend or next weekend, I suppose. They're in Group E. And that's such an interesting group. I think Cyprus, Switzerland, Romania, Malta. They're all pretty even. Switzerland, maybe from what we saw last week, maybe top of that pack.
Yeah.
Because we saw Switzerland, Romania, and Malta all in the Valletta Cup. Cyprus, though, we'll get a look at them and we can grade them. And England, of course, they will be favourites for that group based on their past performances. But let's see what kind of a team England bring and if they can get on the pace straight away. Because last year they lost their first 4 matches. If they lose their first 4 matches this time, it's adios. Anyway.
They normally come in a talented young squad to England, and so do Ireland. Was it Ireland that was there last year? Scotland.
Yeah.
All come with talented squads, and you can see the Netherlands also take this very seriously, and they won that tournament. Any of the Netherlands team from that are going to the World Cup?
Quite a few. Oh, well, we don't know yet because they haven't named the squad. But a lot of them played in the qualifiers in Zimbabwe, such as Ryan Klein, Clayton Floyd, who was the first ever T10 Centurion, and he was part of the winning squad last year. Sakib Zulfikar, the leg spinner, is bowling really well. Others, Arian Dutt's probably another one to mention. But, yeah, so the big question will be, those guys from the Netherlands team that basically got them through, there are guys that were playing county cricket that were not released to play that qualifying tournament. So they're going to come back. And the question is, how many will they take to India? Who holds their spot? Do they give preference to guys that have been playing county cricket, or do they kind of go with the guys that got them there through the qualifiers? And more bad news behind the stumps, because this is one, to be fair, it's a rare bad ball from Rohit, a long way down. And the funny thing is that probably would have gone straight to Chetan Patel at leg slip. Instead, he's chasing into the bushes, 5 wides.
Yeah, Chetan Patel there. He's not bothered to put a number on this morning. He's listed as X on our team sheet.
Yeah.
So Rohit will continue.
They do have some high numbers, PCC. And I actually wonder, is there any sort of significance to these numbers? Because, yeah, some of the newer players to the club, so like Davitsi, like the Tank, Tomar, they're right up in the hundreds, they're high. So, I know some clubs, they kind of have their, your cap number, which is, the order which you played for the club. They'll try and replicate that as your shirt number. But when you get in the hundreds, it can get out of hand.
Indeed.
Here's Deshmoini. Better ball. Oh, that's proper grubber. But it's not handled by the keeper. Chetan helps him out that time. This is where if you've got a keeper that's comfortable up to the stumps on a pitch that's a bit up and down, then you're just not having to deal with bad bounces. Okay, yes, it's awkward, but you know, it's not rolling to you. You maybe have to take it shin high or something like that.
Well, I haven't seen too many bad bounces, but especially with bowlers that this is in the air. Players coming around. Toma drops it, kicks it. Well, he's used his feet quite a bit.
Well, if that was rugby union, that'd be an excellent little play on, and then you can jump on it for the try. But yeah, Tang actually thought he might pull this off. You know, wasn't really out of the middle of the bat. Kept himself in play. But yeah, this wasn't going to go for 4 until he booted it.
That's the second time he's done that. I think in this innings, there was a return that he managed to. He tried to stop it with his foot and knocked it under his other foot and kicked it about 20 metres.
Yeah.
So, lovely. The batsman moving all around his crease, trying to put off Deshmoini. Is in the air and dropped. No.
Well, I was going to say it probably put the batter off more than the bowler, but maybe put the fielder off. He's almost stepping on this fielder's toes as the bowler came in to bowl. But yeah, ends up in a fairly orthodox position. He's a bit late on it, but yeah, that was a soda. And I think it's Kayameta. Can't hold on to that one. So 2-drop catches in the over.
Yeah, should have been taken.
Rohit's hair is getting greyer by the ball at the moment. All right, another one. Who wants it? Oh, he's no. Oh, maybe. Great catch by Rohit Deshmoini. Oh, he was spinning like a disco ball, but when it came down to it, he was in the right place at the right time. And we might have to go back and amend the audio that had me halfway through saying no chance, because when you start turning around like this, I thought it's very hard to lose it, but he didn't. And he says if there's a job worth doing, you do it yourself. As he finally takes the wicket, Prague Tigers 79 for 3.
Yeah, after 2-drop catches in the over, he's got pretty good safe hands, has Rohit. He deserved that wicket. And 79 for 3, it's not too bad. A couple of overs left. Hitting around the 100 mark, 110 maybe, Vinny, do you think?
Yeah, if they're lucky. You know, I just think at the moment, nothing too fluent about this innings.
A couple of guys who can hit there. The general manager's
the general manager's been called into the office, and you know that he means business. And Deshmoini has to deliver one ball to him here. Last ball of the 8th. And it's a huge swing and a miss. That will take us to the end of 8. And Deshmoini finishes with pretty good figures of 1 for 15. Could have been better though. 8 overs down, 79 for 3.
Yeah, it's see Hasnat there. A little late on the stroke. Brings Subjit Mia to face, and Mia, we've seen him really hit the ball hard. Not quite in this innings yet. You see the graph here. Again, it's plateaued. We had its highlight in the second over, and then sort of remained fairly even. It'll be Smith Patel to bowl to Subjit Mia. And Smith wouldn't want to drop too short. Wouldn't want to get too full either. This one's be hit through the offside. Just be a single.
Had a question as well, a comment saying that maybe Netherlands should do selection trials, but I suppose the thing is when you're playing that much cricket and you're playing a lot of high level cricket professionally, yeah, they don't have trials per se. Well, dial B for backstop, because I said if there's one more that goes through, then he might end up with one. Again, it's just a ball. It keeps a bit low. Doesn't get, you know, let me give you a little tip. And it's not a fun thing to do, but you got to try and line it your middle of your body with the line of the ball.
Sure.
And then you can maybe block it like a baseball catcher, maybe get some of your body in the way. It's not fun, but you will stop them sometimes.
It's strange, this pitch, because there's a few bowlers, including Smith Patel, and Rohit has just gone through the fielder, and he saved it. Come back for 2. But there's quite a few that have kept low today, and have really rolled through. And I mean, it's like an arch bridge. Is the keeper Kunal with his legs, and quite a few have passed under it.
Yeah, a lot of them actually, if you look at it, they're not really going through his legs, they're going to the side. So that's kind of my observation there. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, another catching opportunity. This time it's taken. Well judged out there. And the general manager just stops by for a brief supervisory visit. Sabu and Davitsi that takes the catch out at deep mid-wicket. And the Tigers lose a fourth. Just cannot accelerate here. Most of the runs they're scoring, they're not even hitting. But the score 86 for 4.
He's pretty good under the high ball is Sabah. And good wicket there to Smith. We'll bring Amin Hussain, the skipper, out to the centre. And Subhajit Mia, he's the man at the other end who's most likely to score. Amin Hussain, though, can launch a few. Smith bowling to it, though.
Going back to what I was saying, after that swing and miss. So, score not advancing past 86. Yeah, the Netherlands team, I assume it'll be picked more on who's been scoring runs in high-level competitions or taking wickets in high-level competitions like the county game, the qualifiers. They may have something, it's probably not a bad idea, like a big squad camp where they trim it down. But, yeah, this is a pretty good shot. Cracked through the covers, and that's a brilliant way to get off the mark. Amin Hussain, the captain. Yeah, look at that. Just keeps his shape, cracks that into the gap, lets the field do the rest. 4 runs, nice batting.
Yeah, very nice batting. Have you spoken to Rob Kemming recently about the Netherlands?
I haven't. Oh, I've been texting him now and then. We tend to talk about all kinds of things. He's actually talking to me about the Ashes more than anything. At 90 for 4 after 9. But I know he's thrilled with the effort of the Netherlands team. And the fact that they're through top 10 in one-day cricket in the world. Incredible. Checking out the 21 extras there. Don't look too pretty for Prague CC fans. But they've got the game under control. Single wickets for Madaranga, Toma, Deshmorny and Smith Patel. Davitsi is going to come back to bowl his last over and the last over of the innings.
Yeah, they should be around about the 100, 105 mark. Let's see how it starts. Starts pretty well for Davitsi. The wind starting to get blustery again. It's at our backs. So it's going to be hard to hit down the ground.
Of course, Rob was manager of the Netherlands team for a long time, including some of their successes, such as beating England at Lords. And a fair few other memorable victories where Netherlands were underdogs. All right, has a go at this, and despite the Tortuga, it's knocked down. That's great fielding out there by Raj. And then rockets in a throw. Good stuff.
It's got a good arm, Raj. You wouldn't want to run on it. So it's a pretty good shot. Got quite a bit of it. And yeah, put a big mitt up and stop that from going to the boundary. Still got 2 from it though. Well, just get a single, Vinny. Might have been a single.
I think it's, how early did Mia take off then? Now he's looking for 2. I don't know what. Now they actually could have got 1 as soon as they gave up on it. Yeah, let's have a look. As for me,
and they're off.
Yeah. In the end, actually, he almost ran himself into trouble. But Davitsi, that's one of those ones that, even if you're not planning it, you almost have time to go to say, you know what, you're out, I'm getting you. You know, I've seen that happen a couple of times.
Yeah, gave himself plenty of space and actually made it so he couldn't reach the ball.
Let's have a look at Hussain. So he's not going as far, but same he is kind of going before the arm comes over. That was just for comparative purposes. I want to see Mia down there again. See how early he goes next time.
Oh.
Yeah, you see. To be honest, it's not even Hussain that was the main offender. Sabah just gives him a little point and a wink saying it's basically a warning. But, yeah, see, what he's doing wrong there is he's just not watching the bowler. Has a little smile. It's all in good fun, I know, but just if you can stay until I bowl, that'd be good.
That's a good ball, and this will be a run out.
He needed the extra ground, didn't he? Because he was never going to make it. So Mia's just off the boil, isn't he? At the moment, he's 14 off 11 now. They just decide to run no matter what.
So it's good bowling from Davitsi as well.
He's found a spot they're finding difficult, short of a length outside the off stump. So Hussain, he gets warned, but second time, he's off. And he's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 92 for 5 with 1 ball remaining.
Arja Alam will be the man on strike. So So Mia didn't want to be at that end, obviously. Well, they need to try to get the runs, and I'm sure he'll be off like a hare. Yeah.
All right. Yes, he is, and it's still not going to help him because he's still going to be out. I think he almost makes it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out, but good on him for getting that close, mainly because he stole about 2 meters at the other end. Let's have a look at the replay. If Ko can get out of the way, that'd be useful. Yeah, I think he's just out. He's out by a step. Check this out one more time. Ko, not the best angle of him, to be honest, but here comes the ball, and yeah, at least a step out. So, they can finish 92 for 6. What a great last over from Divisi, with only 2 runs off it, a couple of run-outs at the end, and the Tigers more or less tamed here. Well, they did hit a few shots in anger. I think Prague CC, once again, they'll be pretty comfortable chasing double digits.
Yeah, if they get early wickets, the Tigers, they have a bit of a chance against a batting attack that's not quite as strong as normal. You see the Sagor there, hitting one straight to the fielder. And we saw a couple of nice shots there. One launched just over Smith Patel for 6. And good little innings from Samuel Alam in the middle overs. Really got the score going. But there were a few buys as well. We'll have a look at the extras in a moment. But the Tigers, they were trying to play their shots. There's one of the buys. They did miss quite a few balls, but never wanting for trying. It was just the fact that they couldn't get the execution quite right at times. This one was over the top, a nice 6. But there was pretty good tight bowling and a good wicket there for Riddick Tomar. It's the general manager who had to go. In fact, it was Rongdi who had to go. And that was the right turn at Albuquerque for Raj out there on the boundary. But, this was Rohit's catch, who zoned in on it and took a lovely one after having 2 catches dropped off the 2 previous deliveries. And there's more through the keeper. A bit of a shocker. The ball did keep down a little bit for him. This is Saba with a nice catch on the boundary. But all in all, he's one of the run-outs in the final over. The first of the 2. In fact, that was the second of the 2 there. And that ended proceedings. So a pretty good effort from the Tigers. 92 is not a terrible score. It's going to be difficult to restrict this very talented PCC batting lineup. But they're not at full strength, PCC. It's not really a bits and pieces side either. It's given the opportunity to some new members of their club to come in and have a go, give the big names a bit of rest. Good batting up the top by Samuel Alam, probably the pick of the batsman, 24 of 14. Emil Rongdi with runner ball 16. So Jimmy with 14, and little bits and pieces from the rest. Extras, 21 extras, including 11 wides and 8 byes. It's too many from PCC. But Madaranga, probably the pick of the bowlers, there with 1 for 12. Deshmoini also 1 for 15. And wickets for Tomar and Smith Patel. Davisi bowled very well without taking a wicket, especially his final over. So, in match 34 here from the European Cricket Series here in Prague, in Czechia. Match between the Prague Tigers and PCC. PCC 93 runs to win. And we'll come back after the break to see if they can get there or if Tigers can defend this total. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series, Czechia, a match between PCC, Prague Cricket Club, and also Prague Tigers. It is match number 34 in this this tournament of 56, the group stages games, and Prague Tigers set a decent total of 92. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough against a very good PCC side. Well, they'll fight all the way, will the Tigers, though. And early wickets would be very handy. It'll be Sabawundavisi, a left-handed opening batsman for PCC, who'll take the strike, and he'll be joined by Kunal Bhardwaj, sorry, who is new to the lineup today. He had a bit of a mare with the gloves as a wicketkeeper just a little bit earlier in the previous game. These two got PCC over the line against the Bohemians, just chasing a meagre total of 61. They want to do much the same here. They didn't lose their wickets in that run chase. Tigers, on the other hand, will need early wickets. They've got a very tight field on the offside for Sabawun. One's coming to the leg side now. He's a difficult batsman to bowl to, Sabawundavisi. Got a pretty narrow third man. Also got a deepish gully and a point. As Alam comes in for the first ball, gets past the fielder, 4 runs. That's how quick this ground is, as well. Familiar face goes and does the fielding. Want to get his gold suit too dirty. So you can have a look here. Just went with the outswing to the left-hander there, as Mr. Maximo goes and fetches the ball. So it's been really good under Alam for the Tigers. Probably the pick of their bowlers. He comes in again, bowling to Davisi, who is it past him on the onside. Just be a single. There's a man out there. That's the general manager. He picks the ball up and just throws it back in to the bowler. I'll bring Kunal back on strike for the first time in this game. He looked pretty good in parts against Bohemians. Don't think we've seen the best of him with a bat yet. Bhardwaj. So it's a right-hander, left-hander combination, which often causes issues for bowlers. I'm sure Alam will adjust quite well, and he does. He's hit straight down to the pitch to the bowler, and no run. Target of 93. Not sure if it's enough, but they'll fight all the way, will the Tigers, and they'll want to get early wickets. They have a bit of a reduced batting lineup today. I had the PCC. Oh, this could be out. It's just going to drop in front of the fielder. Drew a full shot, got a leading edge, just didn't quite carry to cover or to the shortish mid-off. Good ball though. And Sid Bhardwaj hasn't really been very fluent with his innings. Played some decent shots in the previous game, but no, as I said, no real fluency with what he was doing. I think maybe still getting used to the pitch and coming into the tournament. PCC haven't played since Tuesday afternoon, I think. Here for the first 2 days of action. They're back again for these Sunday clashes. This one's hit the cover, and again no run. Hit pretty firmly, and is yet to score is Bhardwaj. Daviti's 5 off 2. And it's been a good over from Alam. Only 5 from it so far. 1 ball remaining. Want to keep it nice and tight. And he does. The wind's died down again. It's getting a bit steamy here as well, quite warm. And after the first over, the PCC are 5 for no loss. 7 matches into Golden Ball. We saw one yesterday featuring United again, and they went down. It was a great finish, and it was made possible on the back of 4 big sixes in the previous over. Got to a Golden Ball, and they couldn't quite go on it with it United, but it was under interesting circumstances as well, with the batsman trying to reach his ground. Realised he didn't. He was short of the run, so went back, which cost him just enough time to be able to be safe at the keeper's end. Even though there was a fumble by the keeper, the run out was affected. All right, new bowler. Here's Prem Yadav. He's also had a pretty good tournament so far. Bowling to Sabun Divisi. It's all gone pretty quiet, tense. Hit straight back to the bowler, who wasn't ready for it. That was hammered back. Saved 3 runs. He's rubbing his hip. Let's have another look at this. And difficult one. He got him. Did Divisi. Should be okay. Painful, but as I said, he saved 3 runs. Prem Yadav would have been a miracle catch. That was absolutely smashed back at him at an awkward height as well. So he'll continue. Ball to Bardwaj this time, or hopefully not smash it straight back at him. Back turns around the corner. Doesn't beat the fielder there. There's a man at square leg. Got it straight to him. He's got a little inside edge. And no run. It's finding it a little bit awkward is Bardwaj at the moment. Can't quite get any runs. He's finding fielders. Oh, that's a gift for him to get off the mark. It was short. It was on the leg side, and it was spanked down near the Scott Page bench. Just turned on it. Too easy for the bowler. And they relieve a little bit of the pressure that was being built by some good bowling by Alam and also Yadav. Just let himself down a bit. He does naturally angle it into the right-hander, does Yadav. That one just got a little bit too straight and is a little bit too short, and then it went a little bit over the boundary. Here he comes again. Yadav turned around the corner, and nice looking shot just for a single. Well, it's a misfield. They weren't aware. They weren't looking for the second one. Were these two? Divisi, I think, wants to have a go at Yadav's bowling. So yeah, the field moves around again for the left-hander. Prem Yadav. So bowling to Sabun Divisi. He's got a lot of cover on the offside, still in the power play. And in the second over, this is hit over the top, 6 runs. He just stepped and launched it. And that's a good shot by Divisi. Didn't try to overhit it. Just look, just very typical Sabun Divisi type shot. I've seen that a lot over the years. Yadav have to change things a little bit. Pitch it up maybe, like that. Better delivery, hit to cover, no run. Nice looking shot, just hit it straight at the fielder. So at the end of the over, it's a pretty expensive one there for the Tigers. And as you see the table, Branksisi up the top. Net run rate's pretty good as well. Can't see them missing out on a final 4 spot. They'll want to get that top spot for all sorts of reasons in the finals. And Tigers down the bottom at the moment. They haven't played many games for the Tigers. They have every chance of getting into their top 4. But there are some good teams between them and that position. It's going to be a tight tussle. I'm sure by Tuesday or Wednesday we'll know more about who's going to be able to make it into that top 4. Of course, every team plays every other team twice in this tournament, just in the preliminary rounds. 56 games, 8 teams. This bowler comes in and hit down the ground. Just a single to Bhardwaj. So every team plays every other team twice in the preliminary rounds, and then the top 4. It's pretty much a straight shootout for them. In the finals Friday, which will happen in about 6 days' time. So Rongdi, the bowler, Saba hits it straight to cover again. He's picking out that spot very nicely. He's now 12 off 5. And this one's hit just forward of that gully area, and another 4 runs. A little bit easy there from the bowler, giving a full toss. Not too far away from that fielder, but far enough. And as soon as it passed him, it was going to be 4. So Rongdi got that a little bit wrong. Saba got that a little bit wrong as well. Tried to drag it from outside our stump to the leg side. Got an under edge and no timing. And just a top ball. Been a pretty good over from Rongdi so far. That 4 from Davisi. Nice looking shot. This is over the top and well placed. So cover couldn't reach it, and long off couldn't get round to it. It's a nice shot there by Davisi. Just lifted it over the top. He does hit in the air quite often, does Sabawin, and but he uses it as an effect to score runs. He's not frightened of that lifting the ball over the infield, especially as we've got 1 ball left of the power play. This one's just hit out to that point region just for a single, and it'll retain the strike. And Davisi will move on to 21, and PCC at 29 for no loss after 3. Vinny.
Yeah, I'm back, and
We saw your fielding effort.
yeah, I was thinking about it, but the combination of the golden suit plus knowing how fast this field is, I knew I wasn't going to cut off the angle. So I just fetched it out of the long grass. Gives me a bit more respect for the ball retrievers, though. We've had a busy time so far in Prague.
You didn't have to chase it too far, though.
Yeah, I was checking out the Scott Page bench over there, just in between games. I might do a little piece from there later on. It's quite an interesting, unique structure.
It is. It is, and it's a good little tribute to the man, Scott Page.
Tell you what, the cricket bats though haven't been out in the sun. It shows you how strong the sun is though. They've taken a beating.
Need a bit of oiling, do you think?
Yeah, I think they might need an oil. Oh, anyway, what a shot. This is leaned on by Davidian. Now the ball retriever quickly just throws the new one back and says, here, you take this one, I'll go fetch the other one. Davisi goes, Maximo. This is a very Saba shot, shuffles back in his crease, gives him a fraction extra time to see it, and goes up and under.
Just gave it the full face of the patch and timed it. There was didn't overhit it at all. It was a lovely shot there from Saba, as is that one. And that's going to go all the way as well. 4 runs.
That goes pretty close to Scott Page bench down there as well, actually. But yeah, Sagor, well, he won't be happy about that, but Sagor will be happy with the fact that I just shared the biscuits with the entire crew. There's the Scott Page bench down there. What you can't tell is that the seat part of it is made of old cricket bats. Luckily, they're face up. But
well, there's always, we don't exactly know how those bats got there actually, because Scott did accumulate quite a few bats over the years.
yeah, that was my next question. Where did they come from?
Well, I only ever saw him using an old, remember SP? an old SP bat that he'd repaired, and I don't know what he did to it, put dowling in it, and that's the only bat I ever saw him use. It was pretty effective for him, but somehow there are about 20 bats over there, probably. So
Yeah, something like that.
So we don't quite know where those bats came from.
Yeah, well, it is a lovely tribute. I'll say that. I met Scott's parents actually around about a year ago here at the Vintage ground. So obviously they were touched as well with how much an impact he'd made. Right now, yeah, it's PCC making an impact. There's another ball just screams along the outfield, and add 4 to the score. PCC. Don't think they've lost a wicket today, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they haven't.
Because, yeah, they chased the last one down uninterrupted. It was these two that did it then, and it's these two that are doing it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Aaron in the chat says, effortless shots from effortless shorts from Shazava.
I would love some effortless shorts because it's difficult to stay effortless when we're going to places with such delicious food. Well, that one's going the same way. It's going to be the same result. And, well, there's the foot fielding attempt. I think that the ball retrievers fielding, on the whole, improved a lot yesterday. But this is another one where risks the shin bone. This opening partnership up and out of control, really. Up to 48 now.
There's a comment here with Chris in the chat saying the umpires here in Portugal have had to warn bowlers too much. It's unacceptable at any level. I tend to agree with you in some sense. I'm not sure what's happening in Portugal as far as that goes. As this is in the air, player coming back. Good catch. Really good catch there. And that's running backwards is Amin Hussain.
Yeah, what a catch. Yeah, he loves it as well. Why wouldn't he? So finally PCC lose a wicket. I thought he would do well to touch this, never mind catch it. But he judged it perfectly, running back with the flight. Great catching.
Yes, excellent catch, and the PCC have lost their first wicket. They've still got quite a bit in the tank to come out. In fact, I think it might even be the tank. But just going back to the umpires chatting to players, it doesn't happen very often. In fact, what I'm going to say is it happens less and less as we go around Europe. And I mean, here it's noticeable in Prague that there was one little confrontation before with one batsman who said something, or one bowler who said something to a batsman, and the umpire got involved, Pete Vincent. But generally, I don't think there's too much chatting from the umpires.
I think maybe what he's talking about is bowlers running in front of the umpire after they bowl.
Yeah.
Which is a separate issue, which I think that also is improving, but it's still a bit of an irritation, I think, for umpires who want to, look at LBWs and stuff like that. Sometimes they can't see.
I mean, the officiating has gotten very good as well, and players now know that because they get warned by umpires and officials here in ECN tournaments, but also in the local leagues. There's very little back chat to umpires. There's a lot of respect for them. It's the umpires here in the Czech Republic are under an umbrella of an association run by or led by Pistol Pete, and it's a sign of a strong competition. You've got to have strong officiating. But also, you've got to remember all of these players have never played hardball cricket.
Yep.
They've never played on proper pitches. So
sure.
It's something which is a learning curve. And even you look at Sabawun Davisi, and his running between the wickets is horrific at times. But that comes from just not being coached at an early age and not knowing. He knows a lot better. He should know a lot better now, to be fair. But
yeah, that's true. And these guys come from all kinds of different backgrounds as well. It's a real melting pot. But yeah, I think as far as the officiating, one of our big goals at ECN is to improve the standard of umpiring, give them the tools they need to succeed. And one thing about the umpires, they're a team just like any other team in this tournament. Really, they get together regularly. They're talking about their performance, how they can improve.
Yep.
They'll make mistakes just like the players will make mistakes. I mean, how you deal with that's important. I think good umpires can admit they've made a mistake. It's funny, actually. We see leaning on this, gets through one fielder. Doesn't get through the second. 50's up, by the way, for PCC in the 5th over. But, sometimes the umpires might make objectively a mistake, and you know the tournament referee will say, look, go have a look at that one tonight and tell me what you think in the morning.
Yeah.
The good umpires can say, yeah, you know what, look at that, I think I did make a mistake. The ones that still can look at hard evidence and still think they're wrong, I think they're the ones that don't end up going so far. But I mean, the umpires, they're quite reflective and they're trying to improve their performance as well. I think they do a really good job. Into the 5th over, the score 52-1. Coming up tonight from Portugal, it is night 6 of the ECSN, European Cricket Series nights in Portugal. Gamblers taking on the Porto Wanderers first up, then Marlow will be there from the second game. They've got the double header. Rico Full standing by. Well, Rico is going to do tonight and tomorrow, and then Corey is going to take over for the second half of that tournament, actually. And that starts a little bit later on, 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe, and it's 8 o'clock in India.
I'm sure Corey will love that, spending the time in the is it near the beach in Coimbra? Not really.
It's not really, but yeah, I'm going to have to keep him on a tight leash, especially because he's alone. Don't think we've trusted Corey alone. Oh no, to be fair, he did the Netherlands series for the T20 IWs last week, the tri-series between Netherlands, Thailand and Scotland, and did very, very well, I have to say. But that was on his home turf. He is abroad now, so he might have to inform the embassy. Anyway, this is one that really takes off from Ajay Alam. What a ball this is.
Yeah, it's a good time to bring him back, actually.
Look at this. Oh, yeah. Keeper does well to handle it. Zakibul Tanim. Definitely jumped more than usual.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's a little bit of variation in this pitch, and it's because of the clay base, which is good. Because
I think it's good. I think it's really good.
Yeah, yeah.
A little bit of variable bounce is good. Makes it more natural.
I grew up. Actually, this is a nice shot through the covers by Tanky for 4. I grew up on concrete pitches, and one thing you could do is, I did bowl relatively quickly at one stage when I was a bit younger and was training a bit, but it's mainly an outswing bowler. But I could bowl a good bouncer because I just dug it in and I got head height.
Yeah.
And I can't do it on this pitch. You know, I don't know if I could have done it when I was bowling a bit quicker either. So that one kept low.
Oh, I'd love to do a superimposition of the one that went head high and the one that went ankle high, because they're about the same length. Maybe that one's a little bit fuller, but not much. And the batter's saying, hey, something you told me is, when it's dry for long periods, this pitch does get a bit more uneven because the clay base can kind of crack underneath.
That's exactly right, and that might be what's happening, because we have had pretty good weather. Even though we have a thunderstorm or two or a bit of rain, that one's 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah, just smart, aren't they? The way they're going about knocking off this total. They're scoring runs, but without taking a lot of risks. And they use the pace of Ajay Alam against him then. Smart batting by the tank.
Yeah, normally he's trying to blast you, and that's a bit more subtle.
Yeah.
So Tomai's 10 off 7, Davidi 34 off 16, and still in the 6th over. The score is 60 for 1. Target 93, so they're pretty much on target a PCC. He wickets the Tigers. It's hit down to third man, just a single.
Now there's a bit of discussion about the facilities where people grew up, went to school and things like that. My school, now I realise it. I mean, it was normal for me at the time, but now I realise I went to a school that had, I'm trying to count, 6 turf cricket fields.
Wow.
And the curator was the curator that actually was the developer of drop-in pitches during World Series cricket in the late 70s.
Yeah.
So he was a top curator, curated at the WACA. You know, he's one of the leaders in his field, and he was just kind of stepping back from that. My school probably offered him more money, I guess. But
sounds pretty posh, Vinny.
yeah, it was way too posh for me, now I realise. Anyway, it's the end of the 6 over. The score is 62 for 1.
Well, I don't know if you saw what happened, but the
Saw the stumps go down.
yeah, the bail went up and hit the bowler in the face.
Ooh.
So he's okay, I
Nasty.
think.
All right, well, hopefully it's nothing too serious there. He hasn't Mark Bouchered himself. 62 for 1 after 6. Yeah, so, and these pitches were such good quality as well. But yeah, now I suppose I realise it's probably not representative of the majority of the cricket world. And I've enjoyed
Definitely
seeing
right.
the other side of it. In fact, funny thing is, then I went to my grade club and working my way up the grades there. Our kind of second pitch was, there's 4 grades, so thirds and fourths would play there, was known as the worst pitch in Perth. And so then that was very different. But I think experiencing different conditions and different pitches, it's one of the beauties of cricket, and not everyone gets to do it. You know, you think about if you're playing in one place your whole life or one competition your whole life, you know, you might never experience different conditions, but all these players that get to go to Spain now, that get to go internationally across Europe, well, that one is going, but it's not going all the way, and it's gone. Nicely taken. And I think that's Rongdi down there that takes the catch, so Davitsi gets them close. Maybe we still got game on here. Still more runs required than balls. Yeah, it's Prem Yadav who comes on. And yeah, that's a nice catch. Running in and to his left. And so it will be the second wicket. And Davitsi is the man that has to go at 62 for 2.
Yeah, that is a really good catch out there. I'll bring Raj out to the centre, who's more a hitter than a out-and-out batsman. And just looking around, Kushal Mendon's a good bat, and there's a few others. Kayameta, Smith Patel can bat, Rohit can bat, but really, they do have a chance.
Part of me, it was a little bit away from us. It wasn't Rongdi, that was the general manager, GM Hazanup, that took the catch. Didn't he take it well in
really
into his left?
Catch. Yeah, really good.
All right, well maybe
Jim Higgs. Talk about Jim Higgs in the chat.
Yeah,
He's the Australian off-spin bowler, I think, who was taught to bat by his wife.
Might have been a leggy.
Might have been a leggy.
But
his wife taught him how to bat.
Is that right? I did not know
also
that.
A cricketer. Yeah, well, if you saw him bat, I think he must have been pretty dire before
There was a
before
famous,
the lessons.
I can't remember who it was, but it was like in the 30s or the 40s or the 50s, something around there. But you know, telephones were in, and there was a proper number 11 used to play for Australia. Might have been Bert Ironmonger. That sticks in my head for some reason. Anyway, his wife would call and they'd say, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Ironmonger, but Percy's got out to bat. Would you like to hold for a second?" Which I thought was quite...
Dougie Walters was like that as well, where he used to smoke like chain smoke in the dressing room.
Different times.
And, he handed his cigarette to another one of the players and said, "Can you hold that for me? We'll be back in a minute." Yeah, but a couple of old Chappelli books. I don't know if you remember those.
Yeah.
But, old Ian Chappell stories and from around the world, but mainly
I
about
still
the
want to
Australian
know
cricket team.
how his wife taught him how to bat.
That's what that probably comes from Richie Beno or Tony Gregg or one of those Tony Cozier, one of those commentators.
I was talking about one of my favourite commentators, Tony Cozier.
He was great.
I loved him.
He's West Indian, but he didn't have the same complexion as the players.
And you know what? That it was a while before the West Indian Test team had any darker skinned players.
Really?
Yeah, it was you know, late 50s. So before that, it was all kind of expats of an Anglo-Saxon background. As this one is cut away, and that'll be 4. So Tank picking up where Davitsi left off, and Yadav gets cut away to the boundary. Once again, this field is lightning quick. Anything you hit into a gap takes a lot of stopping.
Krim's calling for a golden ball 2 days in a row.
Okay. I think you're going to have to get Tadke. Maybe we can get a couple of guys that haven't batted too much in the series. Because that's what you're hoping for.
Watch that, almost hit the stumps. Couldn't be too far away.
Tony Cozier, he passed away in 2016, just a few years ago, yeah. But going back to that, yeah, there was, I think Sir Frank Worrell was the first black West Indian captain. And it was obviously pretty controversial times back then. Just, I think it was into the ground. But you know, you think about the civil rights movement in the US through the 60s and things like that. And I think that Worrell did a lot to bring the team together as well, continuing to pick, guys. He didn't pick an entirely black team either. He picked guys like, I think, Jerry Alexander is one.
Jim Higgs, according to Wayne, was a leg spinner. Not in the same. Leg spinners I saw mainly were Shane Warne and Stuart McGill, who turned it a mile. I just don't remember Jim Higgs turning it very much.
Yeah, I don't think many did compared to those two, as far as genuine side spinners. Stuart McGill's had that really good wrong-in, which was a weapon. Anyway, 7 overs down in this one. Maybe we do have a finish going after all. Barbarians, been a while since we've seen them. Tuesday, actually, so it's my first time seeing them in the flesh. And they have a 2-3 record. They're taking on Bohemians. That's the 4th match of the day. It's coming up in around about half an hour. News from the toss, Barbarians winning the toss and electing to bat. A few people there keen to impress. Devendra Singh would be one. Jagan Ivasan as well, because he's in the squad. One guy that I'm looking forward to seeing also, Prem Nandavada for the Barbarians. So watch out for them. They'll be here. And Bohemians, well, they want a winning streak. It was snapped. That's gone. 100%. Yeah, well, he's gone across the line there. It's him in front of middle. I think it might have been what it was hitting. So Hussain comes on and gets a wicket first ball. And just trying to cross bat a straight ball. I think it was one of the easier decisions that the umpires left to make this week. 67 for 3.
Yeah, not much of a doubt there. And well, they're in it with a good shout here, the Tigers. And the more wickets go down, the more they'll be buoyed by it. But it's a very good batsman who's comes to the crease. And of course, Mendon. Haven't seen him so far in the tournament, apart from today. But very experienced. Very experienced.
Even captain the Czech national team.
He did.
In the ECI recently, I think in 1 or 2 games. Chris was saying the reason they were talking about school facilities because he was comparing his school to the school next door. Okay, get that, Chris. I'll come back to you in a second. Mendon keeps the first one out. Hussain right on target. He said he had a single clay pitch covered in AstroTurf. The private school near me had 2 pavilions, one 2-story and the other single-story. I feel sorry for the guys that just had to deal with the single-story pavilion. It's in cricket. It's enjoyed by people with very diverse backgrounds, I suppose. That includes, I suppose, access to facilities. One of the favourite things I ever did was when I went to India, because my brother got married there about 6 years ago now, playing cricket in the street in India with a bunch of youngsters. You know, super rewarding. And yeah, they got a lot of joy out of it. I love just getting involved. Full toss, asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. So Hussain has been good so far, but he loses the handle on this one. That one's headed towards the car park, and Prague CC, probably no wobbles here, but I mean, when you actually have a quick look at the score, it's 21 required off 14, so a bit close for comfort.
Well, that one helped. That was a bit of a gift there.
Yeah.
And, it's rare that Tanky misses out on those. Oh, it's called wide.
Should stop. Well, 5 wides. Oh, it's the killer, isn't it? And it's been tough for all the keepers here. Again, to be fair, I think he does a lot of things right there, Taneem. He gets across and just leaves a little mouse hole open. Tries to smother it with the long barrier style. And it goes from 21 off 14 to 16 off 14 now.
I actually went to school opposite North Sydney Oval.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a really nice little ground.
Yeah.
That's absolutely beautiful.
Small.
So it is very small for a cricket ground, but made for very good domestic cricket.
Yeah, for sure.
Wayne Holsworth. Wayne Holsworth,
yeah,
very good,
of course.
quick Australian bowler.
And he made the Australian squad once. I don't think he actually played a game.
I thought he went to England for an Ashes series, but
it
didn't really suit him. It's just over the top and 4 runs, expensive over this. And Hussain, he's gone for 15. They couldn't really afford it. And it's all happened in the last 3 balls as well. Yeah, the North Sydney Oval was really, really nice, or is a really nice ground. And Wayne Holsworth, he hit 49 off 18 or something. It was he just went completely ballistic.
49 off 19, not out.
Yep.
I remember that game. Remember that scorecard? It stood out. Yeah.
It was unfortunate he didn't get the 50, but apparently when he went back to the dressing room, everyone started congratulating the other batsman and not completely ignoring Holdsworth. He's like, what? Didn't you see? Like, and they completely ignored him. I don't know if it was because if it was just the stir or...
Sounds like a prank.
Could be.
There's actually one in baseball that's super similar to that called the silent treatment. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Have you heard of it? I'll tell you in a second. But let me go to the chat first. After this ball from Sagor. Well, this is high. Is it far? With the wind, that's got to go, and it goes miles. And Maximo, the attack fires, and there's half the runs they need. That was a big strike. They throw back a ball, but yeah, with the wind going slightly left to right, once this is up in the clouds, it's never coming back.
That was high in the air, and off the bat, it did sound like a gunshot. So, tanky.
Just tying up a few loose ends. Richie Beno, yes, he was a leg spinner. That is true in the chat. He was the leading Australian wicket taker at one point in Test cricket, 248 wickets. And then there was one more thing we were talking about.
Spinners. Home grounds, schools.
Now it escapes me. Too much going on. I don't often lose track. But I'll get back to you. This is very close to the end of the game, but not yet. Oh, it will be. He's missed it. Well, you spotted it before me. Well, keepers, I don't know, maybe they need to start giving him big nets or something to try and catch him because haven't had a really good time with these balls that have kept low.
Oh, this is a wide as well as a big wide.
Yeah, that'll do it. It's going to be 5 wides, and that'll do it. In the end, Prague CC, they get there in some comfort. They end up winning with 10 balls to spare.
Well, the machine rolls on, doesn't it? They're now well and truly in the final series next Friday, and it's pretty much job done for these guys, and it's given a chance a bit of a rest for some of their top flighters.
Early on, that was me. I said, okay, I'll let the field do the work, but it is fast. Yeah, that's a very long shot of me going after the ball, but Davitsi, he was going after as well, wasn't he? Got them off to a positive start, so they could pretty much just cruise, even though there were some concerns, I think, when the rate was around 9 and over required, but with these conditions and the wickets in hand, Prague CC, they end up doing it fairly easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was pretty good. It was Sabawun. That was a magnificent shot. That's my shot of the day so far. But Sagor, yeah, continued to plug away, but Davisi was equal to him. And it was a good opening partnership between him and Kunal Bhardwaj. You can see just poking away. That's what you need to do on this ground. Then Yadav came on and Davitsi holed out to a very good catch there from the general manager. And brought the tank Riddick Tomar out to the centre.
I think the thing on this field is it's so easy to score runs without taking too many unnecessary risks. That one might have been a bit unnecessary for Raj. It was LBW late in the piece, but yeah, you just got confidence that the boundaries are going to keep coming. If you can hit a gap, even you hit a gap along the ground, and how many drives along the ground have we seen go for 4? That one wasn't along the ground, it was up in the air, using the wind pretty well, sailing across the line, and then this game was on borrowed time. In fact, well, it was a classic Minimo to Winimo because they ended up getting there with 10 balls to spare. And so that leaves us with just the one game to play, and we'll show you this information shortly. But right now, let's have a look at the scorecard. Davitsi got them off to a flyer, 35 off 18 from him. Bhardwaj in another good opening partnership. He contributed 16. Tomar fired towards the end, 27 off 16. Mendon did hit 1-4 in there and helped his team across the line. Yeah, but 10 wides, including 5 off the very last ball of the game, sunk the Tigers. He had some good performance with the ball. I think Ajar Alam got the most out of the surface, didn't he? He had the ball dancing all over the place. Didn't take a wicket though, none for 15, his figures. Wickets to Prem Yadav as well as Sahadat Sagor and Amin Hussain. And for Sagor, I can tell you this one more time, thank you for the biscuits. They went down in record time when I shared them with the crew.
I can imagine.
Well, Danny, we'll take a quick break, hey? We'll be back in about 20 minutes and we'll take you into the next game. It'll be Barbarians, Bohemians, live from Prague. Until then, hope you're enjoying your day. We'll see you for some more Sunday afternoon action after the break, right here in the European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Pretty windy day right here, but anyway, we know that's part and parcel of the conditions here at Vinoj from time to time. So now we're getting ready for the fourth match of the day, and it's going to be match number 35 between the Barbarians, and they're taking on Bohemians. Now this bench here is very special. It's called the Scott Page bench. Of course, Scott Page was integral to the development of Czech cricket, and the field is named after him here as well. Scott unfortunately passed away just a short time ago, and this has been erected in his honour from some old cricket bats. So I think it's a really nice touch. And I had the honour of meeting Scott's parents as well last year, and I know that they're really proud of that. So this is just a little nice memento around the ground of the history of the ground here at Vinoj, in particular Scott Page Field and the Scott Page bench. But now it is time for the fourth match of the day, and like I said, it's Barbarians taking on Bohemians. Let's see what happens at the toss. Charles Croucher, he's out in the middle with the two captains.
Okay, your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
So we are going to bat first.
So Barbarians win the toss, they elect to bat. I don't mind that. Although we haven't seen the Barbarians for a while. We haven't seen them since day 2, so they've had 5 days in the wilderness. But I mean, they have won a couple of games. They're one team that I do think could climb the ladder and end up in the top 4, but they're going to have to play well. And a couple of players I'm watching out for, Murali Vandrasi, I think he's been in pretty good form in the short form. Seen him close up and personal, and I think that he can clear the boundary with ease if he gets going. Also, Tripuri Kanyalal, he's a very interesting spin bowler. I think he's something a little bit different, and I know he's been working on a few other deliveries. Vishak Jaganivasan as well is a guy, he's been listed in the 21 for Czechia next week, so I'm sure he'll be keen to impress. For Bohemians, well, they kind of fell apart in the last game against Prague CC. Before that, they were on a winning run. They'll want to get back to winning ways as well, and can Sahil Grover get in amongst the runs? Well, Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball, but meanwhile, I might just sit and enjoy the first moments from here. The news from the toss in match number 35 is that Barbarians, they've won the toss. They're going to bat. Over to you, Danny Hudacek.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series here in Czechia. That's match number 35. Still quite a few to go before the end of the week, and it's between Prague Barbarians and Bohemians. Barbarians won the toss, elected to bat. It's a good idea, I think. It's the Bohemian side, which is a little bit brittle today after a pretty comprehensive loss to PCC. And Barbarians, they should open up with Devendra Singh and Vishak Jaganivasan, both very good batsmen, especially Devendra's in pretty good form, scoring quite a few runs already in this tournament. And for Bohemians, no doubt will be the warhorse Javed Iqbal to open the bowling. As you can see, Vishak there has been re-included in the Czech side after being in the wilderness for a little while. He's in pretty good form in this tournament. Here's Vishak. He's also a pretty hot fielder. But, let's see who's opening with him. Probably will be Divi Singh. He's a good player as a wicketkeeper for this side. Has captained them as well. Vamsi Madashetty is the captain this time for Barbarians. A couple of new faces in the lineup. They have Mayank Purohit and also Swarup. Muralinathan, and also Prem Nandavada. I know that Vinny has some information about him. He'll share with you all a little bit later. He comes back into the commentary marshmallow. So Javid Iqbal, he's wanting to get going. And Divi Singh's just adjusting his gloves. Look at him, he's coming in. Here's Javid, the old stager. And Feroz a false shot, gets away with that. Divi goes down to third man just for a single. In fact, they'll look for two. And well run in the end. Bit of a fumble there on the boundary. But drew the false shot, did Iqbal. And they could have gone anywhere. Could have gone straight to a fielder. There's no one in position there. But 2 runs off the first ball. So the throw came in. And, it's Zahid Mahmood behind the wickets. So that's an interesting move. Javid Iqbal sitting again, falling to Devendra Singh. It's been hit straight and not quite picked up there by Sajib. Came straight to him. They ran on the shot to the Barbarians. Would have been in trouble if he picked it up straight away, but just a little fumble will bring Chagadiferson on strike. So, a bit of overhead cloud. Still pretty good conditions for cricket, a little bit of a breeze. Not quite as windy as what it was. As Javid comes in again. Going to Varshaik this time. It's out around the corner, just for a single to square leg. It's Kamal Singh at square leg, who bowled excellently in the last game. That's what they tended to do today, was bowl spin, Barbarians. Guru Singh also, the left armour, bowled pretty well. Kamal, the pick of the bowlers, I think, in the earlier on in the day. This is a lovely shot. Just timed it off the bat. So Grover is not keeping. He couldn't reach it. It got just out of the reach of the bowler. And then you see Grover coming into the picture. And beautiful shot there. And 4 runs from Divi, who's in good form at the moment. This ground suits him now. It was in past ECSs. It looks like he always tried to hit the ball too hard. And it was partly to do with the state of the ground. Now he's getting value for shots. This is called a wide. Yeah, now he's getting value for shots. He can be a bit more natural and a bit more fluid, and not hit the ball as hard, and it really suits him. He's already hit, I think, a score in the 70s this tournament. So he's one in the lineup for the Czech national team. He's played there before as well. Him and Grover for the wicket-keeping spot, I think. So this is going to be called a no ball, and it's been crunched away through the cow corner region for 4 runs. Not good bowling for Iqbal. Just lost that a bit, but Devendra Singh did not miss out on that free gift from Iqbal. It's been an expensive one already. 14 from it. A couple of balls left. Sal Grover's having a chat to his bowler. Here comes Javid bowling again. Bowling to Devendra Singh, right-hander. And lines it up. Hits it to Sajid Bhuyan. No run. Didn't quite get all of it, did Devendra. Bohemians, it's the 3rd game of the day, and mentally probably a little bit of fatigue. They won the first game against Tigers and then lost against PCC. This is his cutaway, good fielding on the boundary, and just be 1 run. So it's the end of the over, and they are 15 for no loss the Barbarians. Expected scores, again, quite low, a lot lower than what we've seen, because this was to do with scores from previous years. Expected score 69 for Barbarians and 76 for Bohemians. That looks a bit odd. And Vinny's joined me here. And yeah, average runs for 111 for Barbarians and against 130.
That's a harsh one, isn't it?
It's weird, isn't it?
Supercomputer, obviously not liking the colour red or something like that. 69.
If AI is the future,
to be fair,
it's not to do with our supercomputer.
Barbarians once made 34 on this ground against Tigers when they were chasing 61.
Yeah.
So maybe that's dragging down the average.
Yeah, true. Well, the scores in previous years have been quite low for different reasons.
So
but
maybe if they're scoring 34 then, they're scoring 69 now. Anyway, I think they'll get a lot more. Having said that, Nazim is dealing here in the second over. And Devendra Singh is in the ECI squad. So is Sahil Grover that takes that ball. So two possible keeping options going head-to-head here.
Well, he didn't take that ball because Sahil's got the ball now.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
It's Zahid Mahmood.
Right, so Sahil's had it off. Good observation, sorry. I just assumed. So, yeah, just a little bit disappointed not to see Kunga with the gloves again. But anyway, I think he's retired. This one is a nice shot from Divi Singh, who lifts it up over the leg side. And that's going to be 4 runs. Just angled in slightly towards the pads. He puts away well balanced when he plays that shot.
I've been impressed with Devendra Singh's batting, but his keeping's been excellent throughout the tournament. He's taken some really quick stumpings. And I think he's got the edge in the keeping role over Sahil Grover. There's not too much between them with the batting, but Grover's probably scored more runs.
He's had more opportunities though, hasn't he?
That's exactly right.
That's a shot as well, isn't it? Because Div Singh's going to go the other way now. And he's getting things moving in the power play. He's saying 69. Well, we're going to get that and then some.
That's what I was saying. Never seen. I've always seen potential in Divi's batting, but I've just never seen him execute. And he's been trying to hit the ball too hard. Now he's just playing good cricket shots. The field doing a lot of work for him, and he's a completely different animal. Oh, look again. This one is pulled forward a square, and that's another 4 runs. So you've seen only a couple of overs, Devendra Singh, and you've seen Sahil Grover. I mean, let's continue to the end of the innings to see what he gets. What do you think of Divi as a batsman?
I always thought he's a good bat. He always looks like he should be scoring more runs than he does.
Yeah, exactly right.
And that can happen. For me, there's probably room for both of them in the team as well, potentially. I do think, I suppose, Divi's a bit more of a pure keeper than Sahil. Sahil can do a good job for you if necessary. But I do think Divi's also looks like with his technique he can go a level up with his batting. So against the better bowlers. Anyway, he's not satisfied anymore with 4s because that's over the top. Maximo! Well, might not have had too many opportunities in this series, just the 5 games played so far. But he's not wasting any time making a name for himself here on day 7.
That's we'll be bigging up Zishan Azim all tournament because he's been one of the best bowlers, and Devendra Singh is just making this bowling look super easy. And it's not that Azim's changing much, it's just that Divi's just dominating him at the moment. One's full toss. Oh, shy at the stumps, not too far away. Could be a no ball.
Yeah, I think it's been called on the ground. Waist tight.
Sure.
It is. Anytime you see a ball getting pulled on the full, but Bullion had a chance to run out. Divi here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's a no-y for me. And yeah, this was the run-out opportunity. That's one thing, he does tend to get run out more often than usual. I think that hits, he's gone, but he only had 1 stump to aim at. So, free hit coming up, and it'll be Vaishak that will actually get the benefit to face it. In a minute, maybe just the final warnings and formalities are being completed. Of course, you can bowl 2 of them and keep bowling. You get a first warning, first time you bowl a high full toss, and then you get a second and final warning, and a third time, if you do it again, you can't bowl anymore for the rest of the match.
As this has been slammed down the ground, lovely shot from Jagan Everson, and Azim's been taken apart in this over.
Slow ball, so he's trying something, but Jagan Everson, he picked it and he picked his spot, had the immunity cloak on and slammed it. So what a good start for the Barbarians. They're 39 without loss after 2. Now looking at the table, Barbarians, they are one of the teams I think that could make a run into the 4.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
going to be pretty tough for Spartans and Vinarati now with the 3 and 7. You feel like they'd have to win all of their remaining games, and even then that might not be enough, depending on their net run rate. The Barbarians are looking probably the most likely team to make a run up. Tigers, well, maybe. They've only lost 4, but they're going to have to get in the winning run pretty soon.
Well, the other thing is that half the draw, three of these teams have played they've played PCC twice, so they account for 2 of the losses. Whereas, I mean, if PCC go undefeated, which they might, depending on how much they toy with the opposition at this stage, there's quite a few teams that haven't played PCC. So, because they played 2 games today, it's the first day back from since Tuesday actually. So
Yeah, and same as PCC. Haven't seen them since Tuesday either.
that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
PCC it's their first games back. They've played 2 games, but there's a lot of teams that have to play PCC, and if PCC continue on their run, they're not going to lose a game in the preliminary at least. The finals are a little bit different, but yeah.
But also now with PCC having more or less secured their spot, let's see what kind of teams they roll out.
That's it.
You know,
Well,
because
they made 6 changes today, and they
Yeah.
still won 2 games pretty
not
comfortably.
saying, yeah, I mean, that's true, but perhaps the teams playing PCC to come, they're not going to play the kind of team that they faced on Monday and Tuesday.
True.
Just potentially. And PCC, they're always setting out a team they think they can win, that's the thing. But also, I think it's important, a club as big as that, they want to give opportunities to more guys to get out there and play in the European Cricket Series now. They just have the 1 club in the competition this year.
That's true. So, checking Everson. Got a good one then from Iqbal. You want to keep the score limited. And so they're 40 already, the Barbarians. We're into the 3rd over. There's Iqbal again. And again, just slashed outside off stump.
You called him the warhorse, didn't you, Javed Iqbal? But he's just continuing to perform well.
Yeah.
North of 40 now, slowing things down. So far, just 1 off the half over. Can he get away with it for the rest of the over? Last 3 balls of the power play coming up.
Comes in bowling to Vaishak, who gets that in the slot, and there's a man out there. Just be a single. Bring Divi Singh back on strike, and we've seen quite a few times batsmen get out on the last ball or so of the power play, and that's what you don't want with these 2 Barbarians, especially Divi Singh. That would be a bit of a heartbreak for him.
Yeah, I mean, you can just respect a good over sometimes. You know, I think Jarvid's delivered one. Still gonna have to face someone else in a second. Has been a good over as well. Very effective.
Very good over, considering what happened in the previous one, and also the one after from Azim. Brought it back a lot, the Bohemians. And just Javed Iqbal, just short of a length, and a really good line. He's probably lost a yard in pace as Javed Iqbal, but he's still pretty much the same bowler as we've always seen, and which is very impressive. Nicely played down to 3rd man for a single, and Singh will keep the strike. And the Prague Barbarians are 42 for no loss, going well at the moment at the end of the power play.
All right, now, this has just come up. It's been sent to me. Now, have a look at this. Sound's on, so have a listen.
Got to get that foot out of the way.
Goes the barb cover, and this will do it.
Oh, it's an absolute hanger from Daniel
that doesn't
Weston.
count.
That's a screamer. What a
That's a
catch.
spectator, right?
That was
Yeah,
unbelievable.
spectator,
He's
yeah.
trying to his mum and dad as well.
Watch this, Vinny.
All right, here we go. Oh,
Man of the match. Man of the match for that catch. Got to get that.
It's Viv and
yeah, well, that was Viv Richards
Yeah.
calling Daniel Weston's crowd catch.
that was an absolute stunning catch.
So,
He's left-handed as well, isn't he? Or is he right-handed?
He throws right-handed, I think.
Okay.
But, hey, take nothing away from it. He is now attracted the attention of Sir Vivian Richards. So check that out.
Viv Richards is the best batsman I've ever seen live. He was one of those. you sort of love-hate relationship with the Australian crowds, where the crowds were always teasing him, but they always loved him.
And Buyan's getting a ball here, by the way, with a dodgy leg. And you didn't see him bowl in the previous game. Osho has Farhad in the lineup. I noticed that.
I'm not. Farhad's in the lineup?
Oh, no, he's not in the lineup.
Not on the lineup.
Yeah, so
No,
he's not there. He's in this Czech squad, so I don't know.
He was. And it's interesting, actually. This is high in the air, player under it, and takes the catch. That's a very nice catch taken out there. It's the end of Jagger Neveson, who didn't really get going. Tried the big shot, and with the field restrictions eased. There's a player out there. Took a really nice catch. That's Zishan Azim again.
He is so good in the outfield. And what I like about him, he has a plan of what he's trying to do. So sometimes we've seen guys running at the ball, not really balanced, just kind of getting there, but not really being organised where they're putting their hands, how they're trying to take it. Now he'll take it. He's already planned how he's going to go to ground, how he's going to protect the ball. It's not a fluke that he keeps holding on to them. Yeah, but Viv Richards taking a bit of notice.
I loved watching Viv Richards.
Yeah, so you talked about love-hate relationship. I've got to say,
Yeah.
I had a love-love relationship with him.
Oh, me too. I think it was fantastic.
That's a good shot first up. This one angles into the leg stump, just helped around the corner. So after a wicket, immediately we get a boundary, and that's Robin Thakral who gets off the mark with 4. Nice shot.
Thakral's been really good with the ball for Barbarians. You'll see that a little bit later, because you haven't seen Barbarians yet. Phil and I saw them live, and I know you caught up with things, but...
Yeah, I mean, I actually played against them in the T10, local T10 here a few weeks ago. But also, obviously, I've seen them over a few years.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, like I say, I think they've got the potential to make a run. It's a bit wide. And they've got a lot of quality in there. Someone like Divi Singh sums it up for me. He looks very, very capable of tearing a game apart, but just seems to find a way to get out when he's batting well or get out early.
It's a different Divi this year.
Yeah, I like it. Wish him all the best. This guy loves his cricket. Obviously, as a fellow keeper, I take an interest in how he's going, and looking forward to seeing him with the gloves a little bit later on. This one, I think had Sazi a little bit concerned, but the umpire said, okay, I'll give you that one. Wasn't as bad as the other one.
This one's turned around the corner, and a bit of work for the man on the boundary to do, but just be a single to Thakral. Yeah, Thakral has been really good with the ball for Barbarians. Good to see him getting a bat up the towards the top of the order. I don't know who else they've really got in their lineup who can tear you apart. I think Madasheti can hold a bat. Amrit Rai's been okay, but I don't think the depth in batting. So it's another wide there from Buyan. I don't think the depth of batting for the Barbarians is their strength. Not in this game, at least. Got a couple of good batters up top, especially Devendra Singh. But a little bit like the Tigers, they depend on one to get most of the runs. And it's been whipped away behind square for 4 runs. And he's losing it a little bit. Sajib with a leg side full toss.
Yeah, it's probably second time we've seen that, isn't it? Just get a little bit about that and flies. So it takes us to the end of the 4th over. And that'll make the score 54 for 1, I believe. As we look at the comments, or Kevin in the chat saying, wow, Sir Viv. And listening to Dan describe that catch with you, Vinny, last week. Yeah, so Dan was talking about the catch with me because he did the Valletta Cup final with me in Malta. Yeah, he described it as an out-of-body experience. He felt something was going to happen, and yeah, it did. He even said, something's going to happen here. I'm going to take a break. He's working very hard, obviously, in the tent down there most of the time. Took his phone out, took his keys out, took his pen out of his pocket. Next minute, he takes one of the all-time great crowd catches.
Tell me something, was Corey jealous that somebody took a catch over the boundary?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was. And Corey was still trying to say his was better because of this, that, and the other. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
I mean, I even took one in the commentary box one-handed.
Yeah.
Just because Dan had done that, and I thought, even though it was coming straight, and you know the commentary box is elevated up there. That was off
Nabi?
Tejvinder Singh from Cyprus. But yeah,
There are so many sixes hit in that tournament.
so
though.
many.
It's
We only
ridiculous.
had, I think, 2 that I can remember go up into the commentary box.
Yeah.
Obviously, because it's very elevated.
To be fair, and this is turned around the corner and it'll reach the boundary for another 4 runs. Nice shot by Thakral. We don't get many in the Marshmallow, which I'm pretty glad of because I don't want the ball thundering into my face, especially if it's coming towards the equipment.
You got to remember rule 1. You know rule 1.
Protect the equipment.
Protect the equipment.
Well, if my face is the equipment, then definitely.
Your face is part of the equipment.
Yeah.
Okay. But your face will heal. You know, the computers won't. Just saying. I'll get a run here on the fumble. And that's Kunga, who might have had the world's shortest wicket-keeping career yesterday. I hope we see him back with the gloves at some point. Because, you know, he was definitely improving. He had the greatest rate of improvement of any wicket-keeper ever. He actually took a hanger late in the piece. Anyway, he's hiding down there, short third man, trying to look busy.
So could be out and dropped it. Unlucky there for Azim. He was always moving forward. And as you said, you said he's got a plan. That time he was just still moving forward. A really tough catch.
I think he had the right plan, but he thought the ball was going to drop well short of him, and it carried comfortably. So that's kind of what threw him off. He thought this was a catch where he's diving forward to catch it. He could have kind of stayed put a little bit. It's a rare error from Azim, who's caught magnificently in the series so far.
It's a life for Divi Singh. Be interesting to see if Sahil Grover gets a bowl, because he's actually a pretty good bowler as Sahil.
I've heard that. Let's get ready for the last ball of the over.
He just hit the pad, got away with it a little bit. The bowler was going down leg side, and well, that's the end of the over.
Yeah, 61 for 1 after 5. Want to say a quick hello to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Danny Who to check with me. Hello to Dan Weston as well. Congratulations on getting the attention of my personal hero, Viv Richards. I mean, it shows you.
I don't know, Viv's got less hair now, but who was sitting with him?
I actually didn't see it because it was too small on my screen.
I'm sure it's another West Indian superstar.
Yeah, somebody find that out and put it in the chat if you can recognise who Viv was sitting with. But yeah, it was one of those kind of players react to.
Yeah.
I know that Cricket District do a lot of those. Might have been one of those actually. But yeah, well, European cricket bringing the highlights as we always do. And
it is
now,
Sahil Grover.
Well, guess
Look
what?
at that.
It's not close, but not. It's Kamaldeep Singh.
No, it is. You're right.
Who's going to come in?
They look 22, 21. They've got, well, about similar frames. There are.
Kamaldeep, I think, would be offended when he watches that back. I don't know. You tell me.
Actually, he works pretty hard in his fitness, does Kamal.
Oh, that's going to hurt. That's Ravindra Best. Just get him in the shoulder. I hope it's his shoulder. No, just joking around as well. I got a lot of good-looking players, Bohemians. Look at this Tortuga. Bang. Almost gets him upstairs. But yeah, Kamal bowled really well earlier.
Agreed.
Bowled well in tandem with the other slow bowler.
He mixes it up as well. He's got a slightly quicker ball. So he's in the air and safe, 4 runs. Well, didn't get away with that one. But,
yeah, nice shot. Found the gap. I suppose that's the most important thing. Yeah, but I think that Kamal bowled really well. Something like Mukhtar as well. It was really tight. They bowled well in tandem. But Divi Singh got lucky, got dropped on 38. Let's see if we can turn it into something more.
It's been a good inning so far. Thaklal's been pretty good as well from the other end. Yes. Kamal bowls out.
He's a leg spinner. You said that he's used to bowl leg spin.
Yeah,
and he was really good in indoor cricket, but he's bowling mostly off spin today, but he tries this one over the wrist. Have a look.
I think the first one was a leg spin as well. And, he's actually used to give it a lot more of a rip. So he's tamed back on it. It's quite loopy. It's been hit pretty firmly. That's 4 runs through the covers. Nice shot. And Divi Singh moves up to 47. So, yeah, I think he's doing things slightly differently again. I think in the last spell he did bowl a couple of leg spinners, but he varied it a lot and mainly bowled off spin. But he's I don't know if these skippers had a chat to him or he's just decided to start bowling leg spin again. Kamal, it's been expensive so far for the first 3. It's short, and that's going to be his 50. That's gone all the way. And it's a 50 there for Devendra Singh. Bit of a gift by Kamal, who just dropped it short. I said with his, I don't think he controls his leg spin as well as his off spin. Looked like a wrong, and then
I think he's trying it out here, but he's not locating it. Hey, you know who the other player was? And I just had a closer look. I blew up the video. Do you know who's sitting with Viv? It's Richie Richardson.
Oh,
Richie Richardson.
well,
in
he
the
was the
background
heir
as well.
apparent. He was the heir to him.
Oh, I loved watching him bat as well.
Yeah.
What a hat.
Oh, what a hat!
Yeah, that hat had its own postcode. Able to come here. He's going to go back to what was working for him before, but it's not going to work this time. It's too short, and it's adios pelota maximo. Now, Devendra Singh, he's brought up his 50 now, and he's motoring, and he's turning this into a very special innings. Well batted, Divi.
Yeah, that's his second 50, I think, of the tournament from memory, and he's doing very, very well. 83 for 1, Barbarians, almost to the end of the 6th over. It's been an expensive one from Kamal, and this one's been hit not too well. It's racing away towards the boundary. The injured Sajib is doing more of an injury. Not sure why he's fielding out there.
Yeah, Sajib goes bush at the end of this. Yeah, just you're not winning too many foot races. I'm worried about Sajib. He looks really sore yesterday. Actually looks a little bit improved yesterday. So, I mean, sometimes there are injuries you can kind of play through, but I'm not so sure I'd be having him out there in the field, or maybe playing him at all at this stage. 87 for 1 after 6.
Talking about the West Indies, it was interesting that with World Series cricket and also the series afterwards, but mainly with World Series cricket, at halftime at the SCG, they'd open the gates, and so people would just walk in after work, which means that the crowd sizes were pretty big. And I used to go with my mum. She used to drive us there. She didn't know much about cricket, but she liked the spectacle. And we used to watch the second innings of the game. So we had some good cricket, and I got to see all these fantastic West Indians and the Australian team as well, which was great. This is in the air, could be caught. Javed's under it, takes it. Well, it's Robin Thakral who's have to go, and Javed, he dropped a couple earlier in the week. Have another look at this. He was down on his knees.
Yeah, it's not the easiest way to take it with the fingers up, because if your fingers are going up and it dips on you, well, then your whole body is going to have to go down if you're not going to change your hands around, and that's exactly what he does. But yeah, almost gets himself in a muddle, but he does take the catch. Thakral goes for 12. The score 87 for 2.
And it was a good little innings from Thakral. Good support. Almost reached the boundary then, but Divi Singh's still in. He's the man most likely to score more runs.
Saklan Mukhtar operating now, and he bowled very well this morning as well.
This is Prem Nandivada, who...
yeah, we had a little bit of a look-see back at some early ECN cricket. And a bit of trivia for those of you out there. Prem gets off the mark. Well, he actually got us off the mark in this country back in 2020, because the first ever ECN ball delivered on Czech soil was Prem Nandivada. And he bowled it to Pramod Pagoli of United.
He did. But United weren't in the competition at that stage. I'm not sure who Pramod was playing for.
I think it was actually United, because it wasn't in... Yeah, it was UCC on the screen. So
oh, really?
I think they did, because I think at that stage we were looking for 12 teams, right? It was 4 weekends. So there was one in here in Vinoj, and then Velvari, and then Brno week 3, and then back to Vinoj here week 4, and then the championship weekend. And I think at that stage, there weren't as many sides as there are now.
No,
so having said that, Barbarians fielded 2 sides, Spartans fielded 2 sides.
Yeah, PCC had 3,
I think. Oh no, well that's Sahil going to his left. He won't be able to stop this one. As Nandivada gets a boundary, and Barbarians building a decent looking score here, up into the 90s now.
Yeah, looking really good.
But United were in, Moravian were in back then as well.
Oh yeah, I remember Moravian.
Yeah.
They had a shocker in their first game, where they because they were super determined. It was a bit of bad blood between them and Brno, because they split from Brno.
Yeah.
And
didn't they make like 45 or something?
Well,
really
this is in the air. Should be caught. Is caught. Very safe hands there of Martin Werndl, and that's the end of Nandivada. Yeah, Moravians I think lost a wicket on their very first ball. There might have been two balls for their debut.
Yeah.
And you could tell there was a head of steam, especially this one player. I can't remember who it was, but there was a bit of handbags as well in that game. And as I said, a bit of bad blood. Moravians splitting from Brno. Internal politics as normal with
it happens.
with teams.
People passionate about things and
That's
that have disagreements.
But it was a disastrous start for them. But they've come back. They're actually a very competitive side now. Moravians have got 2 teams in the competition, which is good to see because down in Brno, there's apart from Brno Cricket Club, got 4 teams in the competitions, and Moravians have 2. So you can see that there's a lot of cricket needed there. But to start a cricket club, it takes a bit of effort and a lot of commitment. So players are joining these established teams, and now I would say Moravians is a pretty established club. Brno definitely are. They've been around for quite a long time. And a very well-run side. Not sure about the bad blood if that's still there. I think it's a bit of a local.
Time heals all wounds.
Some.
In the classics.
Some. Most.
As the expression goes.
Yeah.
So that takes us to the end of the over, and the score is 94 for 3. At the moment, like I said, pretty healthy for Barbarians. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Now, not the weekend that we're experiencing right now, but next weekend we've got the ECI Czechia. And, we talked a little bit earlier about the Bonanza on Saturday. And, I'll actually read out a little bit, which I got a bit of information I got this morning. These are the teams that we'll see. And you can see Czechia, almost not enough.
I can tell you Venkatesh Magashayam's definitely out of that tournament because he dislocated his wrist. It popped back in, but he's out for 4 weeks. So that's a name he can scrub from that, which is unfortunate. I know that they're going to try to get him down here as a cheer squad because he's a fantastic team man, is Venki.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that almost takes out Buyan. We can add that to his injury list. He'll get through for a single. And, so Venki, that's a shame because I know he was out. Didn't know it was that serious. So I guess we won't see him for the rest of the series with Vinarati either.
No, we won't see him there. So Vinarati are maybe struggling for a couple of numbers.
But, the Czech Cricket Bonanza next Saturday. Come and support the side against Cyprus and Greece. Well, this is a good strike. Gone. Maximo. Well, Divi Singh, look at this, 70 not out now. And I'm just going to look up his highest score on the network because
he scored a 70 earlier in the week. But apart from that, I don't think he's scored very, very high. He always seems to get a bit of a start.
His highest score before that was 39. But you're right, he did score 76. And now he's going to blast this, and that's going to be 4 more. Oh, the 100's up, and Devendra Singh is motoring for Barbarians.
If he gets much of the strike, he's going to get 100. And as I said, look, he batted exactly the same earlier in the week. He looked fantastic, and he's just a different player. Now he's getting value for shots because I always thought he was trying to hit the ball too hard because you wouldn't get value for shots here. It would hang up in the long grass, and so now, well, he's the real Divi Singh.
Friendlier conditions. That's a good comeback though from Buyan. So 2 players going against each other that we might see both playing for the national team next week. Just going back to that, of course, also playing with Czech Cricket's leading ladies teams and youth players from the Czech Cricket Academy. And also, visitors will have the chance to try cricketers' protective clothing and have a try of the sport for themselves. And even a prize for who can hit the cricket ball the furthest. Oh, that sounds awesome.
Oh, you're going to have a go at that, aren't you?
I'll judge it. I don't want to be embarrassed. Food and refreshments from our South African grill specialist, Bry Lappa, will be available for purchase. Now, that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Windhoek beer as well from Namibia. So I hope there's a few left before.
For after work.
After work, definitely, yeah. That's on Saturday. There are 5 games on that day as well.
All welcome. So, starting 9 o'clock, it'll go the whole day. It's 106 for 3 after 8. Tell you what, though, I better be careful, and I won't be able to get stuck into too many of the Windhoek beers from Namibia, although I might, because I have to pack up Saturday night and bring all my luggage to the ground because straight away I'm going bang straight to the airport because I'm doing Switzerland day 1. So I think my flight's 7 o'clock. I may need to leave the last innings to you on that day. in match 9.
I'm sure
We'll see how he goes.
Phil will drop in. He'll be able to get someone.
Well, last time I had this situation, because I am doing Monday on my own in Switzerland, though I should have someone to join me on Tuesday. But the last time they were relying on me to get there safely by myself to do the next day. I ended up sleeping on the floor of Stockholm Airport because my flight got cancelled. And luckily Steph did a great job. He's filled in for me for he was relieved of his match referee duties and filled in for me a couple of games in Romania.
Steph.
Yeah, he is, certainly.
He umpires, he match referees, he does all sorts
Scoring
of
now.
stuff.
Scoring now for us. We need all round.
He's also the Steph the Destroyer.
Yeah,
still the
had
best,
a good series.
Yeah, well
For the blinders.
for the blinders, no, but he's got the best bowling figures of anybody in the whole history of ECN.
6 for 2.
It's not bad.
And the funny thing is, wait for Ravindra Bis to bowl his next delivery, which is going to get worked away. Test for the fielder. He's not going to get there. I just can't believe how fast this field is. That's wind assisted as well. A divvy up into the 80s. No end in sight. He's seeing the ball like a football at the moment. But anytime someone gets to 5 for a 6 for, or like 5 for in and over and 2 balls, suddenly I started getting messages going, "Got to no ball this guy," because Steph's nervous. He's going to lose the record.
It's gonna take some doing.
I think the only way it's going to get beaten is when there's a 7 for, and I think it will happen at some point.
Yeah,
it will happen at some point.
7 wickets in 12 balls, though, Vinny.
I look at it this way: we've had, I think, 11 6-fers or maybe 10 6-fers, and all of those, not all, but some. Oh, dicey one. Devendra on 81. We'll make it 82. We've certainly, I look at it this way, let's say out of those 10, on average, they probably had 1 ball to take a 7 for. You know, some of them had more, some of them had taken a 6 for off their last ball. This is hit pretty well as well, but it could be trouble. In fact, Iqbal's dropped it, Ryan will survive, and he'll get the single, give Devendra the strike back. So I just think, I've seen it. I've seen opportunities for it to happen. So the fact that I've seen opportunities means sooner or later someone's going to take that opportunity. But it's not. It might take years. But I think that's the way it's going to get beaten. 6 for 1 or 6 for none. I think you're more likely you get a 7 for, to be honest.
That's a pretty well run from the Barbarians. The man came in from the boundary. It was a miss hit by Devendra Singh, and they came back for a pretty easy 2. It's 12, 13, actually 11 so far off Bist's over. 1 ball remaining. Devendra Singh is on 84 not out. And stay on 84 not out.
That kind of hurts his century chances a bit, because even a 1 there would have given him the strike. Instead, he got fresh air. Bist, not the worst over really. Goes for 11, 117 for 3 after 9. Well, this is the century chart, and you can see Daniel Akbar of the Blinders actually, which is Steph's club team. He was the last man to score a century, scored it in match 37 in Hungary.
140 is ridiculous.
Yeah, and I keep forgetting we've got a second page now. Sher Ali scored 1 in the ECIs. So there are a couple of things there. 140, it's only our second highest score because we had a 156 in Spain. But that 140 set a record for the most 6s in an innings. He hit 20 6s.
Wow.
As Mehboob Ali, also known as Lala, who next year will qualify to play for Malta. But I think you'll see him in the ECL for Gozo Zalmi. We're a new club there, and they've qualified to play in ECL.
It's not the same Gozo.
Not the same Gozo as Gozo CC,
Yep.
but they're a second Gozo team. But I mean, they're part of the Zalmi organisation. Got some very good players. They've got Zishan Khan, who was starring for Malta in the Valletta Cup last week. Scored a century, in fact, in the Medina Cup, or the precursor to the Valletta Cup last week. So
it's pretty rough on the teams playing both tournaments. So
yeah,
Medina
it
Cup
was.
It
was a brutal schedule.
Yeah.
10th over.
Sit over the top. And, good effort there. Diving, one-handed effort from the fielder on the boundary.
So can Devendra join those names? He's only ever scored 2 50s on ECN. They've both been in this tournament.
Well, we've never seen I don't think we've ever seen 100 in a game here.
I think you might be right. I think we mentioned that last year. Yeah, we've never seen 100 in ECN cricket in the Czech Republic.
And gets funky. No idea why he did that.
Well, he spotted that there was no real fine leg.
But he hit 20-something off.
That's hit the bat as well. It's hit the end of the bat.
Hit something.
Yeah, hit the end of the bat. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't get much finer than that.
He didn't smash it onto his stumps. I've seen
Yeah.
Sahil
So
Grover do that.
16 off 4 we're looking at now.
I don't know if you remember Sahil Grover doing that.
Yeah, I do remember that.
That was hilarious.
That was classic.
And didn't get
Run.
all
Come
of
on.
it.
He's
They'll
going to
look
get
for
2. He might
They
get
will-
4.
Oh, they will get 4. Well done.
Wow.
Just see, instead of playing fancy scoop shots, just miss-hit one. Big inside edge.
Exactly.
Same
It's where he
result.
was trying to hit it that gave him a certain margin of error.
He got there. It was slightly more conventional.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, though. We've never seen 100 in a European Cricket Series match here.
He's got 3 balls to go, and he smashed Azim in Azim's previous over. Just hit a 4 there. He needs 2 6s or 3 4s, or a combination of any of the above. And he's got one of the 6s. So
All right.
So that's I think it's an equal highest score now. 94 the other day for the Burno batsman Ratul. I think that might be the highest score. Come on, Divi.
Wow, okay. Well, we're on. He's got 2 chances here. Needs to go for a 2 no matter what.
Yeah.
But if he can hit a 6 here, could be our first ever 100 at Vinod on ECM.
Oh, stay there.
Yeah, do not run. Do not run.
Come on, Divi.
He's on 94. And he knows he's on 94, I think, as well. Oh, big moment coming up. This will be famous if you can do it off the last ball.
Come on, Divi. You can do it. I think people in the chat are cheering for you as well. Everyone around the world, I think, is cheering for Devendra Singh 6. And he's not going to get it.
He'll probably run himself out going for 2 as well here.
He probably will.
He's going to kill the average here as well. But anyway, Divi, well batted. He's going to finish on 95. And I'm going to do some checks, but I think that actually might be the highest individual score we've ever seen.
Yeah, for sure. Because I
remember Sudesh getting 82 back in 2021.
I think someone will get 100 by the end of the week, though. But no, it was Ratul for Burno got 94 not out the other day.
True,
This
yep.
is 95. So
Yeah.
I think it's the highest individual score. It gets a pat on the back from Javed Iqbal as well. It's good sportsmanship.
But what a knock. I mean, he dominates the scoring. Barbarians, they're going to finish 129 for 4.
Yeah,
so he
not bad.
scores 95 out of the 129. But Devendra Singh, certainly any questions about his batting ability are put to bed with that innings. He was outstanding. I'm looking forward to seeing him with the gloves in the second innings. But for all that, I think it is a chaseable score if Bohemians can find their mojo with the bat once again.
You look, absolutely, is it a score that they can get the Bohemians? But it's been pretty low scoring today, all up, and it's been just, I think, through a bit of poor batting and misjudgment, and nothing wrong with this score. It's a little bit above par, and a fantastic innings from Devendra Singh. He was hitting batsmen from all around the ground. May have got a little tired towards the end, and it was one of the early wickets to go was Vaishak Jagannathan. But most of the highlights here will be batting highlights with Devendra Singh. There were a couple of wickets that went down. It was a pretty good support role from Robin Thakral as well, who stayed around for a little while and did his job before he went. But Divi just waited for that one, got over the boundary for 6. And Kamal, I think he might have to park the leg spinners, go back to what he was doing in the previous game because he got tanked. And it was Devendra Singh doing most of the damage. To be fair, though, he did most of the damage to all the bowling. We'll look at the bowling figures in just a minute. That's a cracking shot through the covers, and he's in fine form. Just one slightly mishit, but this ground is there's so many runs here, and there's that one even just rolling to the boundary, the fastest part of the ground. And when he hit that, I thought maybe it's possible. You see the final ball for the run out. Yeah, it was out by quite a while. Was Devendra Singh. Pretty tired, I reckon. Good effort. He opened the innings and was out on the last ball. So we'll see the scorecard come up. dominated by Devendra Singh, 95 off 38, and all batsmen getting a few runs. Robin Thackrell, I think we'll see him with the ball a little bit later. He actually was pretty good in supporting, and the others contributing a bit. 7 extras, but 95 for Devendra Singh is the story of that innings. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. It won't be pretty for some bowlers, especially Kamal Singh, who went for 26 off his over, and it was Bhuyan that got a wicket. And Saklan Mukhtar, I think the pick of the bowlers, took 2 for 14, considering the score. It's pretty good going. Javed Iqbal, reliable as always. So here's the situation in the mid-match. It's match 35 from the European Cricket Series between Prague Barbarians and Bohemians. Bohemians need 130 to beat the Barbarians. They're looking pretty good, and the Barbarians, they need to try to defend that total. So we'll be back here in a few minutes' time, the second innings of this game. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
So welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series match between Prague Barbarians and Bohemians. Match number 35. It's Sunday. But 4 more days cricket after this. That's the game after this one. And then we get to finals Friday. But the story of this game is that Devendra Singh has hit the highest score ever in a T10 game in the Czech Republic of 95. Still awaiting that 100. I think we'll see it by the end of the week though. And Prague Barbarians have scored 129, 130 for Bohemians to win. They'll have to bat very well. It'll be the left-handed Martin Verndl to open the batting with their main man Sahil Grover. And starting with spin with Tree. Chance for a run out, but it's a sharp chance. He's pretty quick as Verndl. He's a good cricketer. Just hasn't scored what he needs to in this the tournament so far. Bring Grover on strike. They're putting the field back a little bit. A man back at long off. Tree or Tripurari Kanyalal is an interesting bowler. He's in the setup for the national team as well. He's in a bit of a call-up. He played a little bit for the Czech national side. He's an interesting bowler, very awkward. It's all straight arms from both ends, and just angles it in there. He's a sort of a medium pacer, is a sort of a spinner, hybrid bowler, I think Vinny calls him. And that one is beating him outside off stump. Nice take by the keeper too. And, it's good tactic with Tree first up. He does take quite a few wickets. Also pretty economical normally. Comes in again, and whoa! How did that miss everything? I don't think it did miss everything. Let's have another look at this. I thought it hit the pad, but it must have hit the bat. There was no real appeal. It's hit the keeper. That's it. It's gone past the off stump. Hit Devi Singh behind the stumps. Doesn't quite know what to do with this at the moment as Grover. It's a nice shot and goes through the fielder. It's going to go towards the boundary. He's flicked it back. Just be a single. And bring the left-handed Verndl back on strike for the final delivery. He struggled a little bit with Tree, has Grover. He hasn't struggled with many bowlers throughout this this tournament. Sahil Grover, so it's a tipped hat to Trip. Try not to say that 3 times quickly. Comes in again, and Verndl gets that into the covers just for a single. And that's the end of a very good over there from Tree. Only 3 from it, and Bohemians are 3 for no loss. So 8 matches since the golden ball already.
It is crazy, isn't it?
It's
because it was just yesterday.
Yeah.
It was like 24 hours ago we had the golden ball.
Too many games, Vinny.
I don't know if there's such a thing. But 8 matches since the golden ball already. That's a combination of here and in Portugal.
Oh, that's right, of course.
Yeah, you got Portugal as well.
Yeah.
They're racking up the count. They're not really doing their bit. No golden balls from them yet.
No, it's a bit slack, but they did break the drought last time after 400 and something.
405.
Yeah,
405 was the record. Charlie broke it actually. He was gloating about it. But we've done it this time. To be honest, you're a bit of a golden boy.
Golden boy.
You're a bit of a golden boy.
Well, to be fair, I don't think I had a golden ball until there was one here, because I don't think there was one in Italy.
There wasn't one in the 2020 Czech Super Series either.
No.
A few close calls.
Well, straight through Tree, and couldn't get the shrubberies down quickly enough.
Piyush Kumar coming on, ball taken over. The worst area, but that's just a very correct looking shot. Really nice batting.
He's a correct looking batsman.
Verndl back at the top of the order.
So part of the issue is, and I think he does better than Tree, is that he's a correct batsman, but there are very few correct batsmen in this competition. And I think correct batting can work really well, but sometimes you just have to break that mould a bit.
Yeah, I think he's still finding his way about how much he should bend his technique. But I think, just hit the ball well, but hit it correctly. I think that's the thing. You can score runs on the ground. You just see there. That's not the first or the last time we'll see a ball just blast through a fielder.
Oh, lovely shot that. Clips it over the man there at 45 degree on the leg side. That's a beautiful shot. It'll be interesting to see if Verndl's actually throws right-handed. I'm not sure if he does or not, because it's a very common thing here in the Czech Republic for to have left-handed batsmen. A lot of the kids are left-handed, but they're actually right-handed. And part of the reason is that floorball is a very popular sport, and the same as hockey. But hockey's an expensive sport to get into, whereas floorball is just played in a gym, and it's actually pretty inexpensive.
Floorball's awesome.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. If you haven't seen it, I think the Swedes invented it and are the world champions, and by far the best team in the world. But it's super skillful and super fast. It's like ice hockey, but in a gym with a little wiffle ball. It's just gone past the outside of the off stump.
Yeah, and it's spread all around the world, floorball. I know it's played in Australia. A lot of youngsters play it. And it's one of the easiest sports to referee. I came up playing field hockey, which has more whistles than you can imagine. Well, again on their hip, Verndl knows what to do with it. That one is going to disappear to the leg side. Just want to check to see if this is 4 or 6. I didn't have a great look at it myself. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
6, I think.
6, yeah.
Tell you what, though, regardless, it's a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot. Yeah, I'm going to call it right here. Oh, now you've...
I think, is it hit the rope?
Maybe it's
4. to be honest, the yellow jacket there has probably got the best view of anybody in the ground.
It's the 11th umpire that's going to have to make the call. I'm just going to say it was being given 6.
Yeah.
And so, that seemed fair enough. That was my initial reaction. But Maximal then to finish the over. And all 14 runs in that over come off the bat of Verndl. So end of 2, and the score is 17 without loss. Look at the table. We started to think about who can make it. Spartans and Vinorati, they'd have to have a real heater. I'm going to kind of put a line through them. They need a miracle to qualify, I think, from there. And that really leaves the Tigers and Barbarians. The only ones that can push up.
Tigers are a plucky team. Barbarians have an X factor in Divi Singh up at the top of the order. And if you can keep this form, I think Barbarians can win quite a few games. And they've got a very good chance of winning this against Bohemians. And they've got a pretty good bowling lineup as well.
Yeah, so I'm talking about teams that can qualify, not teams necessarily will qualify. No, but I can tell you that Tigers and Barbarians, they're going head-to-head last game of the day, so that becomes quite a big game because you take points off the other team that's trying to make the chase. Now, talking to Tree about his bowling, he's certainly trying to find a ball that he can get just to go away from the right-hander. A lot of them sneak through like that, and that's really effective. You know, I do call him a bit of a hybrid sometimes, in the Anil Kumble mode of leg spinner that kind of really pushes it through. But I think that becomes even more effective because we've seen at high levels sometimes batters, they get the pace of him. They kind of know what to expect. So to throw one in occasionally that does actually try and spin away from the right-hander and actually has a bit of loop to it. And that way, you're just kind of putting a bit more uncertainty in the head of the batter. And it's something he's been working on. And he practices really hard with his cricket. And I really respect that. That even a really experienced cricketer like Tree is trying to find something new to make him a better cricketer, a better bowler.
Definitely a very unusual bowler. That one's cracked through the covers for 4. Lovely shot from Grover. And he's released the shackles. Surprisingly, that's the 8th ball he's faced and the first boundary he's hit. So you can see how well these two have bowled to him, especially Tree. But lovely shot.
Look at that. Well balanced. Just a little bit too short. But you can see what I mean. Tree is good, but his power is the fact that he's a bit different. But then he's actually quite the same what he bowls. So he's different to other bowlers, but there's a bit of a sameness to what he bowls.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think he's just going to start working a couple of little variations.
So
almost blows his finger off, but on his non-bowling hand, they scramble through for 1. But still,
it's a pretty good spell. There's only 8 from it.
Yeah.
That one came in with a breeze a bit. just knocked down by a tree.
Yeah, that must have hurt. That's hit him on his non-bowling hand, like I said, luckily. And Divi, very good position there to take the bails, but Verndl gets home fairly easily.
Yeah, Verndl's been pretty good. 16 off 8. Certainly the best he's looked with the bat in this tournament. I'd like to see him go on with some runs though. He's got a few starts. Actually, he got a first baller in his first game. That was the first embarrassing Derek. And he's hit that right towards me.
Protect the equipment. Yeah, it's going to end up in the cube.
Is
so
it?
If you don't believe that we're live, then you can see that we're live right now.
You've got
I've got it. Come on, come back to me because they need this back. All right.
Give it to Admiral.
There we go. And now we give it back to him. But that's a pretty good shot. And I think that's the end of the over as well, end of the power play. And the score is 26 without loss. A couple of magical overs in the first innings as Divi Singh took the bowling apart.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? And it was a really good innings. Deserved 100. Just couldn't quite go on with the last couple of balls. Yeah. But, well, the Divi Singh of the Bohemian side, Sahil Grover, hasn't gotten going yet.
But
I'm sure he
Verndl
will.
has. So
Verndl has, which is good to see, because they need a little bit more depth in their batting to Bohemians. And Verndl, he's always been there or thereabouts, got little starts. But have a look at the difference in the power play, though. Barbarians were 42 for no loss, and Bohemians are 26. And it's from good bowling from Tree mainly. Oh, nice shot down the ground at 6. Used his feet well.
yeah,
And,
brilliant shot.
Well, they continued with Piyush Kumar, and who went for 14 off his first over, and he's just gone for 6 off the first ball.
What I like about this shot, it hits it pretty straight.
Yeah.
He could have got lazy and fallen off that one and kind of tried to slog it to mid-wicket, but he hit it pretty straight, hit it well. Hey, you know how that ball ended up in the cube and I seemed pretty relaxed?
Yeah.
You know what? I knew none of the equipment was in danger.
Yeah, it was rolling on the
going
ground.
low. I was just chilled as you like. Eventually it kind of rolled around the walls of the cube. So yeah, no problems there.
Sit pretty firmly. Amit Rai's got a lot to do. He won't get there.
I've seen some fast fields over the last couple of years in European cricket. I mean,
It's good to see, though.
maybe it's not. I'm trying to think of it been any faster.
Cyprus must be quick.
Bulgaria, Cyprus is another one. Italy, when there was no grass because they had water
I remember
restrictions.
that.
They were pretty fast as well.
Was Gibraltar quick?
Gibraltar? No, the artificial turf is not super quick.
Oh, really?
It's quick-ish.
Hmm.
Yeah, artificial turf now. Maybe the old field's pretty quick.
Yeah, I know it's artificial turf. I just thought it might go a little bit quicker than some of the outfields we've seen. And it's so different from what we've seen in the past because we've had lots of rain. The tournaments, the first one started in May, which was ridiculous. And then what's this in the air? Could be caught and hangs on to it. That's a big wicket. That's the end of Sahil Grover. Have another look at this. And he's juggled it, got it, not lost it, got it again. And well, it's a big wicket in the context of this game. And Bohemians lose their captain and their main star with the bat, Sahil Grover. He'll have to go and score 36 for 1.
Yeah, big moment in the game, although it's been overshadowed a little bit during this innings. But yeah, still, he's a big wicket. But here's another big man in stature anyway. Sazi Bhuyan coming to the crease at number 3. We know that he can slam it.
We got a first baller, a really good ball from Samira in the game against PCC. I want to make amends for that. He's a good cricketer, is Sazib, and again, if he gets going, he can take the game away from Barbarians because he's a devastating batsman when he gets going. Sazib often doesn't go on with big scores, though. Piyush comes in. That's hit through the offside. That'll go to the boundary for 4. Doesn't look like he wants to run too fast, Sazib. So he's just going to stand and deliver and score in values of 4 or 6.
Somehow he's looking slightly more fit today than yesterday, despite kind of playing all the way through. He was really proper hobbling last night.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
You know, he was even just standing next to the keeper, not really even fielding in a serious position because they didn't want him out there because they needed him to bat. So that's what he's mainly doing at the moment.
definitely wants to hit in boundaries. That one slightly mishit, but
better fielding. Really good off the field fielding this time. Gets down. Let's make sure we get this on the replay. Oh, that's unlucky.
There's been no foot fielding, I think, for the last couple of days actually here.
Yeah,
that's impressive because there was nothing but foot fielding from the Yellow Jackets earlier in the
the Yellow Jackets. 44 for 1 off 4 as Bohemians try and head towards that red line.
It's starting to converge, isn't it, Vinny?
Red line's the golden ball line. In fact, if it was up to me, I would change the colours because the red line is the golden ball line. If you end up on that at the end of the 10 overs, we've got a golden ball.
So it should be golden?
Yeah.
Sparkly as well?
We can't. One of the worms is kind of gold though, so we'd have to do a big reboot.
Not hard. Just change it to green or yellow or pink.
We'll have to talk to the branding people. Anyway,
oh, yeah, that's right.
It's going to be Amit Rai in over number 5.
Nice shot for Vernal just down the ground.
Yeah. Hamshi Matachetti leading the side.
There's a play out there. I don't know if he, there he is. He's at cover for Sazib Bhuyan. He's got a great shirt on. He's not sure if we'll get him on the. There we are. You can only just see it.
Yeah.
If he turns towards us.
Muralinathan.
It's number 999 Hitman.
999 emergency line, because that's what you'd be calling. I think in the UK the 999 is the emergency.
Is it 999?
Yeah,
maybe.
In the UK it is.
It's 000 in Australia.
True.
Which on the old phones was the, this is hit over the top by Sazib again, who is just scoring in values and fours.
Good fielding again by the Yellow Jackets.
So yeah, so I know it's 000 just in front of the boundary there. In Australia, and with the old phones, with the
rotary phones. I know what you're going to say.
It would take longer to dial that than any other number.
That's true.
It would have been 40. It would have been different. As Bhuyan finally gets a single and hobbles. That's the one.
Yeah, but it would take longer, but probably not as long as it would take to restart a guy's heart.
True.
To be fair, 50's up by the way for Bohemians. Good. I used to love the rotary phone. I was quite young when they were.
There's something about the feel of them and just.
I used to be able to pick a phone number just by listening if someone else dialed.
Really?
I could hear the clicks.
Huh.
Yeah, I had a very normal childhood.
That's a bit savant for me.
Because the zero, it had to click for every number. So if you dialed 7, it'd be like, but like faster than that. We really do talk about it.
Starting to worry me a little bit, Vinny.
Yeah. Completely usual thing to do. Ryan gets
there's the Hitman.
Yeah, there he is. The Hitman, he's ready to pounce. Yeah, he's loving the jersey. And yeah, he certainly fills out the 999 jersey, doesn't he? We get the 3 digits on your back. Well. Yeah.
Get a good cider of it.
I like it. Swaroop, welcome.
Well, Amrit is the bowler. I think we'll see Robin Thackrell pretty soon as well. This is high in the air. Amrit's under it. Should take the catch. Doesn't. Right off the ends of the fingers. And they'll hobble through for another single. Well,
yeah, it was high, but it was very, very catchable. Maybe he's worried about the Hitman that was lurking behind him, but yeah, it really should have been taken.
Just got a little bit away from him. Or just hit him on the... No, actually, he just missed it. So...
Swaroop was in the Spartan squad before, but never actually got in the park. This one could be out of the park. That's another really nice strike from Verndl. It's been called 4. But he strikes it really, really well. Have a look at this one. Fired away on the leg side. Yeah, I think it's actually gone all the way. Yeah, my impression was 6. In fact, yeah, it has been changed now to a 6. So maximal for Martin. And yeah,
I don't know if anyone from Bristol's watching Martin, because he's over here on holidays visiting his parents. He is Czech but lives in England. If there's anyone of Martin's friends who's watching from Bristol and you're in the chat, if you could say hello. We want to know a little bit more about Martin.
I'd love to know a bit more about Martin, for sure.
Might have a chat to him after the game.
Jump in the chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. And so he lives in England, and he said he's got Czech parents, is that right?
He's got Czech. He's
So he's
Czech.
born here?
He's Czech,
Yep.
as far as I know. And then moved to England, as we see.
Get
This
him
is
in.
what's happening
Yep.
in Portugal.
These are the teams. I think it's starting around about now, actually, or maybe 15 minutes. No, about now. Gamblers taking on Porto Wanderers. Gamblers winning the toss, selecting to bowl. Watch out for Kulip Golia. He is an outstanding keeper bat. Porto Wanderers, they've got a pretty good top three with Junaid as well as Anthony Chambers. Got Green Shields up there as well. Mubin Tariq in the side, former Coimbra Knight. Anyway, that game is starting in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so Robin Thackrell is the new bowler. I think he's been pretty impressive with the ball, has Thackrell, in these middle overs for Barbarians. He'll try to tighten things up. Werndl's going pretty well, but yeah, he got a first bowler, and you know how forgiving your mates are when you get a first bowler on TV in the first game you play, in the first game with the first ball of the innings.
It's not a great situation.
I'm sure he's getting plenty of messages after that, but he's been very good in this innings. Finally, which is great to see.
And I think he just needs to relax a bit.
Lovely shot.
He looks relaxed now, doesn't he? Just knocks that one on their head. And yeah, he's scoring his runs in orthodox fashion, but you can do that here. So I just think sometimes once you're in, you're settled, it's a completely different ball game. And he's looking very impressive at the moment.
That was very controlled. It cut in a little bit from Thackrell. He's right over it, right over the top, and just picked that gap. Yeah, lovely shot from, well, actually, they're trying to plug that gap now.
Yeah, it is one shot you can kind of set a field to if you can be consistent. Thing about Werndl, you kind of know he's not going to go out of his way to anything outrageous.
Oh, it's nice and fine and really well done by the fielder. They've got 5 fielders out there, just like a wall of fielders for him.
It's clever batting as well because he decides to go finer. He knows they've put the man back there, so he says, okay, I'm just going to go a little nudge. And I wouldn't be surprised if this got past the fielder, but he does very well to stop it. Keeps it to 1. Bullion will have a slightly different approach. I would call it uber aggressive.
You think?
I know.
He didn't get all of it.
Tried.
He limped through for 1.
Yeah, didn't really get as much of it as he wanted. But it's been a great innings from Werndl so far.
It's pretty evenly poised, this game, isn't it? Still need 14, just almost 15 and over.
Tilted slightly towards Barbarians, the fielding side, I think, with that 15 and over. But they can turn it around.
That's a nice shot down the ground, picks the gap. Beautiful shot there from Werndl. Well, he's really come to play today.
Excellent batting. Really excellent batting again. This is a fairly orthodox stroke. Foot out towards the ball, holds his shape nicely, gets along the ground. And like I said, this is like playing on a big flat piece of grass. It just continues to roll so fast.
Be interesting to have a chat to Martin someday.
Yeah, I think I'll definitely do that.
Oh, I love the shot again, just turned around the corner. And he's picking these gaps beautifully now as Werndl.
Yeah, and he gets a little bit proactive here. I think there's an element of premeditation here. So takes the risk, but he thinks, look, I'm in. I'm seeing the ball well. And I know they'll probably come and bowl a bit straighter to me this time because of where I've hit my runs earlier in the over. So he stays one step ahead of the bowler. So it turns out to be a pretty good over. Yeah, it's anybody's game here. 74 for 1 after 6.
If he'd shown this form earlier in the tournament, I think he might have had a little nudge at the national team as well.
That was my next question. And I think you're looking at a guy here that can hold the bat. You know, you're looking at a guy that I think could deal with the kind of bowling that you're likely to get in T20 internationals.
And he's a good fielder as well, solid fielder.
Very good fielder. And how old is he? Let's have a look. Let's get to know Martin.
He's got a very impressive haircut as well. It's
that's for extra points, yeah. Yeah, so he is 27 years of age.
Perfect age.
Get him in.
I'm not a selector anymore, Vinny.
I know you've got the ear of the people that count, Danny.
Don't know about that. Maybe.
I know that the smoky back rooms of the Down Under is where the real deals get done in Czech cricket. Anyway, this is going to be over number 7, and it's going to be Mayank Purohit to bowl it.
Again, we've not seen him with the ball. Not sure what to expect. He will be bowling right arm around the wicket, it seems. Could be left arm over the wicket. Well, definitely going from that side, but I think it's right arm over. In fact, it's left arm.
Close. Next one.
Left arm over, that's it, that's what it is.
So we've got left-hander to left-hander now.
That's good to see. Not enough good left-handed bowlers in the Czech Republic. There's a few. We've seen a few in. There's Amandeep for Bindra for United. Also, Joe Cope is pretty good.
Yeah, true.
We saw Guru Singh as well for Bohemians. He bowled pretty well earlier on. So it's been just punched into the covers. Bit of foot fielding, just be a single.
I was just chatting with some of the ECN crew. Now, I wasn't in Bulgaria when we last saw Greece in an ECI, but I did watch it on TV. And one thing we all agreed on was, the Greece team, they're going to come to play. They were very impressive. They were well drilled, fielded really well. Although it's not an easy field to field on here, but it's not too dissimilar to Bulgaria. Sazib, that's another one he can add to the injury list. I think somebody's got a voodoo doll with Sazib's face on it somewhere, and they just keep sticking in the pins because he seems to keep copying them everywhere.
He's it's going to be sore at the end of these 2 weeks.
He'll feel like he's been put in a pillowcase and whacked with a sack full of doorknobs.
Well, that's cheeky. I don't know if you saw that. That's a lovely shot and well stopped out in the boundary, just a single.
Deserved 4.
The man from fine leg sprinted up into the circle, and now I'm not sure if that's legal, is it, Vinny? He ran.
Well, it's a bit of a grey area. I mean, he shouldn't change his position significantly, but he's allowed to move towards the batter.
Well, that's what he did, but I don't know if he'll do it again, but he sprinted up.
I know why he would have done it as well.
Because otherwise it would have been a no ball,
yeah.
Right? Oh, good ball there from the left armour.
Different styles, these two. But, yeah, I mean, you're allowed to move in. And then, let's say, the umpire might have spotted that and said, hey, no, it's a dead ball. But there won't be any penalty unless the umpires feel it was a deliberate attempt to
the batsman would
trick the batters.
The batsman would have been a little bit upset as this is smashed out towards the car park by Buyan. Might be a no ball as well. Let's have another look at that.
Yeah, well, let's check it out. He's on the walk, so maybe it's just coming down. They probably want to have a look at it.
Let's have a look. He's come forward, and it should be all right. That would have dipped below the waist, I think.
Yeah, I think for me it's all right because he is so far out, and you kind of lose the benefit of the doubt when you're so far out of the crease. But anyway, it still is a big banging finish to the 7th over and the score 84 for 1. So right now they are on 120 pace, but they need 130. Now this is what's coming up here in Czechia. Last game of the day coming up. Tigers, Barbarians, 2 teams that need to climb the ladder. They're going face to face, and that should be a pretty good game as well. Tigers have had a long day. Barbarians, not so long, but Devendra Singh, of course, he'll get a chance to open the batting again because they have been sent in, Barbarians. Bit of a risk, I think. But Tigers, they don't mind chasing. That match is coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network.
I think they're better chasing the Tigers, to be honest, because they pump themselves up a little bit. They've got a target rather than just...
they revel in the pressure of the chase.
I think so.
Sometimes, yeah.
I think so. By the way, that was a pretty good over there from Purohit, apart from the last ball, which is... He got a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
It's only 3 from the rest of it.
Exactly.
It's been hit down the ground, and Sajib swears at his batting partner again for having to move from his spot at the non-strikers end.
Yeah, well, where are we at? 15 and over still. It's kind of hovered there for a while. His partnership almost worth 50. Hackroll gets his 2nd over here.
Yeah, it's I said I think he got a bit of stick in the first his first over Thackrell, but he's been pretty good for them. The Barbarians.
Good stop. And you know what this reminds me of a little bit? Bohemians made a successful chase against United when they chased down 131 a couple of days ago. They seemed out of it, I mean, more out of it than this.
Yeah.
And we're creeping towards the point of no return here of 18, but I mean, they managed to pull it back from over 20. With a huge, I think it was 29 or 31 off the...
That was the golden ball, wasn't it?
The supersonic.
Ayush Sharma.
Yeah. No, you're thinking of the Brno versus
Oh,
United, but there's another
right.
game where Bohemians
Wasn't
did
the
chase.
same score? Wasn't it 131 as well?
Might have been. Yeah, something like that.
There you go. Just got confused by the similar score line, and this is dropped.
Red shirts as well. But yeah, you're right. 50 partnership came up. This next one was an opportunity. Thackrell couldn't quite time his jump right. Reynolds doesn't time this at all, but he can't quite get there, and he ends up tipping it over the bar.
Good save there by the keeper. Robin 33 comes in the bowl. This time to Buyan, who swings and misses.
So it's good, but is it good enough? That's the question. This Bohemians chase. We haven't really had any trouble with wickets lost, just the captain Grover being dismissed.
It's a pretty big wicket though, and that's just called a wide. Bowler can't believe it.
I think it's
but,
wide.
I think it's right.
Goes over the tram line, so the only question is it about a move out? Not really.
Yeah, it's definitely a no ball.
Certainly
a wide, sorry.
Certainly not all inside the line, which is kind of how they judge them.
I think it was right over the line. I think it's a good call.
Yep.
Comes in again, and Buyan again doesn't get all of it.
Yeah, no timing whatsoever there. Barely leaves the infield. And takes us to the end of the 8th over. And the score is 89 for 1.
Well,
43 required. Not 43. It'll be 41 required off the last 2 overs. And you can see they've just managed to peg it back despite not taking a second wicket in this innings.
yeah, it's just dipping down below that line, isn't it? But they're still well within the grasp of a victory for the Bohemians. But these two will have to get pretty big over the next 2 overs, and it will be Mayank Purohit to continue. He was difficult to get away. There was just that one bad ball that cost him 6 runs in the last over. Apart from that, it was pretty tidy.
The game I was thinking of, by the way, it was on Thursday. It was match 17. Bohemians.
I had a day off.
Chased down. Okay, that's why you didn't remember it as well as I remembered it.
It's hit hard, and it'll beat the field, will it?
Oh, it's
yeah,
going
it
to be
will
4.
beat the field. Amrit was over the line when
They're going to throw it in,
back in.
but I can tell you exactly what's happened. He's tapped it, and then the other fielder has kicked it back in, but his non-kicking leg is over the boundary. So, yeah, check this one out. So, yeah, this is fine, and then he kicks accidentally, but see how...
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that
was definitely over the boundary. It's
once
definitely
he's
4
touched
runs.
it, yeah, it's got to be 4. And it has been given, in fact.
He was unlucky with the first fielder because he knocked it down onto his leg.
Yeah, it was an accidental kick to deliberate kick combo, but it wasn't good enough.
Seeing a lot of football skills. Riddick Tomar with a couple of excellent efforts with his feet today. Quite comical. This is good fielding in the covers from the hitman. Oh, it could be a run out.
Well, he sends back Rundle. I don't know at this stage. I think Sazib, he's still got to put, he's hoping he can whack a bunch of boundaries. But he's with a guy who's in, he's batted and he's shown he can hit boundaries too. And I know he's injured, but if he gets run out, he gets run out. I think you've got to go for the run here.
I think Sazib doesn't want to run. And the hitman, that was a pretty good effort, at least until the throw.
I mean, I'm aware he doesn't want to run. Still should have. Now Verndl turns it down.
Another dot ball.
Slipping away here. Bohemians.
It is, isn't it?
This could win. In fact, makes the table super interesting. You know, Bohemians had that winning run, have just kind of got off the boil a little bit. Barbarians, haven't seen them for a while. I'll be hoping they can catch Bohemians in the next couple of days.
Used his feet that time. It's got away from the fielder, has it? No, he's done really well. And they'll just get a single.
No chance for 2, see? And now they're going to try it.
Well, Verndl gets home, I think. I'm not sure about this one.
Well, number one, you got to know who's running and you got to know what end to throw to. I mean, you could have got Buyan by about 7 metres. I don't think he gets him. I've got to say, in the time it takes me down to the stumps, I think Verndl dives in. But have a look. I mean, Verndl says, yeah, we're not running 2s, are we? And Sazib has this great idea, but Verndl could have been running that whole time. Let's have a look at it. I'm pretty set it's not out, but I'm prepared to be shown up.
And safe.
Just safe, I think.
Yeah, easily safe. Lucky Verndl didn't take out the bowler. Don't know how he didn't, actually.
Well, I was going to say, see a new batter coming in the crease, but it's Verndl coming back Don't know whether he thought he was out and came back, or he just took the opportunity to change his gloves.
Was he given out on field? I don't think so. This one's...
it's been given 4 runs.
How was it given 4 runs? Why was that 4 runs?
I don't know.
Hold on a tick. He's nowhere near the boundary, and he's still nowhere near the boundary. And Amrit throws the ball to somebody.
Yeah.
How is that 4 runs?
It
no,
isn't.
It's
now
correcting
it's
it.
4 runs, so it'll be 2. So it went from 2 to 4 to 2.
Well, no, it went from out to 4 to 2. No, 2 to out to 4 to 2.
No 4 not out. I finally heard that from the field, and that's correct. And look, in the end, sometimes this is the fastest paced cricket game that exists.
It is.
So as long as they get it right in the end, I think that's the thing that matters. But yeah, it is 2. How about that? The fake 4. Pistol Pete. He's just giving runs away now. Anyway, 2 to come. Oh, I need a Maximo here from Bouillon.
They get close. It's pierced the field. That'll be 4. Nice shot.
It's good. Here's the issue with that. I mean, the required rate actually goes up because they need more than 4 a ball now, but it kind of keeps them on the pulse. They're going to need an Ayush Sharma like last over, like a 27 or maybe more.
Vernal's batted well, and Bouillon's been okay, but it hasn't been quite enough, has it, Vinny?
Yeah, that's the thing. You got a guy that can hit, but you see, okay, they do get the 2 eventually there.
31 off 7. If they get a 6 this ball.
Yeah, or even a 4. I mean, we saw 27 in that game, the Golden Ball game.
I'm not sure what the delay is. Obviously, they're trying to get
the ball back. I actually saw we've got a pretty good stock of balls this time around, but I'm a little bit worried.
I don't think we've lost too many. Cause
you don't lose them. You just lose them momentarily while you have to go fetch them.
Yeah.
Maybe a few in the bushes.
And there comes the other one.
Now there's about 4 balls out there, so it's like multi-ball on pinball activated. You're saying, all right, choose whichever one you like. All right, boundary or busty, I think, for Bouillon. Last ball of the over. It's been pretty good for the most part.
Oh, he's kept the strike. What are you doing, Sajib? You've got a guy on 45 from the other end, and you just poke a single. That's ridiculous. Well, the Sajib Bouillon, when you look back at this, you're going to realise it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, so he's kind of farming the strike like he's batting with someone that...
He's on 45, Vinny.
Yeah, someone that's down the order. And yeah, I got to say, I think you only have 7 balls left. You need a hatful of boundaries. And if you don't attempt one, it does feel like a strategic mistake. Anyway, maybe you'll prove us wrong, and maybe you will set some sort of record.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Well, I think Amrit will be the bowler, and he dropped Sajib a little bit earlier in this this innings. It was a high catch, caught in bowl chance. So Amrit would like to keep this nice and tight, but Sajib will launch an attack.
So you need 3 6s, 3 4s, or better. Yeah, I mean, if you eat a dot, well, you can still potentially do it with all 6s, but
it's less likely, isn't it?
Pretty less likely. This can be right. Who's going to bowl over number 10?
And there's 1 6.
Yep. Okay. He's a genius. Bouillon. He must have known he was going to hit a 6 first ball next over. Probably feels. I mean, okay. Vernal's a left-hander. I don't think it's as easy for him to hit with the breeze as Bouillon is. Certainly he's coming a little bit left to right. So that's something strategically.
Do you think that's gone through Sajib's head?
No, but I just think it's worked out that way. I think you could fit what's going through Sajib's head on the back of the postage stamp, but right now it doesn't matter because he's in the zone. 2 balls, 2 6s.
Stroke of
Maximo.
genius. Stroke of
coming late with a rush.
Stroke of genius by Sajib Bouillon to farm the strike. He's hit 2 6s off 2 balls.
I'll tell you who's feeling the heat now is Amrit Wright.
Oh yeah, not wrong.
This will be an all-time chase. I'll have to go back and edit the broadcast if he pulls this off as well. 18 off 4. I'll put another way. He's 3 Maximos away from glory.
Amrit again. And doesn't get that away. And doesn't take the run.
Now I kind of agree with it. The only reason is, yeah, you need 3 6s. If you'd taken that run, you could have gone 2 6s and a 4 for a tie, but I think you got to go with the guy that's just hit 2 of them off this bowler. 6 or bust.
It's not going, is it, before?
Yeah, so it makes it impossible unless we have an extra. Because it makes it 14 off 2. So Ride just has to make sure he bowls 2 legal deliveries here, and they're going to get home by the skin of their teeth. By the way, that brings up the 50 for Bhuyan. And he brings it up off 24 balls. He's lapped his partner. A bit like the individual
He's farmed the
pursuit.
strike a little bit. Look at the partnership, 52 off 24. Bernal has only faced 12 balls in that for 25. It's pretty even, actually.
He's definitely got his agricultural license. Anyway, couple to come.
He didn't get that right either, and he
Virgil,
doesn't move.
he's going to get a little nice red ink cut on account of not really facing for the last 7 minutes of this chase. It's been a peculiar one.
Bhuyan's the immovable object. And again, I don't know why you just don't take the single. You're not going to win the game.
What? Yeah. In the end, that's one. If you've got a non-injured batter, you can probably get back for 2. This is going to end with a strange 4 from Bhuyan, but a 4 nonetheless. So you see here, just off the bottom of the bat, and that'll do it. So they get close, but it's not close enough. 9 runs between the 2 teams. It's the Barbarians, 129, Bohemians, 120. And yeah, bit of a funny one, really. It was like someone kind of stealing the stage, kind of. But they put in a good performance. But I suppose it's a partnership, right? You got to have that trust as well.
Sure.
Vernal had also shown he could score it at 2 a ball. And even though he's less experienced, I think probably needed a bit more trust shown in him. Even though Suzzy gets him close, ultimately Barbarians win by just the 9-run margin.
Yeah, it was a strange finish, wasn't it? But ultimately, I think it was pretty good bowling from the Barbarians all up. But really good innings from Martin Verndl, who finally has shown what he's about. And the big left-handed check. And he's just looking at, actually, his timing was fantastic, but also his placement was excellent. So Grover had the only wicket early, or the first wicket, as Verndl. Let's see, Grover hitting that straight for 6, and hit a couple of decent shots, but just didn't go on with it. It's Sahil Grover. I think this is the wicket. No, maybe not. This has been hit down through that area. In fact, I think we might have missed Sahil's wicket. This was in the air, and this was the one that was dropped. The end of the fingers there from Suzzy Bhuyan. But Verndl looked really good. His placement was amazing. And Suzzy, that's what he said, probably more likely to hit a 6 out of the 2. But
you could argue they were in that position because they also let it get out of hand. Maybe 8 a ball, last ball of the 9th. Look, I don't know. Sometimes the pros and cons are pretty evenly matched, but Sazib kind of backs himself to hit his team out of trouble. But no, I'm going to stick on the positives as well. I think Verndl batted really well. You know, you're seeing that he's a prospect for Czech cricket. I think in the T20 national form of the game, I think, you know, he's a guy that can handle better bowling. I think that's what it looks like. You know, a bit like Dylan Stain, you know, how he comes from, I suppose, a bit of a different cricket background, I think, different pedigree. And yeah, he showed it there, but unfortunately, the 120 might be a pass score. It's not quite enough to get them over the line. Verndl with the breakout innings, 45 off 21 from him, and also showed, you know, he can clear the boundaries because, yeah, I liked what he was doing. Played some really nice shots, 2 6s and 6 4s in his not. Grover went for 16. Couldn't quite rediscover his form. 56 not out from Bhuyan in the end off 26. So he was going quickly, but for all of that, their strike rates were the same. Around the 215 mark, the strike rates of Verndl and Bhuyan. As far as the bowlers went, just the 1 wicket went to Piyush Kumar, but he also got a bit of tap for me. I think Tree was brilliant at the top of the innings. You know, I think that his bowling, again, didn't see too much of that kind of mystery ball that he's working on, but still he only went at run and ball and a very good effort.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he made the difference there, Tree.
Yeah.
Only going for 12 of his 2, and I think the pick of the bowlers.
So we're going to take a break, Danny, and we've just got 1 game to go here. Portugal in full swing at the moment. You can always turn over, but join us in 20 minutes for the last game of the day. Match 36 between the Tigers and the Barbarians. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hunacek. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of the day here in Prague, but don't forget, triple header in progress in Portugal as well. Rico Full is standing by, so plenty of cricket still to come on ECN today, but now it's time for match number 36. This will see the Tigers and the Barbarians going head to head. Charles Croucher out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail. We're gonna ball first.
So the Tigers win the toss and they've elected to field, and that means we'll get to see the Barbarians with the bat again. A little bit of a risk if you ask me, because Devendra Singh, he was in sparkling form in the last game. In fact, 95 not out, the highest score we've ever seen by an individual in ECN cricket here in Czechia. But we know the Tigers and the Barbarians, they're both able to climb the ladder. They both have matches in hand. That's the real currency at the moment. But they're going to have to perform well, and so that means this game is kind of important. I think that you're taking points off another contender. So Danny Hudacek, well, he's always a contender. He's in the commentary box right now. Let's get ready for the Barbarians innings, because the Tigers in match 36, they've won the toss. They've elected to field. It's over to you, Danny.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone to Prague for this European Cricket Series Czechia match between Prague Tigers and Prague Barbarians. And is the final game of the day. It's just been a very entertaining day's cricket. Be a good game between two very good sides as we see the lineups. And Tigers, they won the toss, elected to bowl. Did they watch Devendra Singh in the last game? He had a fantastic 95, and he'll be opening up the batting with Vaishak Jagannathan for the Barbarians. For the Tigers, Ajay Alam's their main man with the ball. Some good contributions from others as well. They have to bowl well to keep the score down for the Barbarians, who scored 129 against a very good Bohemian side in the previous game. So, as I said, Ajay Alam, probably the best of the Tigers bowlers, been very impressive. Had a good tournament so far. Devendra Singh, though, he just missed out on his 100. There's a little kestrel hovering over the ground. Hovering just about over the batsman now. Well, and just going into the field to find some mice for dinner. There's Alam. Comes into bowl. I want to see the end of Devendra Singh pretty quickly. Will the Tigers. There's Alam. Comes into bowl, bowling to Devendra Singh. First ball of this final game. This one's been hit nicely, firmly to point, and good stop by the fielder, no run. Hi Dave, good to see you back in. I am here. Thanks Dave for the final game. Glad you could join us again. So it's Alam to continue. Really good ball, right on the money. Devendra, who's an attacking batsman by nature, just defends that one. Really good bowling. One of the big ins for this side for the Barbarians also is Vishal Mane. He came to say hi just earlier. Comes in again, and lovely shot over the top there by Divi. That's 4 runs just over the top of this infield. Only 2 fielders outside the 30-metre circle. So it's a very safe shot. Almost goes all the way. That's the first boundary for Barbarians and first boundary for Devendra Singh. Yeah, Vishal Mane's in the attack in the lineup for Barbarians, so that'll pump up their batting. It's a good ball, bit of an appeal, and well, umpire doesn't like it. Might have hit the pitch actually here. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, I think he might have brushed the pitch, but no edge. Maybe, but they were confident, very confident appeal from the Tigers. They know how important this wicket is. Alam comes in again. It's been a good over so far. Well, Divi's just rocked back, and hit that. I think it was a 4. I have to check with the umpire. I'm not quite sure where that went off the bat. It looks like he hit it really well, and no idea where that landed. Oh, it's behind. I think it's 6. So as we see, Devendra Singh score up to 10. I lost it off the bat and I lost it off the screen. But nice shot there from Devendra Singh, and what was a pretty good over. It's turned around in the last couple of balls to be starting to get a bit expensive. You want to keep it to a dot ball here, Alam, and he does hit to that short cover area, and that's no run. So after 1 over, Prague Barbarians are 10 for no loss. It's a pretty good start from Divi Singh again. As we see the upcoming events, we have the international games here next weekend, which will be great. And the ECS that'll finish on Friday. Portugal night series with Rico Fool happening at the moment. Then going back to Switzerland, haven't done that for a few years. It was a great tournament there last time. And also a bit later on in Dresden. But there are some women's internationals, the Continental Cup in Romania, and also some series in the Netherlands with Netherlands and Ireland, and also Netherlands and Jersey. So Prem Yadav will be the new bowler. He tends to slant it in a bit as Jagan Everson gets his first ball and gives Devendra Singh the strike, which I think is his role. Jagan Everson at the moment, he's a good batsman, is Vashak, but you want to give the strike to Devendra Singh at the moment in the form he's in. Comes Prem Yadav again, rocks back, and that is 6 again. The yellow jacket chasing that one. Have a look at this. So much time, use his feet well, opened it up and just hoiked it behind square. Lovely shot. And it's the best form I've ever seen Devendra Singh in. He's doing everything right at the moment with his batting, using his feet well. And his shot selection's pretty good for the most part. That one's slammed down the field past the bowler's legs for 4. And Devendra Singh is now 20 off 8. He's had a pretty good day, has Divi, with 95 in the last game. He's okay with the gloves as well. I know the Czech selectors have chosen him in the ECI squad, which is good to see. He's backward on that cut shot, but it's through the field, and that's another 4 runs. And again, good fielding by the Yellow Jackets. They must have been listening to the super coach, Vinny Sandu, and probably comparing bruises on their shins at the end of each day, and thought that they might use their hands instead. So Yadav has been pretty expensive. And Singh's done all the damage. This one's down leg side. It's been called a wide. Have to bowl it again. As we see it, he just lost it down the leg side. He's got an unusual bowling action, does Prem Yadav. Bit of a windmill action. Doesn't really use his left arm much. It's pretty effective though. Does get the ball to angle in a bit. Comes in again. And all it was unlucky it wasn't called a wide. That was... I know the batsman went towards it, maybe made it into not a wide, if that makes sense. But that's a wide for me. And this is definitely a wide. The umpire looking at it. I think the batsman moved towards the ball a bit, and it does move slightly. It does the line with the batsman moving across. And, oh, he's got him! Well, that's a big wicket, big edge, nice catch by the keeper, Sakibultanim, and Yadav, after taking a bit of stick, has got his man, and that's the end of Devendra Singh. Big wicket here for the Tigers. Let's have another look at this. It's very late on the cut shot, and clean edge, really nice take. Just, it's a game of inches cricket. If he got a bit more of it, it might have gone past the keeper, but instead It was straight into his gloves, and that's the first wicket down for Barbarians, and the Tigers will be loving this. They're very dangerous. Devendra Singh out. As we see the table, it's a cellar dweller clash here, but as you can see, both these teams have only played 6 games, and the Barbarians have won 3, lost 3. Tigers 1-2, lost 4. And, that'll change for one of these two sides. So back in the marshmallow is Vinny Sandhu. That's a huge wicket, Vinny.
Huge. Big moment in the game. So it was a bit of a risk to put in Barbarian, seeing what they did last time, in particular what Devendra Singh did. So Jagan Everson, another player in the squad for the internationals next week. And this is a cracking shot through the point area. Rongdi just goes a little bit too wide there. That's excellent hands, excellent eye to get that through point.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just waited on it and rolled his wrists and straight through that gap. Really nice shot.
So I was just looking at you said it's the cellar dwellers, and technically that's true. But obviously they've got games in hand. They've got 4 games in hand above the team compared to the teams above them.
Yep.
So this next one, cut away, finds the gap, chasing. Wow, I can't even tell whose feet that hit. It looked like it was like a double heel back. I don't think it's 4. But I am very curious to see what I just saw again. Let's have a look at this. So yeah, I thought they were just going to get in each other's way, but they formed like a.
I think it's his. I think it's
23.
23.
Here we go.
23.
It's like perfect synchronization.
It's not. It's not.
That is like the synchronized swimming at the Olympics has got nothing on that. That was incredible. They're going literally step for step. Anyway, this. Slightly missed time, has to be 1. Yeah, so what a lot of American sports do when teams have played an uneven amount of games, they basically give a point for each game they're behind. So obviously you get 2 points for win and 0 points for a loss. So assuming the 50-50 chance, which obviously isn't exactly true. But then what would the table look like? It would mean Barbarians kind of 4 points ahead of Prague Spartans and Vinarati, who are technically above them at the moment. This is edged away. This is going to be 4 as well. So Thakral gets off the mark. Not particularly convincing. Rongdi, I don't think you can blame him for that one. I think he gets this one pretty right, but thick outside edge. And we know how fast this field is. We said it about a bajillion times, but it is still true. Yeah, and even Tigers would be 2 points ahead. But yeah, if you allocate 1 point for matches behind, then you've got, I think these two are still just out of the 4. So they have to improve. That's the thing. And Barbarians, because of some of the issues with the margin of their losses early in the tournament, they've got a net run rate which is a fair bit behind the teams above them as well. So minus 1.4 is their net run rate. Tigers even worse, minus 2.5. So yeah, 2 teams with a lot to play for. Could be gone and spills it. Yeah, it was hit straight back at Rongdi, and I'm pretty sure it gets back to him on the full. We're behind him. But this is a chance that goes down, I think.
Yeah, he set himself pretty well as well. Had the batsman to contend with, but got a good sighter of it. You can see he saw it there.
Yeah.
Just popped out.
Got a second grab at it as well, didn't he? But unfortunately, it doesn't stick. And so Barbarians navigate their way through the power play. They do leave Devendra Singh behind. The score is 39 for 1 after 3.
Going back to American sports, baseball is a game where, I mean, it's a great sport, don't get me wrong, but the Major League Baseball, they play like 130 games in a season.
Even more. They're insane. Their regular season is 162 games. So actually when I look at the volume of games we play in ECN cricket, the closest comparison I've got is Major League Baseball. Because each team, and there's 30 teams.
Yeah.
There's 30 teams that play 162 games. So I'm going to tell you what that works out at.
It's funny because
it's 2,430 matches a year.
That's crazy. But I'll come back to it.
Here's it's even crazier, right? It's around the corner. You got to add in, they play a month of spring training. So these guys on average, they're playing 6 games a week, sometimes 7. So they've got a routine.
Yeah.
And they do their training. They have batting practice before the game. But add in spring training. You add in playoffs. So sometimes you're playing like up to 19 matches in playoffs. So you could play 180 games in a year. You add in the preseason, like 200 games a year.
I mean, they're paying him a lot of money, but still. But it gets to the point, must get to the point where if you win a game or lose a game, it doesn't really matter. You as long as the percentages work in your favour.
It's the accumulation of a lot of little things. But things that don't really matter are margins, because it rarely comes down to that. So you rarely have teams that are tied. And even if they are, what they normally do, it doesn't go to some sort of run difference or anything. It normally goes, they'll actually get those two teams together and they'll play an individual game to sort it out. So if there's one team that's in the playoffs, one team that isn't, that's how they'll sort it out. So that's why you'll see teams, if they get blown out, they'll almost accept they're losing this game.
Yeah.
They'll throw pitches that aren't even pitches sometimes, which leads to some funny scenes of people throwing, old man pace. Well, he's almost done that. He kept that in for a while, I think, Sajimia, but this is going to be 4 byes.
It hit him in the shin. I thought I heard his shin go then. Have another look at this. Because I heard a click. And that was a leather on shin.
Oh, yeah. It bounced a little Tortuga at the end. But look, keeps it alive, but finds the rope elsewhere.
He's still rubbing it.
So he should. I mean, that's the danger of going with your feet. Couldn't organise a dive.
And this is hit down the ground. Lovely shot and great effort there from the Tigers fielder. And that's the general manager who pushes it back to his batting partner. Just a single.
Well, I don't know if the general manager can get a promotion, but let's have a look here. I think his only problem is his feet. Oh, yeah. You know what's interesting there? Is actually he steps out, but he steps back in. And when he steps back in, that's fine. So have a look here. So I think he actually steps out, but once he reestablishes himself in play, see that he's come from out there, but now he's back in.
Yep.
And as long as he's back in, then there's no issues with that at all.
Yeah, really good piece of
Interesting,
feeling there. Very good.
General manager crossing the border, but sneaking back in time. This is driven slightly uppish. That was well held. They'll get a dot ball out of that. Yeah, no, baseball's crazy that way. And they're just so used to it. I became a bit of a baseball fan when I first travelled to North America about 10 years ago. Before that, I'd kind of been curious about it. I kind of knew the basic rules. But once I went to a game and I picked a team, and I've kind of followed it ever since.
What was the team?
Toronto Blue Jays. My sister-in-law's from Toronto, so I was visiting them over there. And then, actually, when I stopped playing cricket, obviously... had a few things going on, and I really didn't have the time to keep playing cricket. I'd played quite a high level. We just won a whole bunch of first grade trophies, which was great. Oh, that looks like it's 6 off the bat, and it is. What a shot by Vaishak, who goes Maximo. Excellent fielding by the Yellow Jackets as well. They've got the most improved trophy for me, but it's just a slot ball. Jagan Everson says, yep, I'll have some of that, and whacks it up over the leg side for 6.
That's one thing he's very good at is Vaishak is when you get that ball slightly short, he's very quickly onto it. There are other things in his game he really needs to improve. I think his shot selection at times, but he's got all the attributes of being a very good batsman, Jagan Everson.
Yeah, you can see that. Things have to relax. How well have batters batted once they've got to start? You look at Verndl, you look at Divi Singh, you look at Grover, you look at these guys. Once they've got to start and they're relaxed, batting's easy out here.
Yeah.
It's very hard to dislodge someone. And then it's only if you do something stupid. And this one is up in the air. I'm not saying this is stupid, but it is a chance and it's gone. So Thakral can't click at all. And it's going to be Amin Hussain, the captain, that gets a wicket with his first ball. So breakthrough for the Tigers, the score 54 for 2.
Got a pretty good piece of it. Maybe off the toe of the bat. And, that's a neat catch out in the boundary. Another wicket down for Barbarians.
It was nicely taken out there. That's Samuel Alam, who looked very, very comfortable under that. Yeah, so that's just what I was going to say. Yeah, so I suppose a lot of things were happening in my life at that stage. So I kind of made the decision I was going to take a little bit of a break from cricket. I'd played probably 15 seasons straight of senior cricket and probably wasn't going to be able to make that push to the next level, which would be professional cricket and Big Bash and pre-Big Bash in those days. But the first-class game. But what I did take up was baseball, because these games, they were over in 2 hours. It was fairly casual when I started, but I ended up working my way up, and within, I think, 3 years, I was playing in the top level of competition just a few times in Perth. Wow, that's one way to get your eye in, and that is going a long way. Maximo, I'm it right, says, how you doing? And he whacks the first ball out of the ground.
Yeah, really good shot there. Waited on it, saw it, smashed it.
It's a simple game.
Very simple game.
Simple game. Yeah, so come back to that in a second. Now, show some intelligence. Just works a one. Wasn't quite there to go for again. Yeah, so I suppose I'm one of the few people then to play semi-professional cricket and baseball. There's others, I'm sure. I know Ian Chappell used to play a lot of baseball.
Alan Border as well.
Alan Border played a lot of baseball, yeah. But, yeah, I found it really interesting because I never played an actual competitive game of baseball until I was 33 years old. And then you got guys that played it their whole life. Oh, wow. Bit of the old Taekwondo style here about that. And it was effective, I suppose, by Mohiuddin. A ninja style. Watch this. Flying kick.
Yeah, seen a lot of fancy footwork today.
I think he hits the ground here. I think that's a good call. I had that as wide. Yeah, so what was interesting in some ways, because I was still learning about the game, I was like a 6-year-old. But in other ways, I was kind of as good as some of the professional guys with my throwing, catching, and batting was a bit of a funny one. The hardest thing in baseball is trying to work out if you want to swing or not, because if you will swing at bad pitches, they'll just throw you bad pitches. That's another one, I think, straight over the line. But yeah, interesting crossover, because it's also a sport, baseball, that is an established sport in many areas. And so when speaking to them about cricket, then I can use baseball kind of terminology to help them understand. Because a lot of them are interested, just like I was interested in baseball, they're interested in cricket because there are similarities. But the schedule's crazy in Major League Baseball. The other thing in America is it seems there's a bit less of a culture of playing sport because of the nature of their sports, like American football. I mean, that's a lot of effort. If you're gonna, it's a lot of padding, a lot of gear. So, yeah, a lot of people, they play as a junior and through college, but then they don't really play it anymore. Whereas, certainly in Australia, there's a culture of social sport in cricket and football and various other sports. Hockey, I played a lot of.
Well, one sport that's really starting to go well professionally is football. Like not American football, but football.
Yeah.
I think it's Inter Miami, where Messi scored a 93rd minute free kick in the top corner to win the game for Inter Miami the other day.
Yeah.
It's
got a big grassroots following as well, because the amount of people that actually play it.
Well,
the juniors that play it.
I mean, the American women's team's been fantastic for years. World Cup champions quite a few times, 3 times at least, I think. And with a dominant team for many years in women's football. It's other teams have caught up a little bit, but the USA is still very strong.
Yeah.
Their men's team is I think still also in doing quite well.
They're a decent side. Yeah, you know, they've been up and down the last few years. And that one is a big swing and a miss from Jagannathan, who survives the first 5 overs. And after those 5 overs, the score is 67 for 2. I want to say a big hello to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Danny Hudacek with me. Great to be here in Prague. This is the last game of the day here, but triple header underway in Portugal. And it looks like the Gamblers have done a bit of a number on the Wanderers in game 1, but I'm looking forward to catching some of that tonight. And yeah, Danny, what will you do tonight? Maybe have a Czech beer somewhere?
I think so. I might catch up with my good mate Tyson, who you know well as well.
Tyson, they're coach of the wide receivers of the Prague Lions the NFL Europe.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I think we might go for a drink. We haven't caught up with Tyson for a while. Take the dogs for a walk as well. They deserve it. This one's going towards the boundary.
Oh, he almost stopped it, but almost isn't good enough. Samuel Alarm gets the hand down. So he has the hand method down, but unfortunately, have a look, just snuck away from him. And then I think he accidentally kicks it over the line, trying to recover.
How's your night looking, Vinny?
Yeah, I think my night will be good. I'll just have a bit of a quiet one. I've been quite social lately. But I will have some news in the next couple of days about our trip to the dumplings place, which is scheduled for tomorrow night. I know some of the crew are planning to go to Manifesto, which is the food market here. It has all these different types of food and
it's
drinks.
really good. It's basically just a whole area made out of shipping containers. And each of them, this is hit high in the air. It's going back. And it's caught about 5 metres over the boundary there by Sago. A nice catch.
Yeah, nice catch that won't count. Good practice, though. And, yeah, well, flat batted and basically smacked over long off. Well, not quite over long off, but long off had gone the wrong side of the rope.
So I've just got a message from Tyson.
Is he watching?
Said, hi, Vinny.
Hello, Tyson.
So he's
So you don't have to say hello from me because he heard me say hello.
No. I said hello from my telephone object.
Okay.
And he said Brooks or Aramis because he suggested oysters tonight. And then after that he said, I'm going to crack a beer. I'm pretty envious there. This is going to be caught. Oh, did he catch it? I think he might have. Good
he's got
there.
it. He's got it. And that's the general manager, GM Hazenat, down at long on. And yeah, just never timed this, did he? Kind of towards the end of the bat, towards the toe. I like that he gets down to this and then, maybe a bit of luck, rolls out the hand towards the wrist, but he clutches it to his chest. And so Barbarians lose Mashak for 16. And the score now is 78 for 3.
There's another dangerous batsman coming out in Vishal Mane, who we saw earlier in the week. And he's a big hitting batsman, is Vishal. You haven't seen the Barbarians before today, have you?
Not in this series. But obviously, I know them pretty well from previous years.
Vishal just came in and just started cracking them around. I think he hit 32 off 10, and he was batting at 7. And they've promoted him up the order, which is really good to see.
The run rate's pretty good here. And plenty of batting to come, 4 overs to come essentially. So last ball of 6 coming up. Chris saying if you played every game in a baseball season, including all the finals and all the preseason, it's 214 games in the season. And they're long games.
Normally the catchers do, don't they?
Hold that thought. 2 on the fumble, early throw. Doesn't get there in the end. Sometimes an early throw is better than a good throw because it puts them off. But didn't that time. Mane gets off the mark with a couple, and it's 80 for 3 after 6. Catches, to be honest, catches is one of the positions they'll rotate a bit. There are certain everyday players. The reason they're pretty conscious, every team will carry 2, sometimes 3 catches, and sometimes with different pitches, because you'll have a different pitcher every game, certain catchers will catch that pitcher because they have like a kind of, it's like you got to be in sync with each other and be kind of reading the game the same. And they've got amazing things now. Instead of putting signals down, they've got electronic things where the pitcher or the catcher will communicate with secret buttons of what pitch they're going to throw. That's come in pretty recently.
That doesn't seem very fair, does it?
Well, see, they normally do it anyway with signals, but what happened is the other teams were stealing signals all the time. And
all you need to do is hack the system, no? Oh, that's gone a mile.
That's gone with the wind, I think. The GM, he's going to watch it, but it's perfectly judged. Maximo Right, has come out and he's whacked a couple of big ones.
That was high in the air. And I think the general manager just watched it go over his head. It didn't go over the boundary by that much in the end,
good
but
club selection.
Got plenty of height. And
I love Prem's action because there's no front arm whatsoever. It's a bit different. I mean, the left arm's pretty much painted on.
Oh,
that was close, you know.
They're going to come back for another one.
Yeah, right, we'll get the strike back. But I got a feeling if this hits, he's trotting.
Gone.
Just out, I think.
He would have been gone, I think.
Just out. My spider senses were up. Anyway, shoelace. So where were we going with this? Yeah, you've played a lot of games in a season. If you did play all of them. But you're talking about catchers and who plays every game. Everyday players, they're typically outfielders who, just have to chase the odd one. A bit like outfielders in cricket sometimes in a longer format of the game. There's a bit of standing around, then they just hit. You'll get guys now, they have designated hitters that just bat and don't field. So you might get people doing that every day. Now this is miles in the air. Well, this is going to be a great catch for Zagor if he gets there. He does get there and he can't hold on. I mean, he spent all his energy running in. And in the end, it's just going to be a high single. That was miles in the air from Mane. Good effort from Sagor, though.
Well, I didn't think he was going to get anywhere near that. Let's have another look at this.
I had a sense he'd get there, but I also suspected when he got there, he wouldn't be sure how to organise himself. And that's kind of how it worked out. He's a little bit to the left. And, yeah, just faded. And the wind is a bit left to right here. I think it just faded on him.
He did really well to get there. Really, really well. And you're right. He didn't know quite what to do when he got there. And it's just
right.
a bit to his right.
We're talking about the electronic system for communicating between pitcher and catcher. All right, lifted to the leg side, but there's a fielder right there, so it's just a single. So I think it's quicker. So it's quicker. They're really big on pace of the game. So when you're doing signals, you actually do it so when they've got a runner on second base, you disguise your signal by saying, okay, you do put down 10 signals, but the pitcher will know you have to look at the third and the seventh or something. Tapped away. This is last ball of the over. And Mane will get a single. End of 7. The score 92 for 3. Let's take a quick break from our conversation to have a look at what's coming up tomorrow from Czechia, because it's the start of week 2 of our Prague adventure, and we have 5 more matches. And we're starting at the same time as this morning, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. Prague CC, they've got a couple more games as they go through their campaign. Bohemians, they had a bit of a shellacking at the hands of Prague CC today. They'll be hoping to play a bit better. Tigers will see them as well. Barbarians. So, yeah, similar kinds of teams that we've seen today, but they'll be playing some return bouts there for day 8. So, yeah, join us for more action. But, yeah, stealing signs, it's a thing.
Well, does it have to be the catcher that signals?
Not necessarily, but then the problem is if the pitcher does it, then everyone can see the pitcher from the dugouts. So it's a strange thing in baseball. So I found it strange, but this is anyway into the gap, and Mane's going to get another bounder. Well, you liked him. A slight fumble from the yellow jacket, but still goes for 4. Adjar Alam's been brought back. He's the fastest of the Tigers bowlers. Not a bad ball, really, but just gets enough batter in it. Gets away from the infielder and rolls away like the lightning to the ground once again, to the boundary. It's so important that the catcher knows what pitch it is.
Sure.
And cricket, to be honest, is not that different. But you do have a bit longer to react in cricket because as a wicketkeeper, you're further back to a fast bowler anyway. Well, this would have been pretty tight as well. But I still think it would be great if there was some communication, for example, when a bowler's bowling a slower ball, so the keeper knows to stand further up. Otherwise, you end up guessing like everyone else. The ball bounces in front of you and creates a tough take.
Sometimes there's an unwritten thing where they say 4th ball and they
or scratch your head or
you know. I don't know if batsmen are necessarily looking for those cues either.
That's true, and that actually does happen a fair bit, to be honest. This is a very good example. It's a slide off cutter, I think, from Alam and beats the bat. So sometimes you've actually seen it creeping in high levels of cricket as well, where the keeper number 1, number 2, or will make some sort of signal. Anyway, well, it looks like aliens have arrived actually there.
It's a collision. It's going to be what?
I think we had to cut away in case that was a collision.
Dun, dun, dun. Back next week with the conclusion of tractor versus harvester.
Yeah, let's go back to that. That was fun. 2 big harvesters and a tractor. Don't worry, the boys are still awake up there. I hope they are. Probably wasn't easy to focus on that.
So we should concentrate on the cricket rather than
it's
the
quite a long
the
way away. How far away is that? About 500 metres?
Kilometre?
Do you reckon that's a kilometre?
Yeah. Yeah, 1,000 steps.
Sneaks in.
It's, 100 metres to the end of the ground?
Yeah.
That's easily a kilometre.
You think so?
Yeah.
We've got great eyesight then.
I've got glasses. I don't know how long it is, but I don't have my laser meter out or my...
I could probably... Let's do it on Google Maps.
Yeah.
Come on. Why not? This is the last ball of the over. Worked away. Should be a single, and it will be. I think. And at the end of the over, the score, after 8, it's 99 for 3. Yeah, measure distance is good. I used it once to measure my biggest 6 I ever hit.
And it came out at 100.
Yeah, measure distance. And it was about 120 metres. Just when I hit onto this roof.
Technology, Vinny. I can't quite keep up with it.
So let's work out where they are. Are they in that kind of sand pit area.
It's a farm, Vinny.
Yeah, but there's
Well, look,
different.
okay. So the Zarmek over there, straight ahead.
It's here, yeah.
Yeah.
Are they the other side?
So it's
They're past the house.
where
right?
where the tree line is I think in front of the road. Yeah, that's the road there where the tree line is, and it's 2 fields behind that at least.
Okay. Here. Where? If you had to say where they are, did you say they're about there?
Well, no, here it's this field.
Okay. So it's that field.
That field, I reckon.
Okay. So I'm going to use this, and I'm going to see how far away it is. And I reckon we could both be right.
Both.
Stand by, please.
Did you say kilometre?
I said more like 500 meters, but now I'm thinking it's further. No, I've said that. No, you've said what? What you said.
This is it down the ground towards us, but Sagor should do the fielding. Oh, he doesn't do the fielding. Well, he's took a little bit of a wrong bounce. And let's have a look. Wrong D is the bowler. And, well, just went straight through him, unfortunately. As we see a light plane go
There's
overhead.
a lot going on here. I can't find the measure distance anymore. Where's it gone?
As we see it on the leg side. They'll have to do well to stop that. Good pickup. What a pickup from Sojib Mia. He's coming around the boundary, picked it up one-handed and launched it back. They've, I think they came back for 2.
I'm going to agree with you. It looks like exactly a kilometre.
Oh, there you go.
You are unbelievable. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh.
He's gone right back. I think it's probably outside. That could be out, though. I think that is out, and he's still going.
Yeah, well, if you don't get him one way, you'll get him another way. The pitcher's outside leg stump. That's why it can't be LBW. But, you know, Rongdi, that was smart work from him to get back to the stumps and just give up on the appeal.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it is pitch outside leg, and, well, Amrit was just running and didn't really tell his partner.
Amrit wants to face. That's why. Can't blame him. But, yeah, he doesn't even get the bat down in time. So that'll be a wicket. And Mane has a couple of lusty blows in there. He's going to go for 16, and the score is 105 for 4. An over and a half remaining.
I thought he was doing okay, Mane. I know Amit wanted the strike, but I mean, he was ball watching a little bit. Was Mane didn't hear the call after the LBW appeal. So Amrit, he hits it pretty firmly out to Sagor, and it'll just be a single. But I thought he looked okay, Mane. He was hitting the ball fairly cleanly.
Early call. I've got a golden ball tingle about this game.
Already?
Yeah.
It's a very early call.
Very early. That's why. I was surprised. That's why I'm communicating it and being up front. The ball that we missed.
The skipper, Vamshi Madashetty, is the new batsman.
Yeah, misses the first one. Doesn't miss the second one, but he might have found the fielder. Maybe not. It's gone all the way. Maximo. Oh, what a shot. As Vamshi Madashetty, the captain, has a swing again, and he gets quite a bit of it. Smacks it out of the ground.
Really nice shot. There were 2 fielders out there, had no chance, and got a good piece of it. As we see now, with 1 over left. Actually, we have the bowling figures, 112 for 4. They'll probably end up around the 125 mark, maybe, if they keep going. And it'll probably be Amin Hussain, who went for 13 off his previous over. So if he goes for similar, 125 is a pretty good prediction. Might be a few more, though. Again, 131, 130.
If it is, could be in for another huge finish. I still think no matter what they score here, it's a bit of a coin toss. It depends on the start, I think. For the Tigers, we know that they're a bit top heavy with their batting. And a couple of their big hitters have had a bit of an off day today so far. Here's Amin Hussain to finish off. And the first one's a low full toss. I'd be too curious here, but they're not. They'll just settle for the 1, so we'll get some sweet captain-on-captain action here in the 10th over.
Steamy in the last over.
Sure is. Might have to come. Oh, backs away, can't catch up with it.
It's good bowling there from Hussain.
Amin Hussain is just super reliable for the Tigers. I think he's a good leader. He plays the game the right way as well, I think. You know, he plays hard, but also loves the choke. Has a little smile on his face. most of the time. Maybe not after this, because this is going to be another one up and out of the ground. Maximo Mataschetti gets another one up over the leg side. Handy runs coming late for the Barbarians.
Yeah, he used his feet well there, and he just hit into that area where it's really within the batsman's hitting arc, and very good from Mataschetti, who likes scoring in sixes. This one is going to go to the fielder at third man, who cuts it off.
It's better. Oh, you get two if you're paying attention here. No. It's better ball. I think Mataschetti is pretty much playing the same shot every ball, which is the charge and try and whack over the leg side. So I think you'd have to put it outside off stump. Draws an edge that time, but Wright, he's 30 off 15. Good hand from him.
What's the chances of another 7 overthrows?
Pretty low, but not impossible. Wide, so he has the right idea, just gets a bit too much movement there. There's Pete Vincent in the foreground. Pistol Pete.
God, he's had a long...
He's just a unit.
He is
just keeps pumping out the games, doesn't he?
He's retired, is Pete, from like real life.
But not from umpiring.
Not from umpiring.
He's just jabbed this one behind point. It'll probably run away for 4. It does. So Hussain pretty much gets it right. Attempted trick from the Yellow Jacket. Doesn't really come out as he wanted. And certainly not what Hussain, the Tiger skipper, wanted, as he leaks another boundary in the last.
The fielder out there, he came in a little bit. I think he misjudged it and then saw it just go over his head.
All right, last ball. Seatbelts on. Oh, up and over. And it's going to be around that total, Danny. 131. Tivi Singh gets a nice warm-up as he grabs the crowd catch. But Barbarians finish with a bang. In the end, that last over goes for 19. And Barbarians, maybe with that big last over, just nudge ahead in the calculations. But Tigers, we know that they love to whack it. And we'll see how they go in the second half of this game. But yeah, I think the Barbarians will be pretty satisfied and not relying just on the one batter this time as well. I think we saw a number of contributors as they amassed this total of 131.
Yeah, it was a good effort. And, of course, it's Devinder Singh up top who started off and was doing most of the run getting, and Jagan Everson on the other side was just giving his batting partner the strike. Then when after Yadav took a bit of stick from Devendra, he got his revenge with a nice caught behind. It was a really late cut, a little deflection, and nice take by the keeper. You can see it move down on the keeper. Really good take.
Yeah, a bit like being late for an exam. Too late, he wasn't allowed to stay. For Devendra Singh, 24 off 11. That was a big moment in the game. You wondered who would step up in his absence. Jagan Everson, he batted a bit of time, didn't have a lot of the strike, batted into the second half. This was incredible synchronisation as the 2-foot wall, the feet belonging to different people, managed to stop the ball. Now, this was a chance for Rongdeep. You had to go the other way in his follow-through. Knocked it up a couple of times, but couldn't quite hold on. Thackrell couldn't quite really click as well. I've seen a few of these, though. Wicketkeepers having a hard time. That one was almost booted into the car park in the end. It was booted across the rope by Sojib Mia. But Amit Rai, he stepped up, I think, at a very, very important time. Started with the bang. Again, some good team fielding there. But, yeah, he was up. He was going. He was able to hit 4 sixes and 2 fours in his innings. Well supported by Vishal Mane as well. You see the wicket there of Daganiva Sun as the general manager was able to hold on to that chance. But yeah, Mane, as well as Vamshi Mataschetti towards the end. But yeah, Mane found himself in a bit of hot water, survived the LB appeal, didn't survive the run out. He was gone for 16, but some good late hitting. I thought they might struggle to get 120 in the end. They go past 130 with the help of the captain.
Yeah, the captain, Vamshetty, hit a couple of big sixes, but then it was Amit Rai right at the end with some good hitting. This one just getting over the infielder, but Amit Rai, great shot out there into the Barbarians dugout to end the innings. And 131, it's what the golden ball score was yesterday, Vinny.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly the golden ball score, isn't it? So I don't know, had a weird pre-tingle, so stay tuned. 40 from Rye off just 17 balls, including 4 Maximos, the top score for the Barbarians. They did lose Devendra Singh for 24, but he scores over 100 runs in the day, and he's looking in form. They've got some more matches coming up as well. Apart from that, we had a pair of 16s for Jagannathan and Mane, and then 13 in just 5 balls at the end from Madashetty. As far as the bowling figures went, I think Ajar Alam, it gives you 2 good overs. Didn't take a wicket, but only went for 17. The wickets went to Prem Yadav as well as Aman Bhuyan and Amin Hussain. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. Well, could it be another golden moment in Prague? 131, the golden ball score is on the board. But Tigers, they'll want to grab the 2 points as they hope to build something towards Finals Friday. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you for the final instalment of the ECS just after the break in Prague. You're watching the European Cricket Series, Czechia.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Vintage Cricket Ground. We're at Scott Page Field here in Czechia and it's time for the last innings of what's been a big Sunday here in the European Cricket Series. 8 matches across 2 venues. Right now it's double trouble because we've got cricket from here in Prague to finishing up after this innings, and already pretty interesting game happening at the moment in Portugal. Gamblers chasing 75 for victory, but they're only 46 off 8. So making hard work of it. But right here, coincidentally, this is the golden ball score from yesterday. 131 Barbarians out to defend it against the Tigers, who will need 132 for victory. Here's a guy bowled really well earlier today, Tripuri Kanyalal, to get us going. It's the general manager who's gone out there as well. G.M. Hazanat cuts the first one away. Tri's an interesting bowler. We've seen him playing sometimes for the national team as well. This is cut away, and with the pace he puts on the ball, the batters sometimes can use it to their advantage. That was a fraction short, and Hazanat was all over it. Just a fraction, but allows the batter to free his hands. Gets 4 to get us going. Big welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in India. Of course, all of you watching on YouTube as well. ECS European Cricket Network, great to have your company. Still, I think he's working on that one. It's a bit slower. Maybe try and draw the batter forward. Don't let him play from the crease as much. Does draw him forward, does draw him into an error. Well, fielder goes round, takes the catch. Oh, it was a real toughie, to be honest. Had to make some ground to his right. And that's Vaishak Jaganivasan that takes the catch. So yeah, I like the length change here. See, draws him forward. There's slight few revolutions on the ball there from Kanyalal, but well backed up in the field. So it's not the ideal start. It's 4 and out for the GM. He knocks off early, and the Tigers 4 for 1.
He's a very good fielder, is Vaishak. And I think last year when we saw him, he was taking everything out on the boundary. He's been placed there at point, which is interesting because he's not the tallest either, so they can go over him, but he's got a very, very good pair of hands as Vaishak. We'll bring Sagor out to the middle.
He's a pretty good player to bring in any time. I like the idea of just giving GM the chance to swing away in the power play, but yeah, I like the way that Tree got the batter moving forward at least. I think so many times you can play him from the crease pretty comfortably. Like this. Go back, although this creates a few headaches for the fielder. It does well to block it. But I think he'd be a bit more multi-dimensional if he could pitch up a bit.
Tree.
Yeah. I think that most of the time the batters, they sit back and they play him on the back foot because they know they're going to get pace. But I think, with a spinner, a lot of the times you get errors in judgment drawing the batter forward. So I just think it's just to provide some variation. Because like I said, he's different to other bowlers, but what he actually bowls is fairly predictable once you get used to him. Again, he draws the batter forward, can't get it away for a run. So Sajamia is out there opening the batting. So yeah, I like this move. It's a very attacking move. He'll be attacking the power play, no doubt. Having a pretty good series, but a little bit off today so far. Kanyalal, though, brilliant over from him. Gets the breakthrough. It's 5 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, it's 10 balls since the 10 matches since the golden ball, Vinny.
Yeah.
And you picked it early here. Don't know about that.
Very early call.
Very, very early call, but it was great to see the golden ball yesterday. It was a
eagle-eyed viewers might notice that it's the last game here. It was 8, and now it's 10. You know why? The game in Portugal in between. It was a golden ball 9 game. But so we've jumped, and still a couple of games to go tonight after we finish. Gamblers need 17 off the last over. Could there be a golden ball over there? Nice shot, cut away, no one's stopping that, Sagor. Well, if he has a day out, 132 might not be enough because he's a very talented striker.
He is. He's the linchpin for this this lineup for the Tigers, the class act, and I think it's a really good move, moving Mia up the order and they want to see the back of these two, the Barbarians. They won't do it in that way. It's just tucked around the corner. Not a very good ball on the leg side. And full toss, too easy. Didn't get all of it though, Sagor.
Wasn't a very good ball at all, was it? Bit of action happening right now though. Looks like gone back-to-back sixes over there. So they've gone from 17 off 6 to 5 off 4 over there in Portugal. So yeah, commentating 2 games at once really. I was doing that the other day. Oh, big pick up and throw. I think he was going to be home anyway.
That was fancy foot fielding to cut off those 4 overthrows. Have a look at this.
Yeah.
So right onto it, the fielder. That was Vajak again, and it's called a wide. He was right onto it, and then just plant the foot down to the fielder. Otherwise, it would have been 4 overthrows.
Oh, this is a great game we're watching right now. It was 5 off 4, and he hit a ball that was going for 6, but it got caught on the boundary.
I'm seeing the commentary. Chris Smith in the chats commentating on this as well.
Yeah. So in Malta, I was commentating on the ECI Hungary at the same time during a little lull in play. It's pretty unbelievable what we're doing on European Cricket Network, really. I mean, imagine if this game we're watching right now and the game in Portugal are both golden balls. You say it can't be. Oh, he's bowled him. Well bowled. Piyush just blasts through Sojib Mia. He's had an awful day at the office. He goes for a 4-ball duck here in the last game of the day. And that's the second wicket, 15 for 2.
Really good bowling there. Perfect Yorker. And Sojib Mia, you're right, he hasn't had the greatest of days, has he? But so the experiment probably hasn't worked with the general manager and Sojib Mia up top as Derek walks off with Sojib. And we have a new batsman coming out. Looks like the skipper. We'll confirm that in just a sec.
Yep,
just got a little bit of a glance.
Amin Hussain. Yeah, full and straight. Always a good time to bowl full and straight. That was a textbook Yorker. Well bowled by Piyush Kumar.
So
we got time. Ready? So they need 5 off 3. Verma's come out to bat in Portugal, and he whacks away leg side, and he's going to get just the single. I thought they should have got 2 there, so it becomes 4 off 2 over there. Okay, back here in Prague now. Next ball. Here's Piyush Kumar. And this is hit, and it's hit straight to the fielder. Nicely taken there by Robin Thakral, and that's a 3rd wicket, and it's a golden duck for the captain. So nothing going right at the moment. And I believe that's 2 in 2, even though I did watch a ball in between. It wasn't in this country. So, yeah, golden duck for Amin Hussain, and that makes it 15 for 3. End of the over, but remember, Piyush Kumar's on a hat-trick next time we see him.
So we could have a hat-trick and a golden ball exactly the same time.
Maybe. 4 off 2 in Portugal. Whacked away. Rahman comes out, and he wins the game. He wins it with the Maximo. So they don't get a golden ball in Portugal. So everyone can breathe a bit easy. Rahman's the hero. Comes and smashes Zekmore. He faces for 6. Anyway, let's have a look at the table. Don't be fooled by the fact these 2 teams are 7th and 8th, because they've got plenty of games to make up. Here's Treat. That's well bowled. That's especially good to batters early in their innings. It's a ball that you want to cut, but it's a little bit too full to cut. It just slides on, and then you're late on it. Nice hands as well by Devendra Singh. Yeah, I like this as well. Again, it's not too short. And eventually, it's backed up, but that was a tough bit of fielding. Nice work by Madashetty.
Yeah, it's tightening up a little bit for the Tigers. It's been really good from the Barbarians, held their catches. As Tree comes in again. And yeah, very tight bowling. He's a really good pickup for the Barbarians. As we mentioned, he was earlier in the week. He was a very, very important part of the Burno side.
Yeah.
And then he got a job in Prague, so he told the Barbarians he would play. This has been hit through the leg side, and then the job fell through. But because he'd promised the Barbarians to play, even though he lives in Brno, he comes and plays for the Barbarians. So I think it shows you a little bit about.
It says a lot about
Tree.
the guy and the guy's character. Yeah, I've always found him great to deal with. You know, I said he genuinely wants to improve his cricket, just improve his own game.
Absolutely.
Again, where he lives outside the off stump. This is probably one of the widest throws we'll see today. And I think they'll be happy it's just one overthrow after that. That was wild and woolly.
Gets launched back to the keeper again.
Well, it kind of hurts his figures a little bit, but not too much. He finishes. Well, he doesn't finish yet because there's still more to go.
Yeah, I think it's again just can't get him away. Fireshark picks it up, launches at the stumps.
That's a better throw because it was to another teammate, not to nobody. Anyway, end of the power play. 1 for 8. Pretty good job from Tripuri Kanyalal, and the score is 18 for 3. Now, I don't know if we're going to see Piyush Kumar back straight away. I hope so because he's on a hat trick, so I'd be bowling him out. But yeah, we haven't had a hat trick since the 14th of July, so 9 days ago. And yeah, pretty fruitful for hat tricks.
Wasn't there a double hat trick at one stage?
We've had some of them. We haven't had one this year, but we've had it, I think, 3 times in our history. The 4 in 4. But yeah, we are going to have a hat trick ball here because Piyush is going to bowl the 4th over. And he'd love to get Sagor, who's on strike. He's kind of the set batter.
Power play's over as well, so field restrictions are lifted.
All right. Hat trick ball. Here we go. Oh, he's got it. He's got a hat trick. Piyush Kumar, you beauty. He goes straight through Sagor, who's a big scalp, and that's even sweeter to get the set batter with the 3rd leg of the hat trick. What a moment for Piyush Kumar here at the European Cricket Series in Czechia, and it leaves the Tigers reeling at 18 for 4.
Well, there you go. He's added to the Hall of Fame, and well done, Piyush Kumar. That is a huge wicket in the context of this game, and I can't see the Tigers getting any with this total, and it's through fantastic bowling from that man, Piyush Kumar.
So we break the hat trick hoodoo here in Prague. Yeah, look at that ball, and he knows it. And actually, I think that Pete Vincent starts celebrating because he's excited too. You see that? He arms go out and he says, well done, Piyush. No matter who you are, you've got to appreciate it when you see a little bit of history. And
he's on a double hat trick
now,
Vinny.
We just said it. You said, have we seen a 4 in 4? We have not seen a 4 in 4 this year. Now, we did see it a couple of times last year. Yusuf Sahart did it in 2021 in Sweden. Mike Jones did it. Could we have 4 in 4?
Nope.
No, he chokes. That's a proper choke job. That's a Danny Hudacek job, and he has a bit of a smile about it. But anyway, Piyush, no one can take that hat trick away from you. Congratulations.
Yeah, so accurate in the rest of the over, and just launches that one down leg side. No, it's been a good spell, and he's done the damage as Piyush. Here we go again. And just prodded down into the covers just for a single.
How exciting for him. Did you ever take a hat trick? I took one. I was 15. I'll never forget it. I'll probably never take another one now.
I took one in indoor a little while ago. I'll probably taken a couple in indoor to be fair over the years, but I don't remember many. No, but I took one in for Vinarati in indoor.
Okay.
But I don't think I've taken an outdoor hat trick.
It's pretty special. It doesn't happen that often. The funny thing, I was actually commentating with Regina Zudaze of the Italian women's team. She did a little guest spot for me earlier in the year in Gibraltar. And she took a hat trick on debut for Italy, which was really exciting.
I remember seeing that, actually.
Yeah. But the funny thing is, and she's 17, right? She just turned 18, I think. I said, have you ever taken one before? She said, yeah, I've taken 4. And I was like, can you remember them? She's like, yeah, kind of. I think there was this one where I said, no, you don't understand how unbelievable that is. But that was a great moment for her.
That interview was fantastic with her as well. When she came into the commentary box and chatted. Yeah, that was very enjoyable.
Regina's someone, I think, now she's just finishing her studies at the moment, her high school studies. She's taking a bit of a break, I think, and I think she's someone that we might be able to get in the commentary box a little bit more often.
Especially if there are the women's ECIs coming up later in the year.
Yep.
I should be playing a lot of it, possibly.
That's the issue.
Yeah. Oh, got him.
There's more pad than the unmentionables, but still,
You
what a
think?
fantastic. Yeah, it was. When I say pad, I
Thigh
mean
pad maybe.
yeah. Well, thigh without pad.
Oh, it's pretty close to the
To the lunch.
non-thigh.
Yeah, he's all right. But tell you what, the innings isn't looking all right at the moment. It's 23 for 4 after 4. What an effort from Piyush Kumar. 3 for 15 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, that's a really good effort from Kumar, and it's the nature of the wickets. It's big wickets, that especially that one of Saharat Sagar. It's going to be a difficult task, I think, for the Tigers from now on. 6 wickets left. They're 18 and over. That's the point of no return. And Amrit Rai is a new bowler. Bowling to Rongdi. It's a bit short. It's in the air. Should be caught. That's another one down. Another one bites the dust.
All right. He loves his first balls, doesn't he? He whacked the first ball he faced for 6. And the first ball he bowls, it's a fairly tame top edge cut shot. It's easily taken there by Vishal Mane. And the Tigers, when they're good, they're good. And when they're not, it's 23 for 5.
Well, Barbarians have been good today. As you can see, they had only played 4 games leading up to today. It looks like they're going to win. Is it 2 from 2, Vinny? Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Right. Yeah, no, the Barbarians, we didn't see them until the 4th match of the day.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Well, I mean, they could take a bit of time off. They could have a look at some of the other teams, and they came in fresh. So I think that's probably a bit of an advantage coming out and playing the 2 late games in a row, especially when you're getting good runs. Devinder Singh in the previous game hit the highest ever score here in a T10 game, and with 95, just missed out on 100, and then they amassed a pretty good total here as well.
Yeah, the thing is, not a lot happening on the runs side of the ledger either. So, yeah, the Tigers, sometimes they lose early wickets. Doesn't end too well for them. It's looking that way at the moment.
They're definitely looking good for a top 4 spot here, the Barbarians. It'd be good to see. Again, they've recruited well with Tree. As the wind picks up again, just to let you all know, wherever you are. And it's Armin Bhuyan, the new batsman, who can't quite get bat onto leather. There's Amrit Rai bowling again to Armin Bhuyan, and just played nicely on the leg side for a single. It's all slowed down a bit for the Panthers. We're into the halfway through the 5th over. In fact, a little bit over that, and they are 24. Target's 132. And they need 20 and over. So what they scored in almost 5, they need every over here. The Tigers called a wide.
Probably maybe 1% of the ball on the wide line. He probably won't mind. Gives himself another chance to take a wicket. Yeah, it's a wide.
That's fair enough. Comes in again.
In the air, just over the fielder. He was on the way down as the ball was on the way up, and now the ball's just gone. So Alarm gets 4 runs. And I just want to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to Kroom. Now, every time Kroom's watching and there's a hat trick or a 5-wicket haul or a century or a team gets 200, he will gift an ECN membership. So, yeah, he's kept good on his word, and that's a great way he likes to support the network.
Fantastic.
And the funny thing about the gifting, no one knows where it goes to. It looks like Sharia Noor Plabon has been gifted the membership. Anyway, this could be 6 down now. Trouble at the old mill. It's another easy catch of Ashak, and Rai goes top and tails in the 5th. He has 2 wickets, and this inning's falling apart. 6 down now in just 5 overs.
Yeah, it is falling apart, isn't it? And, well, I might have an early finish. Well, the Tigers could wag their tail a little bit.
29 for 6 after 5. Well, big congratulations, because Piyush Kumar is now on the Hat Tricks Hall of Fame for his 3 for 15 here in match 36. What a big moment for him. And he'll be there for the rest of the year. He can go back and even look at it.
It's a 22nd of the year as well, Vinny.
22 hat tricks, and more or less at the halfway point of the year, I think. Because, yeah, let me try and work it out in games played compared to...
You have so many statistics on that computer of yours, Vinny.
Well, there are 1,744 matches planned this year, And now we've had roughly... We had those
I
up.
mean, it is sort of late July, so
It seems like it's halfway through the season, right?
Yeah,
but I want to
absolutely.
try and give it to you in matches. Okay. Anyway, first, here's Purohit, the left armour, coming in, right on target first up. So we're roughly 950 or 930 matches in.
Past the halfway mark.
So I actually think we're going to hit our 1,000 soon. Oh, you'll love this statistic.
So 900 and how many?
I think day one in Switzerland we hit 1,000 matches for the year. So when we leave, or the weekend, actually there'll still be say 4 matches to go. So it will be like kind of 995 by the time we leave Czech Republic, but then there'll be like 3 that night. So probably day one in Switzerland we hit 1,000 matches for the year. It's quite incredible. We're only halfway through. Up in the air. And this could be another one. Oh, it's just catching practice at the moment. The only problem for Vajshak is he may have mild leather poisoning because of the amount of times the ball's been skewed in his general direction. That's the 7th wicket down now, 29 for 7. And I've counted 3 catches for him. Is that what you've got? Yeah, 3 catches so far. And the potential for more. Tigers, they're being tamed here in match 36.
Yeah, they've not really at the races, are they, the Tigers? Not that too many Tiger races, but that not having a great day. And the Barbarians look like they're going to go for two for two.
Nice observation by Dave. He said that one Kumar got a Michelle, meaning a 5-for. That was Rohit Kumar in Portugal yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And Piyush Kumar gets a wicket. Gets a 3 within 3 balls here, hat trick. He wants to know, are they related? Pretty unlikely because they're in different countries, and Kumar, it's almost like Smith, isn't it?
Oh, there's so many Singhs.
There's a lot of Kumars.
We have teams we have complete list of Singhs.
The thing with Singh is it's not a surname
No.
as such.
No.
It just denotes that it's a male. Means lion. All right.
As in Singapore.
Yeah. I think that Alarm had visions of ramping first ball, but he didn't go through with it. Just the way that he set up there.
And sometimes you're sitting there, and you're thinking what you're going to do. You're visualizing, and a ramp shot comes out of nowhere for no apparent reason, and that's what you've been thinking about
Can
for the
happen.
whole innings. And that's when he charges.
Yeah, tough task for the fielder. Does well. I'll get back for 2. We might want to have a check on the height of this one. So let's have a look. This one, I suppose he charges, which doesn't help his case.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
I think it's okay with the charge. And then, the stop, I think it was fine as well. It's close, but it stays inside the field, no problem.
I've noticed that fielders are doing that. Instead of trying to hang on to the ball, they're just knocking it down. I think it's a good tactic.
Yeah, they're worried. Oh,
Oh, it could be gone. Divi likes it.
I'm going to say no, I don't like it because he seemed to have his foot back. But it might be crazy. And also, I'm 80 metres away. So let's have a look on the replay. He certainly knew to head back straight away. Oh, he's gone. So he did get his foot down. He did get his foot down, but not behind the line. Because I said, he's got his foot in, so he doesn't seem so worried about getting his bat down.
Well, he got his bat down and then lifted it again. Have a look.
Nah.
Yeah. Have a look. He put his bat down.
Don't think it ever touches the ground.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
There. And it's in. And then he lifted it.
Oh, yeah.
And he's out.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't find that the first time. But yeah, he does have it down. And to be honest, it's almost in because it's almost in.
Well, if you ground your bat when you're running, so he's touched down, so he should be in, right? So he's got his bat down, definitely. So there.
To me, it's just
that's behind the line, I think.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, it's not a run out; it's a stumping.
Yeah.
So yeah, we thought he's definitely out, but now we see it. We think that he might have the ball might have hit the stumps too quickly.
No, I think he had his. I think it was fine, right?
But what I'm saying is, if Divi had thrown the stumps, thrown it a little bit slower, then he wouldn't have had anything grounded.
No, but he.
So let me clarify. It's not like a run out where if you're diving for your crease, once you're in, you're in.
Yeah.
This isn't the case on a stumping.
Well.
So even if he'd been in and then he was not in.
But have a look. He's put his bat down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
He's lifted it, and when the ball hit the stumps, there was nothing in.
But I think when they really zoomed it to the very first moment the ball hit the stumps, it was still grounded, or it was inconclusive.
Don't think so. But he's not out. So that's
but this is, I think, if you look at the, when the stumps are broken, it's the very first moment the bail's dislodged.
Okay,
right?
have a look.
So here.
His bat's up.
But by then, it's already broken.
Hold on.
That's
there.
the shot. There. You see?
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't know. It's very close. But not out. So
that's why it's not out. That's great work from Swimming Production. You can excuse for being asleep by now, but they're not asleep. This is the next ball. It was a wide.
Oh, it's
next one isn't a wide. It'll be a dot.
Just slides.
Just shows you. I mean, we saw that live and we're like, oh, he's definitely out. But actually, the slow-mo told us a slightly different story.
I can see why Divi would liked it.
Yeah, 100%. Because he's like, well, you're out. I just hit the stumps. But the moment that your brain registers the bails coming off, it's actually a fraction after they actually were. So when the bails actually first dislodged, it's probably still down. Anyway, so a bit of drama laid on. By the way, it looks like we've got some breaking news, Danny. Ashes retained by Australia. Player of the match, Rain.
Well, on behalf of all Australians, thank you to the Manchester Weather for providing the Ashes for another 4 years.
Two-ish.
2 years.
I'm trying to think when the next series would be. My guess is it's probably going to be 2024, 25.
I'm sure it'll be a good fifth test, as this one's hit towards a boundary. No one moved towards it. There was a big gap there.
Not used to having to chase any, really. That's
no
why.
fielder moved. Even the Yellow Jackets have given up. I know he's going there now, slowly. Let's keep going with this game. Unread. It's a pretty good ball there. Yadav is there at the batsman. Alam at the other end. They are 39 for 7 in the just to finish the 7th over.
Looks like the next Ashes will be 25-26. Isn't that scary? 2025, 2026. So the next time we see a series decided is probably 2026.
Yeah.
If it's a close series.
Otherwise,
December 2025.
Are they going to wheel Anderson and Broad?
Oh, yeah. Get him out of the old folks' home. Get him back out there. Anyway, this is what's coming up tomorrow. 5 matches. We've got Prague's EC. Unbeaten. Can they stay that way? They're playing Bohemians and the Tigers. Tigers also have a big day with 3 matches. So you're getting through their campaign, playing a bit of catch-up, like we said, as far as matches played.
I think I was speaking to Cushy Mendon about tomorrow and PCC, and he said, "Oh, we might be struggling for players." I'm like, what are you talking about?
It's impossible.
He said, "Oh, it's Monday." I said, "How can you struggle for players?" I mean, they've wheeled out 6 new ones. They've won 2 games today. They've won 2 games today, and comfortably, losing 1 wicket.
Yeah, 1 wicket for the day. That's probably the only disappointing thing. Only 3 of them get a bat. So out of the 11 that they bring down. Well, actually had 12 because that's City 12 man. So 40 for 7 after 7. This game's on borrowed time. Be a pretty good net run rate. Because we talked about the Barbarians having a slightly negative net run rate. Even with this win, maybe they can drag it into the black. We'll see.
It's been a good win. It's been a good day for Barbarians. And this one just turned around the corner, and no one's chasing it. The batsmen have not given up running. They've just jogged one. Robin Thakral has been a really good bowler, I think, for Barbarians also during this tournament.
It's short form cricket, but it's kind of attritional in a way because of the 14 match series and potentially 2 finals. And then 6 ECIs for whoever is playing for the national team, potentially. Yeah, another almost victim of the back stumping. And he scored a back stumping because you're keeping back. forever known as a Bairstow now, I guess.
Bairstow or a Carey?
So it keeps getting called a Bairstow. I kind of agree with it.
Well, Bairstow being a keeper as well.
It's so... I don't want to judge people, but I think Bairstow let fly at the media in a bit of an interview after his 99 not out. Had a few things to say. Yeah.
Interesting. I have to have a look at that.
But I think, he kind of said something along the lines of that it wasn't in the spirit of the game, but...
He said that.
Yeah. Charles was telling me secondhand, and it was after 2 pints of beer. So I don't know if that's the best sourcing, but I think it's a bit rich. I think Johnny would have done the same thing. In fact, he did try and do the same thing. And no one's got an issue with it. Anyway, in the air, Tree. Wow. That's the piece of fielding that I've never seen anything quite like it. It was like a combination of the 100-meter sprint, the hurdles, and like the show jumping in the equestrian all in one. But somehow he stops it going for the boundary.
Let's have a little look at this.
It was very dainty. All right, well, next one isn't being fielded by anyone because it's going to rocket away to the cover boundary. Alam gets the boundary. Still getting over that piece of fielding, aren't you?
I am. That was amazing. And the fact that it just happened in front of us, this Tree gives us a bit of a wave. Thank you for making the highlight reel, Tree. Your bowling was fantastic today, but that was even better.
Oh, how did that miss? That was so close. Yeah, Tree might have just snuck into the HCL Software Player of the Day for inventing a new type of fielding.
So we've got 2 overs left after this ball, and then we can all go home, Vinny. It's going to be a very comfortable victory. Actually, Tree's got another chance. No, he doesn't. This is going way over him. Nice shot there from Alam, who gets Thackerel the treatment. Used his feet well. Really nice strike.
Been few and far between, though, hasn't it?
Well, they need quite a few more of those to even lose the game. Because they can't win it and think. Let's have a look at the net run rate. Well, there you go. That doesn't look very pretty for the Tigers.
Those 2 Lions, they're not even friends. They don't know each other. They're miles away. I don't think they'll ever meet either. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. You know, that can happen with the Tigers. Any team, really. We've seen the Barbarians on occasion do something similar. In fact, when these 2 teams met in the European Cricket Series last year, it was 60-34, the lowest scoring game ever to go the 20 overs. And it was actually the Barbarians got held to 34. At different times, different conditions as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think a lot more batter friendly. Well, he wouldn't not at the moment now in this innings.
The other thing is a couple of players are playing well. Divi Singh's batting out of his skin, even though he didn't get as many in this game against the Tigers. He's batting brilliantly, but also the bowling's been really tight. I think Tree's been a really good pickup for them.
But the power of batting in conditions where you feel like you can hit boundaries without doing anything too crazy.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can get away with a few as well. Like anything that gets past the keeper is normally 4.
Yeah.
And you're getting things at the end of the bat, and it's just rolling.
That was great keeping, by the way, by Devendra Singh up to the stumps. Had to reach for that. Alert, ready for a stumping, but opportunity didn't arise.
He's been one of the top keepers I think we've seen in the competition.
Right on
this
cue. He clanks one into his pads.
I think he's been one of the top keepers in the competition we've seen in these 2 weeks. Well,
let me pick him apart here with his up to the stumps techniques. Pretty good. What does he do wrong here? He stands up too quickly.
He does.
So that's something that I'd like to see him keep his knees rubber, keep him bent, and that's one. If the guy's out of his crease in a big game, that's one you want to take.
Let's see if he does it again. He does.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get up a little bit. This is into the gap. It should just be 1. Yeah, so I mean, I think he's a very good keeper up to the stumps, and you saw that. Took a great left side stumping, but using the video, you'll actually see, I don't believe necessarily you need to stay down on the ground all the time, but you do need to be able to reach that low ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's certain occasions where there's stumping opportunities and you don't want to come up too quickly. So that's something. Stay lower longer. You'll see that you will come up a bit. Everyone does. I don't know many people that their gloves actually come up with the ball. Normally you naturally come up once you read the line of the ball, but you need to be able to keep those knees loose enough so that if it keeps low, you can actually get back down again.
Yeah.
And that was the problem. He came up there and he's just a bit static, couldn't go back down. But still, really, really good wicket keeper, no doubt about it.
It's been a pretty good over here from
similar thing here. This is a full ball. And Divi will watch this back, right? So if he misses this, he wouldn't have caught it. You know what? Look, his gloves are all the way up there.
Yeah.
So, they're the things. You need to put the stumps out of your mind. I know it's late in the day. I know he scored like 1 billion runs and he's probably fatigued at this stage, but that's just something to worry about. Even that one, I'd love to see his gloves behind the middle stump, which is where that would have gone. Anyway, takes us to the end of the over.
That was a great over, by the way.
Such a good over.
I think you might have missed it, but he's gone for 5 off 2 overs.
Yeah, brilliant. And I suppose at the moment, a bit of sting out of the game, but there are 9 overs to go. Last over coming up here, but match 13 is already underway, in fact. So I think they're in the power play at the moment. So you turn over any time you like. Marlow versus the Porto Wanderers. Marlow winning the toss, electing to bat, led by Mian Shahid. Well, he's retired more times than John Farn and Mian Shahid. And he's back and he's leading Marlow, who are a very good side. Rushan Singh, brilliant wicketkeeper as well for Marlow. So he's worth watching as well. They've got Najam Shahzad, who was leading the side recently in Hungary. He's in the side as well. So turn on. There's still 2 matches to go in Portugal tonight.
Well, there's only 1 over left here in Prague, and it'll be a big win for Barbarians. It'll be Kunal Mohite to take up the attack.
Yeah, let's see what Mohite is dealing.
I could
last over of the day.
I could do a Mojito.
That's pretty good. Here I was thinking that he might just be getting the last over as kind of a token.
He bowled okay earlier in the week. He did get spanked, I think, against PCC, but then again, everyone got spanked against PCC. So, Mohite, this is in the air, and dropped.
Well, Mohite would have loved that one.
Tree again. That was he made a lot of ground to that. Did Tree. It's a tough one.
I mean, he puts the gallop away this time. He gets 2 hands to it. I think he catches this more often than not, to be honest, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Mohite, well, he's filthy.
This one's hit down the ground. Should just be a single. And it is, as this game starts to peter out. It's been a good day of cricket, Vinny. I think some very entertaining play. We've seen a hat trick. We've seen the highest score ever in an ECS here in Prague. We've just seen a nice shot here out towards the car park by Alam.
Yeah, he's come to the party with some decent blows late in the piece, but it's been a lost cause, hasn't it? And again, he's a really important player for the Tigers. Tigers got, it's their D-Day tomorrow, I think. And the fact that they play 3 matches, they're going to have to get some results going their way to keep themselves in as contenders.
We're into the second week already in this tournament. It's called a wide. So tomorrow, Monday, I've got 5 days left, 4 days left of the... It is Monday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Good.
I know it's hard to tell sometimes, but 4 days of group matches, and then finals Friday, and then ECIs on Friday and Saturday. Well done to the umpires as well. Long day for them out in the middle. I think they've been brilliant. We haven't actually talked about them much, and that's probably a sign they've been doing a really good job.
That's exactly right. I mean, I think the umpiring's been excellent all around Europe and any of these tournaments, and I think it's it just shows that everything's improving. Not only just the cricket, but the officiating and the professionalism of the whole organisation, I think, is really great. So, runs per over needed 402. Something I don't think he can get.
Nah, it's past the point of no return.
Have to bowl a few wides, and Mohite doesn't. This is in the air. And that's
such a great shot. It's been slammed down the ground. Alarm in a losing cause. Maximo to finish the day. Mohite is left looking at his pockets and turning him out, saying, how did I not end up with anything? I created a chance. But in the end, it's a fairly comfortable margin of victory as the Barbarians get 2 more crucial points in this series.
Yeah, indeed. And job done for the Barbarians today. I think they'll be very happy with their efforts, and we'll see them again tomorrow, as we will see the Tigers. So it's a very entertaining day's cricket, as I mentioned, and we'll see highlights of that in a minute. Firstly, we'll see the scorecards. Actually, firstly, we'll see what's happening tomorrow. Prague PCC against Bohemians. Bohemians want a better showing. Then it's the Tigers against the Bohemians, and then PCC against the Tigers, and then Barbarians have a couple of late games. I think they like these late games, Vinny.
I think so. I mean, the teams that are playing catch up in the games, we'll see them catch up in the next couple of days. So yeah, join us 7:15 a.m. GMT. It's 9:15 in Central Europe, and it's 12:45 in India. For more ECS action, let's look at the highlights, or the lowlights really, for the Tigers, because they were tamed early. We saw Jagan Everson in the action, 3 good catches, and they weren't easy, swirling around in that part of the ground. And Tigers, they got a couple away early, thought, okay, maybe it's going to be game on here, but then Piyush, well, wasn't he brilliant? He went 1, 2, 3, and picked up the 22nd hat-trick of the year, and some good batters in there as well, Danny. He went straight through Mia, and yeah, the wickets are just tumbling all the time. That was the second one. Then Sagor, a brilliant guy to have as your third, because he was holding the key as well. And Piyush Kumar, he was off to the races with that hat-trick. What a great moment for him.
Absolutely, and a great moment for Barbarian history as well. They're a proud club. As I said, I was associated with Barbarians for a long time, so I know what's gone into forming this club. And really happy for Piyush Kumar. But nothing went right for the Tigers, except for that one just going over the fielder, I guess. They held most of their catches. This was another one for Jagan Everson. And as you can see, just playing full shots there. And looked like a replay, I think. Maybe. This one was...
That was a weird one.
That was a weird one.
He was fake stumped. But even though we saw he's definitely out, but actually his bat was down at the instant the stumps were hit here.
It's coming up.
Is coming up?
You can't see. It's a curvature of the earth.
Yeah, the curvature of the earth came into it, and that probably is translated as benefit of the doubt. And I think it was the right decision, to be honest, in the end. But sneaky but effective work, it looked like, from Divyendra Singh. Now, this one, not so effective from Tree, who attempted some sort of equestrian maneuver, but he did get the bottom of his shoe on it, and that's actually what stopped it going for 4. But yeah, some good late hitting. Saw some respectability brought back, but still, they go down by 60 runs. Good net run rate boost for the Barbarians. 131 to 71, the final. As we have a look at how the chase went, or more correctly, how the chase went wrong for the Tigers. They lose those early wickets. See, ducks for Sujamia and Hussain. In the end, Alam from number 9 is the top scorer, 27 off 16. And yeah, some good catching in there from Jagan Everson. But yeah, when it goes wrong, it can go really wrong for the Tigers. We've seen that before. As far as the bowling went, well, Piyush Kumar, 3 for 15. Have a good shake of the player of the match, to be honest. Not often you take a hat-trick. And look at the players he got out as well.
Absolutely.
He got really dangerous players out. That wasn't a cheap hat-trick at all. Apart from that, Amrit Rai was pretty good, 2 for 15 off his 2 overs. And apart from that, Kanyalal had a really good day, 1 for 8. His figures, and Purohit, I think, mentioned him late in the piece. He was brilliant, 1 for 5 of his 2, so even more economical. Well, Daddy, it's been a great day here in Prague once again. End of day 7, which means we're done. We're halfway through our Prague adventure, but such an exciting week ahead. You mentioned it, 4 more days of the group matches here. Then we'll have finals Friday, and then the ECIs. So much has happened, but so much to look forward to.
Absolutely. It's it's culminating. It's getting up to that finals Friday. We'll see the 4 teams. PCC basically booked their ticket. It's just interesting to see who'll get into those top 4. But then it's almost like a different tournament on finals Friday, and anyone can beat anyone.
Especially with being so fast scoring. If you have just one guy that whacks 100, it can happen, and I think it will happen. We're going to see some surprises, I think, before the end of this week. Just quickly before we go, a reminder, you can turn over to Portugal anytime. I know that the Marlow innings is underway over there in the second of 3 match tonight. Rico Full is standing by for you to join him. Before you go, if you haven't already, please like this video on YouTube and subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. Also, our social media at European Cricket. Can't wait to check that out. Certain stuff has gone viral. Can't stop reading the comments, to be honest. Some of them are quite hilarious. And also, don't forget our website, EuropeanCricket.com. It's the greatest place to go to get all the information, a whole overview of what's happening in the world of European cricket and ECN. Anyway, we're going to knock off the day.
Yeah. Cool.
You happy?
Looking forward to that beer.
I'm happy. Well done to Spring Productions as well, because they've done really, really well. Blue Crew, players, officials, umpires, even the Yellow Jackets, I'm sensing them improving day by day.
Using the hands.
As well. Well, I didn't get my golden ball, but we certainly had plenty of excitement here on day 7. And we've left you with some of the best bits of the day, thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. Have a safe evening. We'll see you right here in Prague tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
See ya.
Nostradano.
He's a fantastic chap, and it doesn't surprise me at all that he's there trying to help Conrad Greenshields. Wicket does come, though. That's the good news to get the breakthrough. This partnership of 81 comes to an end. A new batter now comes in, so this is where they can, well, get into things. But look who comes in, a man that we've seen for the first time in this series. It's a Najam Shazad, a man that captains the Portuguese national side. We saw him, of course, playing in Hungary. Just plays this one away. He was there playing for Hungary in the ECS. And I've seen him captaining the likes of the Marla Columbus last time round. He scored big runs on the European Cricket Network, hasn't he? He's a big player. Shazad scored 300 runs in that series for Marlow in the night series last time, so they'll be pretty happy to have him in the side. Bowler Girish now has to get bowling here to Zulfikar, who needs to stick around, doesn't want to go and lose his wicket straight away, because that will be criminal. The fielders, oh well, hang on a minute here. Hang on a minute here. What happens here? Because he's got the ball in his hand, has Zinkus, but he's leaning on the fielder. I like to see this again. I wonder if we just hold up and see this again, because they didn't make, look at the way they lean. He actually has the ball, but they're touching each other. They're touching each other. One fielder is outside the field of play. Oh, I wonder if they're having a look at that, and I think they're letting that go. This one's hit big, hard. Well, that's brute force, absolutely brutal from Najam Shazad. That's what he does. He hits hard, and well, the national team captain playing his first match just absolutely clobbers it. That's big. That's 6. That's gone a long way. That's 6 on any ground. It gives me an opportunity to say hello to everybody on the chat. Hello to Dave. I hope you're well today. Hello to Wayne. Wayne, I hope you're well. And Wayne saying, oh no, not Conrad. Well, we'll give you the update on Conrad, of course. John Gray, hello to you as well. And a lot of people on the chat enjoying the cricket here, of course. After the day's come to the end, Czech Republic, this is going to be 4 more as well. Feeling the coach of the kitty dive me mari, but Joka Lagya. That was Lewis Blackwell trying to stop it. So Girish, and he'll go for 17 in the over. 6 overs complete, 94 for 3. And Marlow looking to put big runs on the board, but I will say this, that get a wicket or 2 and runs could slow back very quickly. So who are we going with here now with the ball? It looks like we're going to go with somebody you didn't see in the last match, Raghu Rahman. So Rahman. Sit up. Oh, well. It's placed right across the line here. Does he a bit of cramp here maybe for Zulfikar, or does he play this onto his foot? Now he looks like he's going to need a little bit of attention. And the shoe comes off, and he's well, I think he's hit this. I think he might have hit this onto his toe. Or has he got? Did he get a stone in there? I don't know. It might have been. Okay, na patthar aa gaya, patthar andar. Kitna jutti la lama, patthar kar lama. Just sorting himself out, Zulfikar. The way he was running, it looked like, I thought for a moment where he'd blasted himself on his foot, but obviously a little stone got into his shoe. Okay, Najam Shazad now back on strike. Tall, powerful figure of a man. And, well, he's gone. He gets knocked over, and he stands there like, well, what's all that about? Well, Najam Shahzad, welcome to this wicket here in Coimbra, and that's nicely done. So, Rahman, Rags? Well, is it Rags or is it Rahman? Well, Rahman is what I have on my list. Well, he plays all the way around this, and he's going to have to go. I don't think this is too much. I think it's just a bad shot, if you ask me. Yeah, all right, it maybe does stay a little bit low, but I think he was going to miss it anyway, to be fair. It plays down the wrong line, goes for the big shot, misses out on it. And so Najam Shahzad comes out. He'll get 11. He was only there for 4 deliveries, so you don't mind that. He was just there to, I suppose, pick up the pace. So Rahman gets the wicket. Yeah, watch out for him with the ball as well on this pitch. It could be pretty useful. New batter who's coming in needs a little bit of assistance from Munib Tariq to get the helmet on. And it's going to be Saeed Nisam. This guy is just been in some great form at the moment. Always picking up wickets is Misam. But batted very nicely as well the last time we saw him. And he had to, for Marlow. They were under a little bit of pressure. And got a player of the match performance on that day. This is being hit, but straight to the fielder. And, well, it's going to be called a no ball. So, no ball called, so it won't be out. Well, the man who just helped him get his helmet on is the man that takes the catch, but he survives to Saeed Misam. And he's not going to surprise. Oh, yeah, he is, because that was a free hit. Oh, wow, it's all happening out there at the moment. So, smashes one ball, free hit straight to Tariq, who takes the catch. Next ball gets bowled, but it is the free hit. It's all happening out here at the moment, isn't it? Saeed Misam. Yeah, he scored 27 of 14 in that win in match number 4 against Lisbon Capitals. In the match before that, he took 2 for 12 in a player match performance with his bowling. This time he plays it along the deck. He says, I know this one is not a free hit. I'm not going to give my wicket away. So no update here on Conrad. No run. Not a bad over this at the moment. And 2 batters just having a bit of a chat with each other. And Zulfikar is a set batter. I'm not sure what Misam would have said to Zulfikar here. The interesting conversation since Zulfikar's 32 of 19. And Zulfikar's paying no attention. He has a big old hoik across the line. Gets a bit of bat onto it. Fielder at square makes a stop. It's a single. It's a very good over. And we'll go for just 7. The 100 also comes up. 101. Well, I'm not sure what's going on there. The 101 came up, and now it's disappeared. So, I think there was a boundary put on and then taken away. So, just, I think, clarification on that score. And I think Rahman did go for a boundary, to be honest. So, I think it probably is correct now. 98. 4 wickets. Girish. Come back to bowl, and he did get the wicket of Amandeep, so I can understand him staying on. This one is missed out by the left-hander. So just clawing back into this. They had a fantastic start in the first over when John Zinkers, their captain, took 2 wickets. Got the wicket of Mohammad Adnan, the very first ball, a royal duck, very first ball of the innings. Then he got Mian Shahid, the captain, golden duck. And now, well, there's another wicket. And, well, Zulfikar swings and loses his wicket. 33 he'll go for. And it's Girish as well. Again, he gets the wicket. So well done to Girish Singh. And again now, मैं भी परोंठे खा के आया पता कल्ले बैटर नहीं खा के आ रहे मैं भी खादे आ 2-3 Mami, wicket we chuck leniya, chuck the phatte style, and that's what he does. Kinda ale, dande dekhe, hun dekhla, tod ditte, pan ditte, ja hun, ja andar, gets the wicket. So this is good. This is good little comeback because, as I was saying, after a great start, they lost their way a little bit, mainly thanks to that superb 81-run partnership between Amardeep Singh and Zulfikar Shah. Both those men back now, and an opportunity to try and keep this score, I don't know, to a realistic sort of under 120 if you can. And, Amir Ikram, though, will have other ideas. Didn't this guy had a bit of a blast the other day as well? Scored 26 not out of 11. And this one will be a wide. It's a good leave. That was, of course, Marla. The first time we saw them was when they did the double, 2 victories against the Lisbon Capitals. Lisbon Capitals, though, yesterday, didn't they come back well when they won both their matches? Girish. Have to get this a little bit closer to Ikram. Ikram swings wild. It's going to be another wide. Putting an effort in not to give him anything in the slot. That's the plan. Nothing in the slot. Problem is at the moment, just going a little bit too wide. This one now goes down the leg side. It's going to be another wide, I believe. Yeah, so after getting the wicket, be disappointed with those last 3 deliveries. Just needs to be consistent and a little bit wayward. Score now has gone past 100. Better. Missed out by Amir. News is that Conrad Greenshields is back on the field, so 12-man did come on for a bit, but Conrad Greenshields is back. Thing is, though, how fit is he? And the reason he's back probably is because this one will go all the way. Let's focus on that first. That just hit right through the ball. It was there. It was in the slot. He times it beautifully, doesn't he? It's a lovely shot. Hits clean through the ball. Gets the weight into the shot as well. And that's lovely jubbly. 6 runs. Thank you very much. And holds the pose as well. It's a nice strike from Amir Ikram. And then he goes for the same shot again. Misses out on it. Gets a dot ball in. Does Girish Singh. 2 for 26. He's taken. 107. Coming up to the end of the 8th over, so they're still looking to push on to get past that 120 mark, ideally 130, but wickets, pick up a few wickets, and that becomes harder, becomes more difficult to do. And, oh, unlucky. And we'll finish the over well with a dot. 2 for 26 from Girish Singh. 107. 107 for 5. So last 2 overs, you can see he's been a bit up and down. It started terribly with that first over. There's those 2 wickets, then a good recovery thanks to that partnership. Amardeep Singh 42 and Zulfikar Shah 33. They put on 81 together. But just since then, the wickets have started to fall. The run rate slowed down a little bit as well. So it's been better. A bit of a change in the field when Tariq comes inside. That's a bit of a full toss and it will get the treatment. It will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And not a good delivery. Focus on trying to get it outside the off. Can understand that, but he just goes too full. So gets it wrong. That's Rahman. That's better, but it's a chance. Oh no. It gets through the fielder. It's going to be 4. And that's disappointing. And he's been so good out there as well, Junaid Bashir. So Bashir gives Misam a chance. And now it's another one. Is it going to go all the way? Gear. Shukka. Yeah, it does go all the way. Smashes into the stands. And, well, after being dropped, he then goes and says, well, now I'm going to make the most of it. And, well, now the 120 already up, and now they're still going. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya Ke Ke Hanial Ke Grandissimo. Eso es seis carreras. Well, that's the way it goes. He gets dropped and he went for 4, and then he's hit 2 sixes after that. Spare a thought for the bowler. And now he's going to go down the ground again. It's going to be 6 more. Balle. Patake chalpe. Serious night the bitch. Portugal the bitch. Patake time. Shaka. Shaba. And he's just hitting it hard, hitting it big, finding his range. And well, Syed Misam is just rocketed along. This is another one that will go all the way as well. It's going to be 4 more, is it? No. It gets picked up. Well, does this go to the boundary or not? No, it doesn't. It gets picked up by Munib. It's the end of the over. It's one that goes magical. It's not a good one. And the score, well, I was saying that they'll be looking to try and keep them below 120, but it's gone way beyond that here now. And Marlowe with an over to go, 136. And that over went 6, 4, 6, 6, 6, 1. 29 of that over from Rahman. And that's why this score now is, well, in danger of being a kind of a 150 type of score, isn't it? Well, after that low-scoring very first match, well, we thought we were going to see another low-scoring one when we saw 8 for 2 the first. But then Marlowe, they hit back. This has been absolutely blasted, and it will come, well, almost comes into the my man cave. So pass that one back to Girish. Nearly came in. Just hit the legs off the tripod in front of us. Haven't had one come in here yet. That's the closest that we've come to. That's a powerful hit, powerful stroke. 140 on the board here. Saeed misses out on this one. Just loses his shape. Head up in the air, misses out on it. Well, what a strike rate. By the way, look at this. 42 these two put up. That's in now 12 deliveries. Syed Misam doing all the hitting. Amir Ikram just watching and admiring. He's got the best seat in the house. Okay, this is another one, and this one will be just to my left. What a hit. Ginna Sona Shukka Lagya. Well, I tell you what, he is hitting them sweet. And as they'll say out here, sweeter than a nun's belly, sweeter than an angel's double chin, sweeter than fat from heaven. Oh yeah, well, these are all pasties that you can have out here. And they're sweet. Well, the hitting we're seeing at the moment from Saeed is sweet. Okay, this one, will it go to hand? Yeah, it will. And nicely taken. And that's Conrad Greenshields, the man we know is struggling big time with that shoulder injury after he fell. You can see he's still not right, but he holds on to the catch. And that's the end of Saeed. Misam, he'll go. Goes for 40. I wonder if that's correct. I thought he was on 40 before he hit the 6. Anyway, 146 is the score. Well, the score matches, so he will go for 40. What a knock that is. 40 in no time at all. Just 13 deliveries. Match number 13 this is. Funny things happen in match number 13. It started with a Royal Duck. Then there was a Golden Duck. 2 wickets in the first over, and then, well, then it was a good fight back from Marlowe, and that fight back continues, looking to get to the 150 here. This has been hit into the stumps, and it will be no run. So that's unlucky from, this is Singh Kutan. And that one would have tested the fielders because he hit it so straight. No run, dot ball, 1 ball still to go. Bashir, can he keep it to less than a boundary? And, oh, a great effort. What a superb effort that is. And who is it once again? Well, would you believe it? Conrad Greenshields. Well, he's injured and the ball is still following him. And he makes the stop. He saves definite 4. But he's in all sorts of trouble. He's just off the screen here. I know why he's come back on, because he comes back on. If he stays off the field too long, then obviously it affects when he can bat. But look, he is a walking wounded. And that's not a nice sight to see, is it, Conrad Greenshields? But he saved what would have definitely been a boundary there. Milo finished 148. And they lose 6 wickets in the process. It's by far one of the best scores that we've seen here in this series. They scored 141 against the Lisbon Capitals. A chance to cue up the highlight. But this is how it started. It started with this, a great catch. Nicely taken. That was Munib Tariq. And that was the wicket of the very first ball. Ali Adnan went. And then there was this one as well. Mumin Shahid. He went for a golden duck. So we had a royal duck, a golden duck. And then we saw a partnership worth 81 between Amardeep Singh and Zulfikar Shah. And, well, there was a bit of joy. Well, they relived that a few times. But then afterwards, it was, well, pain. I mean, that was a remarkable shot from Amardeep Singh, by the way. Hit that ball for 6. And then, well, Zulfikar Shah, he got fed a few as well. Zinkas's second over went for 16. And that was after Junaid Bashir's over number 2. His first went for 15. Then Munib Tariq came on, he went for 15. They just couldn't get it right. Runs were flowing all the time. And don't forget, there was one over there towards the end that went for 29. That was when Conrad Greenshields, in an acrobatic attempt to try and catch the ball, when he got injured as well. And there was some joy, there were some wickets. And I just felt at that point, when wickets were falling, that maybe they would be able to contain, but they weren't able to do so. Because even though Girish came and took a couple of wickets, the batter still started hitting the ball. This was one that was, well, that was an interesting one. It was a question of whether was he holding onto the ball when he touched the other fielder. I don't think he did, so that was okay. And, well, then there was some hitting from Saheed Nisam, which was just absolutely exceptional. He hit the ball big and smashed the ball all over the place. Some joy there for Rahman, but, well, the thing is, though they got a wicket there, there were plenty of runs to come as well. And, well, that was the wicket once again. It was Najam Shahzad that went. But then there was a lot of the power hitting as well. Smashing the ball all over the place. Remember, that was the free hit, so not out. He was caught off the very first ball he hit. Then he was bowled with the free hit. But it didn't matter because, you know what? Luck was on his side and he was carried on clubbing the ball to all parts of the ground. And he's a dangerous player, he's a dangerous man, and we know that. And, well, he showed the class that he has, smashing, hitting, getting runs on the board. And just have a look, he hit 5 6s and 2 4s on his way to that 40 off 13. And there was a bit of carnage around the ground as well, and at one point we thought that maybe the 150 was going to be put on the board. And this is another one that went over Girish. That wasn't too far from coming into the box here. This one, Conrad Greenshields, well, he came back onto the field of play. Fair play to him. We know that he's injured. He had that to deal with, which he dealt with pretty well. And then right at the end of the innings, he almost was in with taking a one-handed catch, but he does save 4 runs. So this match, Marlow, very different to the first match where the Porto Wanderers, they scored 74 when the Gamblers got there for the ball to go. And this one, Marlow scored big runs. Let's have a look at that scorecard. 42 Amardeep Singh, 33 from Zulfikar Shah. Najam Shahzad didn't really get going, but he didn't hang around either, 11 of 4. And then Saeed Meesan, well, he didn't hang around either, 40 of 13. And the bowling figures there, well, there's a little bit of pain. They used 6 bowlers in total. John Zinkas, the captain, 2 for 24. There was a wicket there for Junaid Bashir, but there was a fair bit of bashing as well, wasn't there? And Raghu Rahman, he went for 33. So we're going to leave you with the mid-match summary. Remember, we'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match number 13. Join us in about 10 minutes' time.